first game, and hopefully we sound a little better now. We literally won't know how good we sound until we can look over towards the chat and hear people not complaining that we sound terrible. So hopefully we sound a little better now. Apologies for the start. These things happen. But it's nice. We get to talk a little bit about the first game. I actually don't know what our map set is yet. Yes, we do actually. It's Combine. It's going to be our first map, which is a great way to start the tournament with just a bang out map.
Yep, should be nice and chaotic, and even if there is a big gap between these teams, fortunately Combine is one of those maps that tends to lend its sort of toward just being completely chaotic all the way through. It looks like we've already got our players loaded in and ready to go for the first map. Looks like we are underway right here is Shane and the Undream squad getting ready to go toe-to-toe with ARP. We'll see what they can do here on map number 1.
Righty, well, we're starting to get into this one. And look, Combine's one of those ones where the meta hasn't really shifted all that much over the course of the time. This is just one of those maps that if you're a team, you want to make sure you're on that P2 side as much as humanly possible, because you can really lock that hill down, especially as we start to get into those rotations and those specialists. All right, guys, we're still getting audio issues, it would seem. So we're going to send a quick break on the other side of the world. I think we're leaving the gameplay up. Actually, I think that's what we're doing, right? I think we're leaving the gameplay up. So we're going to leave the gameplay up, and you guys can listen to the gameplay. Or are we going to break? I don't know. What's happening here? Can we still be heard on broadcast?
Well.
All right. Well, I guess not.
I want to see gameplay.
Welcome back everybody here to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2026. This is the North American qualifiers, and this is our third attempt at not having audio. Sounded bad. I have not muted myself. Okay, I'm good. Oh my god, I was honestly, Bobby, I was about to freak out. Okay, I was about to lose my mind, but we have to be good here. We have to be professionals like we are. How you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm doing fantastic, you know? I'm glad that we all got to watch that first map together. The result was Undream defeating ARP 250 to 190. I know we all enjoyed that outcome thoroughly and watched every single moment of it together. Hopefully, we won't have to wait too long to get into map number 2, which is going to be the Coastal S&D between the same matchup.
We love a bit of Coastal S&D. I will say, I'm relatively surprised that that game was close. I know, like, it's, you know, it's that map, right? Combine is always a relatively close affair, just given the way the map is designed. You basically have to go from side to side of the map to rotate. But I'm kind of surprised that ARP were as competitive as they were. We know that they were getting outslayed massively, so maybe there was an element of Undream kind of taking their foot off the gas ever so slightly, but still, look, ARP then might have lost map 1, but I think so far they've shown a little bit of a competitive streak in this series. As you said, though, we are going into a Coastal from map number 2. Coastal is always a fun time, I think, since it got introduced into the COD Mobile circuit, which is like, what, I want to say 2024, maybe? I don't know. It was a really long time ago now. It's been a really fun edition. I think it's probably, like, I want to say it might be the best S&D in the game, but I don't know if that's
You know, I would say it's up there. I would definitely say it's one of the best options. I'm seeing in chat that our audio is finally fixed. Thank goodness. That means we should be good to go for the rest of the broadcast. So hopefully, whenever that Coastal gets up and running, we should be good to go. Thank you guys for your patience. You guys were all so kind and not blaming anything on me in the chat. So I really do appreciate that.
Yeah, it's not Bobby's fault. It's never... Now, verdict. It might be verdicts.
No, it usually is my fault, but this time it's not. So I just want that on the record.
It's, yeah, 100%. It is not Bobby's fault. I can confirm that. Normally, I'm the first person to blame Bobby here. But if something's wrong, it's normally me. It's like, yeah, it's Bobby's fault. It's not Bobby's fault, guys. We had a few issues that we got to sort out. We actually had a lengthy process there of just, like, testing everything. That's why we were away for a little bit. It's why you guys missed map number 1. But we wanted to make sure that if we are going to spend any time away, we're going to make sure that we actually come back and everything is right, which it finally is now, which we're really excited for. So we should be jumping here to map number 2 here in just a second. It is going to be a Coastal. I'm not sure if we have an actual best of 5 map set to show you guys right now, because there's been some things that have been on fire, as you guys are aware. So I don't know if we'd better bring that one, but we can at least talk about it, even if we don't have one actively available. I need to actually find where we put it now. There we go. So we got Combine, Coastal, Raid, Summit, and Firing Range for this series. Really fun map set, I think, particularly with Raid Control. Do we see a way in which ARP are able to kind of extend this series beyond 3 maps?
I mean, it's kind of tough to tell. We don't really have a whole lot of context for any of these teams, so it's tough to know what the specialty is, what the inclination is as far as search and destroy, control, hardpoint. I do think they're going to put up a good fight. I believe that one of these players on ARP is actually Awaken, who has been kind of one of the top players or around... he's been on a lot of the top teams over the past couple of years in COD Mobile esports, so I'm curious to see what he can do. We got the R9 out. That thing is going to absolutely terrorize as we do get Legacy getting 2 kills off the rip right there. Expect to see lots and lots of R9 over the next couple of days and over the next couple of months of action.
Yeah, the time is a flat circle. Just the R9 goes from being in the rotation to not being the dominant shotgun to now being even more of a dominant shotgun. So, yeah, that's going to be a conversation point, a pain point, I think we should say for sure. Also, immediately here, Silly Fishy, which is a wondrous name, by the way, will get a couple of kills and almost immediately fall. So, good start coming through for Undream. Excited to see more of this Undream roster and excited to see some of these opening snipes coming out from the likes of Poitus.
If I had to guess, Silly Fishy's probably Awaken, just because that's the only person on there that doesn't seem to have like an actual legitimate username. That could be completely wrong as well, but Undream, as expected, coming out guns blazing. Zyrax actually rocking the Type 25. Unusual weapon right there. I think we did see one person, and we get Legacy with a perfectly cooked nade right there onto Atham. We saw one person, I think, from like X-Rock or something using it in CDM, so maybe they got some secret sauce. Trying to figure out what works best from them. Legacy playing for info right here. Looks like he's going to be able to ward them off for the time being, but Blaze going to be able to find one with the R9. Once again, especially with close range engagements on the B site, shotgun's going to reign supreme, and when you've got a shotgun that can snipe in the R9, it's going to do that much more.
Yeah, and I was wondering when this kind of play was going to come into effect, right? Poitus is already a little bit effective here. You can see him trawling for a potential flanking play, and that has entirely changed the way that ARP are going to be playing in this round. Poitus is not quite wise to it. Will now switch, ready for some snipes.
Ooh. Would have been nice to have that one back. Definitely an opportunity to make something right there. It looks like the wrap through to A is through, but one player is going to read it. That's Dakota on the back side. Made his introduction, I think, on the main stage back when we had Masters back in, I guess it was 2025. Not technically Masters, but that production, his team ended up with a surprise performance for North America as they came out on top. Starting to get a little mixy. Not a whole lot of time to plant. If you're ARP, you got to make a move.
Look for the first blood. Blaze is in a really unique position here because if enough noise is made by the couple of players that are rotating towards B, he can get some great timing, goes a tad early and gets beamed by Dakota. The good news for ARP is that noise being made by Blaze means that they should have the B bomb site to themselves. There is absolutely zero reason for Undream to expect anything else.
I don't think they
Problem
planted
is,
in time.
yeah, I was going to say, there's
What?
time. You got to get on the bomb faster, boys. I was just
They were
expecting
like
it.
walking into sight too. They weren't even running. They were just moseying on into sight. I don't know if they weren't aware of the clock or they thought they had a much larger ghost tick than they actually did. But waste of a round right there. You could have at least attempted to make something out of the 2v3.
Yeah, but they had the setup, they had the play. Oh, they just didn't capitalize on it. Oh god, things going all right. Here comes the R9 back out again. Legacy doing R9 things. This has gone totally wrong for ARP off the start of this one, and they're looking for something. There will be one snipe coming through, but I mean, it doesn't take a genius to know what these last remaining players are. There is very little way to get out there. This R9, you know, it's a pretty good weapon, Bobby.
Yeah, it seems pretty powerful. I believe it can one tap out to 20 meters, and that's not counting the follow-up shot as well. So it got a 300% bullet spread accuracy buff. A couple updates back. I'm anticipating it will probably be banned quickly. We do get a couple first bloods through right there. Sholey's gonna be able to find one on the snipe. A little bit of a different approach from ARP, but Zyrax fires back.
And those trades going to leave Undream short-handed here in numbers. ARP going to have a lot more options as far as they want to play this round is concerned. Puedas, though, going to even the odds a little bit. You can, technically speaking, shoot through this wall, but I don't know if Puedas is actually going to hit any of these shots. And the more noise you make for the middle of the map, more room ARP have to maneuver for those potential kills. Instead, they're going to focus on getting this rock down, and that is probably the correct play call here. Undream, they might have to actually maybe take some individual one-on-ones here. Now, 2v3, you don't have the numbers.
You guys will likely recognize Shane from last year's Rejects roster, making his way to a slightly more competitive team right here in Undream, and he's going to be left all by his lonesome. He shut down. Blez finds one onto him to close out the round right there as ARP find their first S&D round right here. We'll see if they can string a few together. The relentless pushes into B down the barrel of the R9 certainly were not working, so different approach ends up paying off for them there in round number 4.
Yeah. And I think the more you do that as well, the more you're likely to change Undream's defensive strategy, right? Like, eventually they're going to realize that having Legacy in that position is just not a fruitful endeavor if ARP continue to not hit it. Problem is, you do have to be relatively successful on your own hits here if you're ARP, and already if you lost the first blood. Play is out of the round. Shane is thinking about using that SKS to advance their numbers even more. Maybe a double hit coming through from them and Dakota. Either way, ARP kind of stuck in the mud here. Nowhere to go. A little 2-cow coming through from Aetham. You get the trade-off and the pre-fire on the second as well. Hey, that is a great play coming through from Aetham because now you've got so many more options as far as how you want to play this round.
Yeah, being able to play his life right there just adds so much extra value. Now Sholey's going to be able to push up, watching the cross, finds one on the snipe, backs up. Now they got that man advantage. Blez waiting for an over-aggression, not going to find it right there. Shane sits back, but not going to have any angles to work with unless he opts to go for the wall bang. Is not going to get the timing to go his way. So bomb should go down here on B, and they're not really in any type of a position to set up. One player going to go ahead and lurk out in Sholey to be able to watch that entry from the backside. And right now, ARP have got this site on lock. Going to take some big entry frags, and it looks like they're going to group up and look to push from the backside.
Yeah, big 1v1 here happening just outside of the site. Zyrax will win it. Now, all of that pressure coming from inside the site here for ARP. Puedas can snipe through the bookcases. That is a potential option, but you've not got much time to do so. Taking pot shots might not be the right play. They're all bunched around the back of the site. You got to go. You're running out of time to get this diffused through. Zyrax the first chow coming through. 1 versus 1 trade. Now 2 versus 2 on the time. 5 seconds on the clock. time not really on Undream's side. Blaze gets the first kill. Now no time for the defuse, even with that kill coming through. And that might be the second round here where, I mean, this is a markedly more different approach. It's more difficult to do, but still, it feels like both teams kind of taking their time where they probably shouldn't be.
Yep. And once again, good adaptations out of that ARP squad. Not trying to force things in a position that hadn't worked for them multiple rounds in a row. We'll see if Undream's got anything up their sleeves right here. It looks like once again going to have a bit of a stalemate across the mid-map. Smokes down, nades out, but no kills for either team right there. And now it's going to be Puedes looking to push forward, trying to find a snipe. It's Dakota actually finding Sholey off the entry of the round right there, and that's going to leave Undream this time around with the man advantage.
Now you're faced with that choice as well, because it kind of feels like B is just not really a good idea whatsoever. You know that Legacy is going to be watching that corner like a hawk with the R9. And also, even crossing is a bit of a treacherous thing to do. Somehow, I think Puedes has got some terrible timing. Takes one trophy system down, and actually gets given a good look at a couple of players here. ARP are very fortunate to not have Puedes watching the flank when he was, but also to not have any kills off of that shot. Zyrax might get over aggressive, and that, I'll be honest, it doesn't really feel like a push that you need to make if you're Zyrax.
No, 100%. You had control of sight. You know that they're not going to at least expect that off angle and ends up getting punished for it. Blaze makes his way on through and at least takes down one player on the opposition to equalize things into a 3v3. Bomb's going to go down right here. Now Puedes looking to get pushed up, getting aggressive right here. Legacy around the corner with the R9 can do some big damage. Gonna read it, but doesn't get the kill right there. Type 25 taking shots around the corner, but they're not going to connect right there. In 3 straight rounds go the way of ARP. They're 100% back in this one.
Yeah, there's a couple of bit of timings. I think they're on that little 3 versus 3, right? With Undream having players on all sides of the site. Those players kind of hit. It might seem like they hit at the same time, but they didn't. It was just slightly off-timed. ARP able to take a couple of different 2v1s. Even with players weak, they will win them. Beautiful defense of the site there for ARP Gaming. What were they, 3-0 down? Now it's 3-3. These guys are right back in it. They seem to have cracked the code. And it feels a lot like a lot of that cracking of the code has come down to let's just stop challenging Legacy in ridiculous chows there. They're also winning your opening gunfights here as well. That will certainly help. Undream just don't know what to do with the different options that ARP are presenting to them, but they will get a couple of frags hit, and now ARP have to fight from the back foot.
Ooh, and that's a nade connecting right there. Now a 2-man advantage. They struggled to control the mid-map as we'd seen a few different times that ARP had gotten really pushed up, but the utility going to connect right there as well. That leaves Atham alone 1v4. They seem to know exactly where he is. Puedes hits the quick scope, and that's going to be Undream retaking the lead right here. One more round before we switch sides. And this one turning out to be much more competitive than that hardpoint was, at least toward the beginning. It did seem like ARP reeled it back a little bit toward the end right there, but overall the game itself didn't feel that competitive. Definitely a much different feel here in the Search and Destroy.
I think that's now coming through. Trades going in favor of ARP. I'm doing no current presence over the A site. Dakota would have been nice if he could have pulled one kill off there, but not able to do so, and things are going to go from bad to worse here as Puedes is now out of the round. ARP, they've got full A site control. And Undream in a position that they're pretty familiar with at this point. They have to try and take individual fights, here in the 2v4, and they might get lucky. Dakota, do they check this corner? They don't in time. Dakota lines up 3! Big triple coming through for Dakota. Completely reverses this down to a 2v1.
And if you're ARP, why are you pushing out of sight right there? You have complete control. They slide on through. That's going to be Dakota. The 4K to clutch up right there. Bomb defuse going through, and what an absolutely disastrous end to that round as we see ARP now heading into the flip. What could have been a 4-4, now a 5-3. And an absolute beauty of a play out of Dakota to capitalize on the over-aggression.
Yeah, that is just a beautiful read as well for Dakota. I don't think he necessarily fully intended to do that, right? He wasn't just sitting in the corner for the longest time thinking, yeah, these guys are going to chow me here in this connector. But, I mean, just getting the opportunity to do so. Why not take it when it's served off on a part like that? That might be a turning point here in this game. As ARP, now on the defense, have to try and figure things out a little bit. And it is going to be a bit of a different setup. You can see how far pushed up Blay is with that R9 in comparison to where Legacy was on the B site. He's got to be careful here, because if he peeks a little bit too much, Praetus will have him for breakfast.
They got the nades cooked right there, but they actually don't plan to bank it. They definitely have no clue where he is. He's gotten a lot of information clearing those angles. The thing is, the range of that R9, 100% capable of getting that kill, so not even an egregious shell. Not going to be able to find any value off of it, but pre-fire right there as he's trying to clear as much space as he possibly can. Once again, the more time that you can force Undream to take right here, the better position you're going to be in. As later you get into this round, the more you're going to force them to make an error in the approach that they're taking. At some point, they got to commit.
This is real slow from Undream. They've poked and prodded at the defense here from ARP, but haven't been able to break it whatsoever. Across the way, Atham, I have no idea how Atham has survived that, by the way. I mean, I guess they just didn't expect it. And Blaze is going to take advantage there with the first blood going through. Undream, you've got 25 seconds, more or less. You've got to make a decision now. It's going to be a straight hit in towards A.
Zyrex finds one. Surely, it looks like hit a collab right there onto two Undream players. That means only 2 remaining and only 17 seconds to make a move. Zyrex got to do something, but he gets shut down. Puedes finds one. He's going to be all by his lonesome. It's got to be a 1v4. Picks up the bomb right there. No reason to challenge this if you're ARP. They're just going to opt to run away. Sholey shuts him down. They take that first round here on the defensive side. Not a fan of that uber passive approach that we saw out of Undream. You really want to commit and make the most of your utility in a decisive way, and they really just gave so much opportunity to ARP by allowing them to waste time.
It's taking forever to do something that you could have done in the first 20 seconds. They're going to react to that appropriately here, because they are going straight in towards A. This is a very fast hit coming out from them. You're winning those opening trades. Just a way better adaptation out of Undream. They realize they don't have to spend so much time. They're actually going to need Blez out of position as well. Everything pretty much perfect through the first 30 seconds here. That rock is going straight down.
Much different approach, and it pays off big time right here. Looking for the retake. Atham on the back side. Puedes trying to shut things down. Zyrex going to be able to find another Asum in Blez. Got to make it a 2v4, and it's got to be fast. Another one shut down. PKM's just going to keep on pre-firing right there, and they're able to find 2 just like that. The 4v2 into a 2v2, and they don't really have any time to hit a different route right here. They've got to try to force it in. Zyrex has made his way in, but Shane's going to be there to find the 2-piece. And Undream clutch up as they extend the lead back out to 2.
Yeah, just beautiful play from Undream at the start of that round, right? To recognize, hey, look, we were way too slow in the previous round. Let's actually just straight fully bomb in towards A with all our numbers and win the trade. So that's exactly what happened. And despite it coming down to a 2v2, ARP did not have the time to work with themselves in a bad position. Same call being made here from Undream. It is straight flooding in towards B. Can the R9 do anything? Oh, the jump shot from Blay to pick up 3. Perhaps number 4 for Blay. No, denied. But Blay has done absolutely enough here to get his team back into this round.
Yeah, Brody, I guess you probably weren't watching as much, if any, of the GSI action as we were. The R9 was literally the king of everything that happened in GSI. Absolutely busted shotgun. I'm fully anticipating people that are watching this, if you have the power to ban the R9, it needs to happen. It's literally a sniper.
Dude, the fact that you can jump shot with it as well, it's just like, I can count on one hand how little we've seen jump shots in CODM, right? Like, generally speaking, it just isn't something you get. Like, it's always like slide chalice coming out from players. Like, at most, you'll see people do it with the Tundra. To see something like that at close range, it's just like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's get rid of that R9. I think I'm totally on side, mate.
Very different approach here from ARP. Not sending anybody to watch the mid-map, at least on the back side. This time a delayed push, but spotted out across the middle is Atham. Legacy's got the angle to take some shots right here and sees another person peeking out from the left as well. So lots of information, but not able to do any damage off of it, and you've allowed the opposition to figure out the read on what you're doing. Nades over top going to connect, but not enough for the kill. Once again, the slow approach has now stalled out as Undream stepping away from the aggressive approach that had paid dividends. A little bit surprising, but Sholey's going to be able to find one right there to put Undream in an even more difficult position.
now it feels like Undream are in that same position they were in before, right? Where it's just like, previously, I think their last victories have been pretty much predicated on being fast and aggressive in towards these sites. Now they have to play from the back foot. They are going to try and turn the tables here with this aggressive push in towards A. Do they recognize the player in the corner, though, is the big question for me. They don't. City Fishy comes out with the first blood. Couple more in favor of Blez and Sholey. And Shane was the one player out of that play on the flank behind. He's only going to be able to find one. And yeah, it just, there's so many different angles you got to check there late in the round when you don't have numbers. You can brute force your way through, but you're unlikely to.
I'm fully anticipating Undream get back to that aggressive approach that was paying off for them the first couple of rounds. Not really sure why they went away from it this time. Heavy hit toward the A side. Nobody in the mid map. They are absolutely bull rushing it right here. Nades over the top side, but Sholey's going to find a snipe to immediately shut down the push. And once again, just completely resets any progress they were making right there. Jump shot angles, going to be able to line up another, and just like that, they find themselves down 2 players and forced to completely wrap back. And really no map control right now and no information.
Oh my god, Sholey. Very close to picking up another kill. That would have been dreadful for Undream. And I feel like if anything has been pretty obvious at this point, and this is just generally difficult to pull off on Coastal, is that Undream have not been very good at getting themselves back from this disadvantageous positions. Especially down 2 men, it's so difficult, and you're effectively relying on using what is a bucket of time in COD Mobile. We know that these search and destroy rounds can go on for eternity to maybe get something. An ARP player puts himself out of position, you can win it. Blay is pushed very far up. There's opportunities on the table, but I don't know if ARP are given enough for some freebies.
Actually, what I thought was unfortunate time for Atham turns out perfectly as the flash connects right as he wraps out. Blay gonna have to find something on the entry here with the R9. Puedes not gonna hear around the corner right there. Bomb plant does go through, but Blay finds both kills, shuts things down as ARP takes yet another round, and it's a flawless one for them that time around as we move to 7-6. ARP very much still within reach right here as the aggressive push doesn't pay off with those same dividends this time around. We'll see if Undream can make the adaptations right here as Puedes looks to find first blood, but not going to find anything on the cross.
Yeah, they've just got to get these opening bloods on this aggressive play, and whether or not they can take Blay down before he does damage. Yep, that's really the key to the entire round. You've removed your biggest issue, which was that R9 on the entry. You now have full site control. Get that rock down. ARP, you got to find a way back in.
Not going to be able to stop the diffuser or the planter right there. Atham shut down by the sniper in the hands of Puedes as well. And that brings us into a 4v4. Taking a 3v4. And your only approach right here is to spray and pray. That's just not going to do a whole lot for you, especially with Zyrax hopped up in this angle, but the shots connect. Dakota on the opposite side can be able to find 2, make it 3 to shut things down. And Undream finally stopped the bleeding right here. Now up 8-6 with an opportunity to close things out and go up 2-0 in the series.
Destroy the objective.
Big round for Undream. And again, it feels like the entire round at the moment is predicated on whether or not you can take your opening kill against Blay. You do that, you have full site control. Undream, are they successful on these opening bloods? Once again, they've changed tack. They're not going to go against Blay. They're going to look for opening util down against Sholey. He has also been a pretty big nuisance. 12 kills, joint highest fragger on ARP with that sniper rifle. And they're not going to elect to push that one lane. Instead, it's under the map, technically speaking, being watched by Blaze. But Sholey down for a count. A lane is now opened up to the site.
Legacy makes his way up, spots one on the stairs, but not going to be able to take down Silly Fishy. Does take control of the site right here. Blaze going to be able to find one onto Puedes. That equalizes into a 4v4, and Blaze finds another. Shane, the response left and right. They're dropping like flies. The bomb goes down right here. Once again, you got a lot of time to make a move, but Atham, are you going to be able to find an angle on any of these players? And they're tucked away into tight positions. Legacy should spot them out right there, and now they're going to know where the retake's coming from.
Yeah, all of this is coming from where... Oh, goodness gracious, straight through the wall for Blaze on that opening blood. You know where the pressure is now. Slide out coming through from Blaze for the second. Shot's not great. The follow-up, though, is from ARP, and they live to see another round here, despite Undream doing what they've done really well, getting into the site. They've been, generally speaking, successful off the back of those entries. This time, they actually lose the post plant. That is a big win for ARP, not just because you stay in, because you do something you've generally speaking found difficult to do against Undream so far?
Big play right there. Opportunity for them to force OT. It's an aggressive hit through the middle of the map. All the utils out, but it's not going to connect for anything. Maybe some info on a flash to the back of the map, but Legacy shut down. Blaze been their most difficult challenge. Gets traded out right there. And Puedes a big time kill to open up the B site. Opportunity for them to close things out right here. The retake was strong last time around, but a very different site. We'll see what ARP's got. So they look to make the push in right there with the first player getting shut down. It becomes that much more difficult. Shotgun getting pushed out right here as well, and not a whole lot for ARP to work with. They've got to be perfect on these entry frags, and they're going to be able to find one, but Puedes is there. Atham the trade, 2v2, 22 seconds, you got to move, and the R9 is there. Puedes finds the double kill, and Undream takes the map.
It just feels like so much of this map, so much of Search and Destroy is predicated on who wins the R9 battle at the moment, doesn't it? You take Play out, I think they're on the defense more often than not, Undream would just win it. And I think that was so much of what their Search and Destroy strategy became towards the back half of that game, was just like, all right, cool, we're going to win our opening bloods. We're going to make sure we take these guys down and just make sure we take Play out. You get rid of Play, you have full site control, and getting back in was something that ARP, I think, I don't know exact numbers here, but I want to say they only did it once, which is like, again, post-plant was just so good for Undream to have such a massive success rate right like that. It again just goes to show how important getting those opening kills was for Play with that R9 on defense.
And tough to feel like a lot of that doesn't come down to that last offensive round that was fumbled by ARP, where they had, what, a 4v2 advantage and just get way over-aggressive, give up a 3K on the exit out of sight. Takes it into a 5v3 as opposed to a 4v4. We could very well be headed to OT as a result, but great execution by Undream on the closeout right there. And like you said, R9 very much dictating the pace of that one. Expect that to continue to be the case as long as that thing is in play, because the combination of the time to kill and the range on that thing just provides so many opportunities for big plays.
Yeah, just R9, man. the R9. You said it. I was just like, well, surely it's not that bad. I remember the R9 back in the day when Raph was like the R9 god. I was like, yeah, it was a pretty good shotgun. Yeah, now it's ridiculous to see. The jump shot, I think it was from Play, I want to say. They got the jump shot 3K inside connector through A. Jesus, man. That thing. Something needs to be done about that thing for sure. All right, well, that means we have Undream now up 2-0 in this series. We actually can show you for the first time this series what the map set looks like. So let's go ahead and show you what the first two maps in this best of 5 are currently looking like, and what the remainder of this series will look like. We actually need to show you guys the score lines for maps number 1 and 2. We'll make sure we sort that out for you guys. But Combine Hardpoint and Coastal Search and Destroy did go Undream's way. And next up, we have a Raid Control in this best of 5. Man, I mean, I asked the question before we got on the map too, Bobby. Can we see Raid Control go ARP's way? Is there a way back into this series?
Of all the maps, I would say Raid Control is probably the least likely. Not even because I feel like one of these teams is particularly stronger when it comes to Raid or when it comes to Control, but just because of the experience advantage that you have on that Undream roster, and the fact that Raid Control has been in the map pool for so long, they're just going to have so many reps under their belt on that. I would be very surprised to see them drop that. I do want to pause and take a second and say, this map setup graphic is absolutely beautiful, so shout out to production for making this happen. This is clean. I love it. We got the bands down at the bottom as well, so I'm very happy with the way that this looks. But like you said, not good odds, I would say, that we see anything beyond a map 3, but we've seen a lot of fight out of this ARP squad, and especially with their backs up against the wall with a potential to head to the lower bracket this early on, definitely expect that we're going to see some fight out of them.
Yeah, and this is the thing as well. Again, you guys can't actually see the indicator right now, but what was it, a 9-7 Search and Destroy? I think it was like a 250 to like 170, 180, something to that effect on the hardpoint. Like, it's worth saying, ARP haven't been steamrolled in this series. Like, I think there's been more often than not moments where it feels like Undream are in the driver's seat, but like, this has not been a series by any stretch of the imagination where this is a 2-0 and Undream have completely decimated ARP. Like, ARP have had their moments. So hopefully they can provide us a more competitive kind of series ahead of us. Worth saying, by the way, folks, there are other matches going on right now. We have, obviously, a round of 16. We have 16 teams competing here in Winners Round 1. And all of those matches are happening at the moment as well. We're going to continue on. I can give you guys some updates, actually, here. New Heaven beat FA Mexico 3-0. Team Dios, which are the second seed. I actually cannot find that roster for the life of me, are also 2-0 against No Aim, No Game, which is a great team name. I would have loved to have casted that and make terrible puns about how they lost. All the other matches are currently ongoing. So we're going to be continuing to look through this bracket here as we progress through today and tomorrow. And we're going to be doing this for 6 weekends straight, Bobby. This is going to be so fun across North America and Europe.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast for sure. I'm going to go ahead and pin the link with the bracket in case anybody wants to go and check that out. We do have the new playmobile.gg website that got up and running earlier this week. Great way to display everything that we've got going on right now in COD Mobile Esports, and you can check out the brackets for all the other regions. Obviously, our co-caster Verdict was casting the Indian version of this tournament for the first 8 hours of today or whatever it was. So he's already got lots of casting reps under his belt and will be joining us shortly for the next matchup as well. Should be a fun one, as we're pretty quickly going to be getting into our next matchup as well.
Yeah, for sure. We have map 3 just ready to go here in just a second, folks. But yeah, shout out to Verdict. Verdict he's been grinding all day long. He's going to do this like every NA weekend as well, or I don't know if he will, but if he does, he's a trooper. I'll tell you that much. To do India, to wake up at early AM for him, and then to come in and do the North American broadcast as well. That guy, his passion flows through his veins. Absolutely nothing else. It's just pure passion. There's nothing else going on there. So shout out to Verdict for sure. We'll have him join the broadcast here very shortly. But we are just waiting here to get into raid control. It could be our final map in this best of 5. If it is, we'll be moving on to Winners Round 2. To give you guys actually another update, Cyberites, I was just about to wonder here who Undream will play, because the way the bracket works obviously is, you know, Undream, they beat ARP here. They go to play the winner of Cyberites. Cyberites? I don't know the pronunciation there. Versus Rebels Luna. Cyberites did actually just beat Rebels Luna 3-0, which isn't a surprise. That's the team, Bobby, that everyone is looking to here in North America. Like, I think we kind of expect those guys to win this weekend.
Yeah, they're certainly the team to beat. I think the experience that you saw from players like Kings and Cartels and CDM alone puts them in a position where the majority of the other NA players have not been able to, just because of lack of opportunity. So we'll see. This UD team is probably the best chance of knocking them off. We'll see how many reps they've been getting in to kind of put them in a position to chell, but they've got to close out this series first if they're going to be able to do that. We'll see what they've got right here, as it is going to be Silly Fishy finding first blood onto Shane.
Well, look for the first few kills here. Undream trying to get something going as they look to make a flanking play all the way deep here. ARP being a nuisance inside kitchen. There's the clearance. And ARP now starting to knock at the door here of A. It's a double stack through, so that thing's going to go fast.
Yep. One tick of progress already through. Not going to be dealt with. Puedes swap into the Odin. Not something that we've seen a ton recently in competitive, but definitely still very, very viable as they do shut down that initial push. Now this time it's going to be our at back to B. And once again, if you're Undream, you got to do something about this progress. Not going to be able to do anything right there. Aetham hits him with a little bit of movement. And that's going to be one tick of progress already through onto B. The thing is, if you're ARP, you got to keep an eye on those lives. You're doing a good job of getting ticks of progress, but you don't want to give away tons of lives, and they've already found themselves down 5.
Yeah, and that can get away from you really quickly, especially if more kills start to come through for Undream. So ARP, they do need to kind of clamber back through sooner rather than later here. First few kills now coming through for Undream as ARP unable to get anything going by A. And I like the way that Undream are kind of snaking here from one side of the map to the other one. They're doing it in kind of a 2 or a 3 stack every single time. They're making sure that ARP do not get any further progress. And you mentioned that 5 kill differential, Bobby. That hasn't changed. It's only grown.
Yep. Dakota kind of single-handedly locking down the A side right here. Sees players on the headies, so backing up. Cooking a nade, and that's actually going to be Puedes finding the 2Ks. They're now up 7 lives. Another shutdown right there. Dakota through the smoke, absolutely beaming. Once again, ARP really committed to the objective and looking to get as much progress as they can, but giving away way too many lives for this to be a close one. Now down 11v4 with only 15 seconds left. Probably not much of an opportunity for them to make a way through.
Now, down to the final 3 lives here. There's not really any way to get things going at this point. I think you just want to try and end things pretty quickly. You got 2 seconds, so no matter what, it's going to be over before you know it. And that's a good, brilliant start for Undream, as they basically dominate. I mentioned it, the way that they were kind of playing that one, right, is just always making sure they were 2 stacking, 3 stacking around both of the defensive zones so that ARP couldn't get anything going. And the thing we always talk about here is that snowball effect of control. The beauty of COD Mobile is those operators. We're going to start to see those come in here in the start of this round. Undream will want to use them to get some early progress on B and really start to take the life advantage against ARP.
Equals and Tempest out. Tempest shut down. Equals shut down as well. So ARP do a really good job of dealing with that pressure. Tempest going to pop for them as he's going to be able to find one that is Atham. And right now, beautiful play out of them to keep the lives not only equal, but have the advantage. It's going to be down to 24v24, but starting to charge into some of their operators. Puedes going to pop his Annihilator, looking to do some damage here in the opposing spawn. Finds one, looking to make it 2, but Silly Fishy there to shut him down. Even with that happening, Undream building a big-time life lead as Zyrax has gone completely unchecked in spawn, absolutely tearing through players. They're now up 5.
Second tick about to come through here for Undream. Do you want to invest any more here? Atham's going to get a couple of kills, so no more than just 2 ticks in towards A, but the kills now still going in favor of Undream. Sniper coming out. Does get traded down. The problem is that's a 4-for-1 trade against ARP. Silly Fishy's the only one to find any value whatsoever here, and you're in a situation that's just not that dissimilar to where you were previously, that you're in a life disadvantage. You have to play together to try and put it back in the other way, and you have no defense over A, so there's an extra 60 seconds on the board. You're down by 5. You're going to need to start investing. Really scary. It kind of feels a little bit desperate now, this investment of the equals.
Yeah, definitely down 5 lives. And you got only one objective that you can really protect right here. We see the War Machine come through as well, but they're finding the kills with the gunnies. Legacy's going to be able to find 1, but Blay rips through 2 with the equals, and they're finding value. Now 3 ops out right here. This is a must-win round for ARP, and they're executing to perfection. If you're Undream, you can kind of afford to just wait out these operators. You got 3 getting called in at the same time, so that's a ton of value that can absolutely go to waste. Death Machine is going to get shut down right there, but it happens as it finds a kill. So 6v5 we go. And now on to Legacy as they do get kitchen control right here. Every single one of these gunfights is crucial, and Puedes finds one onto Atham.
Yeah, this is not possible. Second kill comes through now against Sholey. Big kill from Blaze as kills come through for Silly Fishy as well. Now down to a 2v4. Problem is with those kills coming through is that Undream will know exactly where these last remaining players are, and they are isolated as well. We need to see some heroics coming out from these boys.
2v4, gotta go big. Blaze finds one. Into a 2v3, and one's wrapped below through driveway, but it's Legacy finding the turn. Now Silly Fishy 1v3 to stop the cap. You can afford to sit back and regen right here. It's still gonna take a while even if they stack it. But they know exactly where you're coming from right here, and a lot of angles that you're going to have to deal with. No operator to be pulled out, but finds the first one. Not going to have an angle onto the second. It's Shane popping back up, and the investment goes to waste for ARP. They now go down 2-0 on the map. Things looking bleak for their odds as we got 3 ops charged already for Undream.
Undream in a great position once more. I'm kind of surprised. It feels like ARP's investment has been relatively sporadic, and it has felt desperate. It was probably the right play in that moment to use that. I think especially the equals just to try and equalize things a little bit, but you are now left in the same position you were previously, where Undream are ahead in the operator race, as it were. They could well close things out here in round number 3. ARP kicking things off by getting aggro on towards A. That's the play call here. And I like that they're getting players deep in towards basketball as well. There's no reason for Legacy to check this. Legacy, though, actually survives. And he finds that kill as well. That's insanity for Legacy to survive that fight.
Big time plays right there. Shane is going to get shut down. Good forward progress for ARP over here on the A side and really on the B as well. Got one solo cap coming through the equals for Legacy. Going to be able to shut down Blay. He's going to be able to stay alive. Is Silly Fishy going to slow down? He gets spotted out, and Dakota popping the claw as well. that recently got a buff, a lot more ammo in that thing than it had previously, and now that forward pressure gonna start to create problems as they make their way towards spawn.
We're almost there. Keep it up.
6 life lead. Shane, War Machine coming on out. He's going to be able to find 1 and keeps it going. Now up 9 lives. ARP scrambling, trying to find something right here, but it might be a bit too little too late. Shane locking down those spawns as he's going to be able to spot out a couple more. Now 9 lives between the two. It looks like with only 1 tick of progress secured so far and a massive life lead, this might be the end of the road for ARP in the upper bracket.
Yeah, not really much you can do here. That is, look, we've seen crazy situations where you've come back from a 3v11. That has happened before. The last little chance is maybe Silly Fishy finding kills on this claw. 2 seconds left, though. I doubt it. You have to stop the time. That's exactly what he's going to do. He does get tagged up by stun. Look, I'll tell you what. This is plausible. It is possible. You have to be perfect. You have to find every single frag.
You got to stay on the objective. They get 1 player on. They don't stay on long enough. Legacy's going to find those 2 kills. And that's going to be Undream, closing out the series in clean fashion right there. Maybe the S&D a little bit closer than they would have liked, but handling business in both the hardpoint and the control. And they will continue on in the upper bracket as expected. And I believe in our next matchup, they will be facing off against Sybarites.
Yeah, I mean, that's the play call. And look, Bobby, we don't want to make these calls on broadcast, right? We want to chat to production first. We want to chat to the admin team to make sure that we're okay to get into that game. We're going to get into that game. That's going to be the game we're watching next because it's going to be a banger one. Undream going head-to-head with Sybarites. That's going to be a really fun one. Obviously, those teams, those players are players that at various points in COD mobile history have been at the top of North America. Obviously, for Sybarites, those players have been even further than that. Still, I think that's just going to be an absolute banger matchup. Talking about this one, though, shout out to Dakota. Finishes at 23-13. Puedas also at 22-14. Those guys just doing really kind of what we're expecting from them in this series. I think, particularly in Puedas, he's always been like the player to watch, I think, for this roster.
Yeah, no question. Whether it's been on Undream or on TLE, Puedas has been just an absolute cornerstone for that squad. And like you said, at different points on different rosters, all of these guys have been competing for those championships in North America. Looking to secure another one is, once again, they get a lot more opportunities to compete here in the COD Mobile World Championships as we've got these open qualifiers. Certainly making a name for themselves and going to look to continue to do so. Well fought out of ARP. Once again, the S&D especially, I think, was much closer. And I forgot, we had a DQ. I totally forgot.
I totally forgot. We hadn't even mentioned it. We hadn't even mentioned it. Do you want to do it or do you want to do it?
I completely spaced on that. That's
okay.
On me, Chad.
All right, no, it's not on you because it was on me as well. I totally forgot as well. Okay, guys. So we said at the top of the screen it was actually 2-0 to Undream. And that was what was there throughout the entirety of that map. Actually not true because COD mobile players can't help themselves. They always want to use banned items. They have to use banned items in games because if they don't, something will go wrong. I don't know why it happens, but it always does. And it was Undream who used a banned item in the search and destroy. They had a score streak equipped that they shouldn't have had. Now, obviously, COD mobile rules are a little bit different to maybe other esports rules where it's just if you use the equipment, you lose the map. No, if you have that equipment even equipped and don't use it, you still forfeit the map. So they forfeited the search and destroy despite winning it. So this series would have been a 3-0, but now we actually have another map on our hands. So ARP, they got handed a life. We do go to Summit for map number 4.
All right. Well, I can't remember whose pick was which, but the Combine was certainly very, very competitive. We'll see if Undream can, or if ARP can kind of replicate that as we get ready to head here into this one. Is ARP finding that first entry onto the hard point right here? Actually, no kills enabling them to, or no, they do find the bulk of the kills. It's Undream looking to find their first kill. Puedas going to be able to find a couple and absolutely expect that we will see R9 supremacy on this one as the close range engagements provide a lot of opportunity, although Legacy actually rocking the KRM instead. And I don't think that we have an R9 on ARP, so I end up being wrong at least for P1. Could see that change the later hard points.
Oh, Christ. All right. Well, listen, it happens. All right. Either way, ARP right now looking pretty good. Puedes is beaming. That's 5 in a row for Puedes. Finally gets cut down, and that will allow a look at the hard point here for ARP. Can they get in towards the time? Couple of kills now coming through from Sholey. That's going to make things somewhat more easy. And here's that R9 coming out from Legacy. That should be a quick wipe at the hard point gear for Undream, and it will be. We start to look towards P2, though. All even Stevens here, and this is where you're going to start to see teams or players from these teams really push through to manipulate these spawns. You want to be on that P3 side if you can, and you're already starting to see that with the way that these Undream players are pushing up the map.
I don't know what Legacy was trying to hold out on not using the R9 on P1, but he gets 5 straight right there, and just like that, having instant impact. Puedes on 11 off the rip right here. Absolutely backpacking Undream. Atham looking to move off the breadstick, as is Shane, and that's going to be Blez getting shut down. Shane not going to be able to make his way onto the point. Puedes, a really early death machine right here, and I don't hate that usage at all, but unfortunately not going to be able to find a whole lot of value out of it. Atham's going to be there to shut it down, but Undream maintain control of the hard point regardless.
Yeah, Puedes is having a map line. We were gassing him up off the back of map number 3. He is on one right now. 14 kills to his name. Legacy, unsurprisingly, with the R9 through the first couple of maps, first couple of hills. On Summit, it is a map that is made for shotgun players. He is also having a great map. So ARP got to find a way to shut those players down. The good news for ARP is they are in control of the rotation. A couple of kills now coming through from Blay. So they are in a great position here. Some of that utility now starting to come out. It's Sholey with the War Machine trying to keep Undream at bay.
Great spot for that War Machine to come out. Going to stay alive as well and can just continue to zone that front side. Players locking down the backside, but lose a couple gunfights right there. So they find the break on through. Shane looking to flip out the spawns. Only one player left. That's going to be Blay, but the presence is not going to be enough to anchor Legacy pushing in toward that front side. And a beautiful flip out of Undream. Split spawns, and even with nobody anchoring, Undream will maintain those spawns as well. They continue to stack on time. Legacy stacking kills, and R9 comes out to once again rain terror.
Yeah, something of, I think, just a little bit too much focus there on the front of the hard point instead of that middle lane. It is very easy, I think, to forget that this middle lane exists sometimes, right? And players can find a way to filter themselves through down it. That's exactly what's happening right now for ARP, actually. Look at that route that was just taken there from Atham, who finds a couple of kills. All of that, though, for, what, a scratch, right? For 10 seconds of scrap time. ARP will be happy to take it unless Puedes actually finds the double and takes away the last couple of seconds. The big problem for ARP here is despite having those back spawns, you can see player number 4, Sholey's just spawned there. Undream still have presence by the next hard point. You can't afford to lose this rotation. This game will get out of hand.
Yep. 60 points down already, and ARP just leaving scrap time on the table. They don't even get back to inhabit the hard point either. Just a complete lapse in communication for them right there. Finally get some players on and start to lock down time. You get Blez sliding on through right here to pick up yet another contest time for Undream. They find the kill, and they find control of the hard point. Once again, nobody seems to want to actually stay on the hard point. Definitely a crucial aspect of the way that this mode works. But Silly Fishy with shots through the backside. The Claw finding value right there and clears the R9 off the point. One more kill as the Pred is earned, and that is big value that you definitely want to look to capitalize on heading back into P1 if you're ARP.
Now, this was a big hard point from ARP. Look, they don't get all of the time, but they are at the very least keeping themselves in the conversation here. You're down by 60 points. You've got to find a way to really start to silence some of those players that we were previously talking about, because it's only gotten worse since then. And I think more to the point, right, we talked a lot about Puedes at 27 frags, Legacy at 16, and now 17 kills to his name. EMP now being earned by Puedes on a spree. Dakota and Zyrax are also starting to heat up here in this game. So it isn't no longer just 2 players on Undream that are having a great time. It is pretty much everybody.
I mean, Puedes is just straight beaming. Doesn't matter what the weapon is. He is absolutely lasering and controlling the outskirts of this hard point right now. Spots out Silly Fishy and actually does get dropped right there. Silly Fishy looking to find some more streaks, but traded out. We start to see those Preds come on through. Undream continuing to stack on this lead right here. Heavily led by Zyrax and Puedes, both at 20+. Nobody in that category so far for ARP, just struggling to keep up in the slaying department.
Yeah, ARP now starting to find themselves out of depth a little bit here in this game. Even this scrap time is detrimental here as Undream crawl closer to that 250 point mark. A little bit of hope here for ARP as Silly Fishy has a Hellstorm missile or Predator missile. Dude, honestly, I've got to get back into cold mobile mode. Predator missile. On the, it's tough, right? I cast a lot of different Call of Duties. They all have different names of the missiles. I don't know why. There's a Predator missile in the back pocket. He'll want to use that, I think, sooner on than later, because this is a kill where it could be effective.
Yup. 2 ops out right here for ARP. Need to make the most of it. Want to control the hard point and maintain those spawns as well. War Machine down already, but the Death Machine and the Tempest still going. Aetham finds amazing value out of that Tempest right there. Is going to be able to earn a Pred missile off of it as well, and continues to slay out in that backside. Spawn's going to stay for the time being. 1 player on Wrap. That's going to be Puedes. Looking to find the play through to the backside. Not going to die to the Hunter Killer. Now big time gunfights happening in that backside. We'll see what he can do. It looks like 1 player, 1 HP is going to get taken down, but the Wrap is there. ARP with that initial setup, but weren't able to hold control of it last time. We'll see if they can make it happen differently this time around.
All right, well, Undream now looking pretty good here. You're 70 points to the good. You've got a ton of utility as far as operators are concerned. You can use them to bang in the front at this hard point. You've got those back spawns through now. Yeah, the flip is in. Just 1 more player to contend with in Blaze, and he is gone. That was a very quick flip, and if you're Aetham, you have to find some value here. You're not able to do so because there comes that investment of the operators. This is a dreadful position to be in if you're ARP.
I know it's very early to say this, but this could very well be the dagger. There's still 40 points to be earned and no utility to really deal with it if you're ARP. You got 2 operators, but one's going to get shut down. It's just Silly Fishy and Blay trying to find something. Legacy pushes out the front side with those equalizers in hand. They have completely locked this down, and back-to-back P3 flips on Summit. Just such a backbreaker, especially with what ARP had to invest to get those setups the first 2 times around. They get shut down right there, and perfect execution out of Undream as they'll now hit the rotation toward P4 once again.
Yeah, just 25 seconds, or 26 seconds technically speaking. I thought Undream might get an extra second there. Is all that Undream need to win this game. And look, the good news here, the way that the economy works, the back and forth nature of the operator economy is that you are going to have something towards the next hard point, but they just get nothing out of it. It's 3 straight kills coming through from Undream. Make that 4. Dakota continues on his tear now, and Undream with the kills, with those back spawns. They don't have anyone in towards the time. Now finally they do, but still, ARP are literally fighting an uphill battle here.
Yep, and the Pred's going to start dropping as well. ARP holding on as long as they can, but just too much firepower on the side of Undream. Shane looking to deal with 1 weak player on the hard point. He does exactly that. Legacy's going to be able to find 2 more, and Undream have retaken, and they're going to go ahead and dump the ops. They want to be done with this map and done with this series. Shouldn't have been in this position in the first place, but hopefully next time around they will have their loadouts locked up and ready to go. 40 bomb out of Zyrax. It is a dominant map number 4 for Undream as they secure that win and secure that opportunity to go up against the number 1 seed in North America in Sybarites.
It just had to be. It made sense when we looked at this series. We were like, look, we just want to take a look at Undream, see what they're up to here in round number 1. We knew that this would be a somewhat close affair, and it was across the series. But I think that map, that Summit Hardpoint, was the most indomitable we'd seen Undream. They were just annoyed. They were like, yeah, we got to play a night before. We probably shouldn't have had to play a night before. So let's just make sure this one is over as quickly as humanly possible. And that is exactly what we got. We gave a lot of love to Puedes for having a hot start to that game. He isn't even the top frag on the roster, Bobby. Zyrax comes out with 41 kills. He had a hell of an end to that Summit.
Yep. Absolute monster of a performance out of both of those guys. I'd plus 18 for Puedes. Can't go under the radar at all. And then credit to Dakota, just the staple doing the dirty work. Minute 42 in the hard point. Once again, credit to ARP for putting up a good fight here, but there is no question Undream deserving of that spot in the upper bracket, and they'll now have an opportunity to go up against the what most consider to be the best that North America has to offer.
Yeah, this is going to be a great matchup coming here in just a second, guys. Before we go there, we're going to go to a series layout. Let's show you guys the map set, I think, here in just a moment. Well, I think it's going to take a moment to actually get the maps loaded in, the updated score for you guys. But to show you exactly how that series did go down, it should have been a 3-0. We should have seen Undream just a quick, clean 3-0, but they did something that all COD Mobile players seem to have an inability to know not to do, which is that they had a ban I'm equipped during the search and destroy. And I will say, even though we don't have those exact score lines to show you guys anyway, it was a close series, right? Like, apart from that last map, like, it was a 250, 170, 180 game in that first hard point. It was a 9-7 game in search and destroy. And it was just the last couple of maps where really, I think, Undream were done playing around. They were done playing with their food. They were like, yeah, we're just going to end this here.
Yep. And, yeah, I mean, they handle business. They did what they needed to do right there and avoid the search and destroy. Honestly, with the way that the first search and destroy went, you absolutely didn't want to have to play another one. So I think crucial for them to be able to close things out where they did. And even though it looked a little dicey toward the beginning, just phenomenal plays for them to have back-to-back P3 spawn flips, even without the early investment. And, yeah, they did what they needed to do right there. So credit to them for executing, and obviously that hard work paying off. Big time for them early in this open qualifier.
Yeah, 100%. Well, Undream starting the qualifiers excellently. They take the series 3-1, and they move on to play Subarites for a game or match number 2. That's going to be winners round 2. The winners quarterfinals coming up here. Before we get there, though, we're going to go to a break. We're going to switch out casters. We'll see for more action from the Call of Duty Mobile Championships NA qualifiers after this.
not enough. I need some North America action. And he picked a good time to hop in. We've got one of our most anticipated matchups of the day. Verdict, how you feeling?
Brother, I have been all over the world just in one day. To India, back to North America. Next week, I'll be in Europe. I'm just basically doing a tour at this point. And what better way to have a great homecoming than to have two of the best teams in North America squaring off against each other. It is our highlight match of the night, right? This is a series that everybody's been looking forward to.
Yep, no question about it, and absolutely a matchup that we could well see in the grand finals now that we are into the double elimination portion of the tournament. It is going to be Undream versus Sybarites. We finally got our map vetoes through and can finally start looking toward what we are going to be playing in this series and what we can expect out of these guys. As you guys can see, we got Takeoff to get things started. Definitely one of my all-time favorite Call of Duty mobile hardpoint maps. After that, we moved to Tunisia, Search and Destroy, Standoff Control, and if we extend beyond that point, Hacienda Hardpoint and Meltdown Search and Destroy. So a completely different look from what we saw in that first series.
No, completely different as well. It's bands came through. I was looking at it, Summoning Combine. They don't want anything to do with those up-close quarter combat fights. I don't blame them. The high engagements on Combine can be absolutely gruesome and brutal on the hands. And these guys are trying to look out for themselves too. Maybe the map pool selection looking pretty decent. I know Combine made it through in the last series. We didn't get to see it because, it happens. But here we are in Takeoff. I'm glad that you brought it up. One of my favorite maps. Glad they brought it back into the map pool selection. We see plenty of it in CDM. It's a classic for a reason. Tunisia is also one of those maps that I can, hold dear to in COD Mobile perspectives for Search and Destroy. It is one of those homegrown maps. I believe it was it Call of Duty Online, the China version? Was that where that map came from? If I'm not mistaken. Feels like it's still like one of those mobile exclusives though, because you don't get to play it anywhere else.
Yeah, definitely a fun one to see, and one that we will, no question, see countless times throughout the World Championship as one of the player favorites as well. So obviously we got our eyes on the players that are going to be joining us. We got to see Undream in that first matchup. Sybarites coming into this, two extremely experienced players in Kings and Cartels. Obviously a lot of players, or a lot of viewers, going to recognize them from that OUG squad that they were on last year, but previous years we've seen them on top teams like Mayhem. Just completely dominant players in every year that they've competed in the North America region and have continued to step up. We got Shisui, formerly of TLE. We've got a rookie in Exile who's looking to make a name for himself. We got Swish, who is either a rookie or a second year, and then one other player in Unravel who was a very solid rookie in North America last year. So this Sybarite squad, very, very powerful, and some players gonna look to see if they've got what it takes to really handle the pressure of the main stage.
Yeah, I mean, we're always welcoming, our arms back open to Cartels and Kings to come back into the North American region. God, and it's just so bad that we have, a scene that a lot of the players have to get, exported to another region in order to grow. But I'm glad that we're starting to see that homegrown talent come back into fruition here. So I'm getting geared up for it. I'm really excited. I don't know what to think about this series based off what we saw earlier. Undream looked pretty dang good. That roster, Legacy, Dakota, Poides, Shane, and Zyrex. There ain't no introductions. You guys ran through it earlier on. A lot of connections here, a lot of teams. As I was looking at my notes, pretty much everybody at this point has played together or, teamed with somebody on. There's just several connections, and the dots are being completely tagged together. A lot of rivalry, you would say, being built on. And then you got Cartels and Kings who just came back. So, they're probably not filling that, but we'll see if they can, kind of inherit that beef, and we'll see if these teams can get some good action rolling.
Yep, we should be good to go to start the match relatively soon right here. Once again, just kind of in the discovery phase of the competition. We got a lot more COD Mobile action this year than we've had in past years, so the longer we watch these teams, the better feel we'll get, not only for the modes that they're strong in, but also the particular maps that they're strong on as they kind of evolve into those different roles. And we'll get to see what the roles for each of these squads are. Obviously, King's a top-tier AR in past years. Cartels, we've seen him do it with just about every weapon. So I'm curious to see what he's going to be doing for this squad. And the big thing that has kind of evolved in the recent meta is who's going to be rocking that R9. That is kind of the game changer in particular maps, and especially in the search and destroy. There's so many opportunities to make big plays. It's going to be interesting to see who Sybarites are putting that in the hands in as we get ready to hop into these first couple matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm taking a look at it. Some of the roles that we can expect. SMG shotgun for Cartels. You said he's a man that can do it all. R9 in his hand, dude, that's a lethal combination. Unravel on the SMG with the LMG as well. King's AR marksman, that's a given. Shisui SMG, I mean, you mentioned it earlier before we even started the broadcast. One of those dynamic talents that just pops up out of nowhere at times, and you have no idea what to expect. And when he fries, brother, he is different level. An absolute monster on any team that he's played for. I do believe he started his career debut out on that TLE roster, and brother, he was at one point we thought he was hacking. You know, we thought brother was on a different level. He was, you know, doing the thing, but come to find out he's just completely cracked. You know, that's just how it happens. So that's what leads us to where we're at today. So Sybarites in there on looking pretty solid. The roles have already been played. Legacy on shotgun, I did not see that coming.
Yeah, he was rocking the R9 on map number 1 and going absolutely crazy with it. So we'll see if he can continue to do that. And having Exile in that starting lineup, I think, was a big question mark, just because people are excited to see what he can do, just because he's been around the COD Mobile esports scene for so long. So very excited to see his debut here in our open qualifiers of the COD Mobile World Championships. We had one player that decided he wanted to keep you guys in waiting a bit longer, but shouldn't be too much longer before we hop on into things here. Once again, thank you guys for your patience, and things have been running pretty smooth ever since that initial hiccup off the start of the broadcast. Hopefully we can keep things going, and we got a lot more COD Mobile action, as this is only the second of 4 matchups that we've got going on today. So even if we get a quick end to this one, which I don't think that we have, make sure you don't go anywhere. You are not going to want to miss the rest of the matchups that we've got going on.
Oh yeah, and then with June coming up too, I just want to make sure you subscribe to this channel, turn the notifications on if you want all of the Call of Duty Mobile competitive aspects of your life fulfilled. June upcoming is the month for Call of Duty Mobile. We're going to have plenty of action, whether it's EU, where, you know, Infinity and Gilmania is going to be joining me, as well as Seymour from the mainline broadcasts as well, and as well as North America, as we have here tonight too. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and hop into it now, as the game sounds like it's about starting. Bobby, here we go. Take off. Map number 1 here for our second match of the night. Still plenty more action to come here too as well. Let's get this series underway. We got Sybarites, we got Andre. Let's go.
It looks like Exile is not going to be making his debut, as the roles maybe slightly misdisplayed right there. He is going to be spectating, as we do have Sybarites underway, and Cartel is finding that opening frag on the map right here. Unravel slides on through. He's going to be able to find yet another Sybarites with a dominant opening to this one, and we do have Kings in that marksman role on the SKS. See what type of damage he's going to be able to do controlling those higher angles.
Absolutely. You know the PowerPoints here on this map, P1. Enter at your own risk, or pop 17 smokes. Either way, it's perfectly acceptable. SKS in the King's hand he is going to get shut down middle of the map. Finally, a little bit of contest time. Undream, not going to go down without a fight. She's sweet from the top rope's going to hop down, get some kills as well as some assists. Immediately hops the hill, dies. 22 now and counting. Undream falling, but will they be able to redeem themselves here and get a little bit of scrap time that's left?
Coda sliding on through, trying to keep some contest time here for Undream. They just can't seem to clear the point. Cat and mouse right now. And Sybarites come through with a full yellow feed. That is a great timing for them as they look to get control toward P2 as well. And a great turn of events for them, as Cartel's going to be able to read one on the lower push right here, but can't quite find that kill onto Zyrax. They've still got some work to do to completely secure this hard point, but about as strong of a start as you could possibly see out of them. Mouse is going to go ahead and pop the War Machine right here, trying to see what type of damage he can do. Death Machine coming out on the other side. It looks like the hard point's going to stay contested for the time being, as Undream finally finds some control.
There we go. Puedes. 9 to his name. He's one more. Hungry. Pushes on out. Realizes nobody's on the point. We need time. That is exactly how you play the the game. PTFO, Cartels to the window. Makes it 2 before he's done. Damage done. There's only 15 seconds left to go here. Fighting for scraps. It is not Undream being able to capitalize on that initially, but we do see still 3 players focus in the area. The rotation's now being made. Sybarites there by right. Unravel up top, and Legacy and Crew going to have to make a very long transition out in the open. Going to be a very difficult break. However, 44-31, still a pretty close game.
That's Shane going to be fighting for all the time that he can on Old. Shisui gets traded out right there. It's the early setup for Sybarites. We'll see how long they can hold on to this as King's finally starting to get going. Makes his way into double digits. Unravel with the claw. Actually going to get shut down. The hands of a nade from Puedes right there. And Undream have made their way on through. You need one of those Tempest shots to connect, and it does. Looks like they're going to be able to find clearance and find some time here on P3 as well. But this one can get mixing real quick with some of those chaotic spawns. Sybarites find a way to break right back in.
Oh, yeah, and look at it. On the outskirts, Cartels abusing the meta. Love to see it. Kings, he's him. Finding a few in the feed for that death machine. Makes it 3 to go. He's got the hill. They are in the smoke. They are dusted. Shane's next man up. Going to be able to find one. Zyrex, a nasty 2-piece. Ops to pop as well with Legacy. And you can see it's still a motion over towards Old. Rotation is now being made for Undream, who've got one there. They got to clear one on the back lines. Should be a setup, that is we do see that player fall. Could be a good connection over the P4. Much needed for Undream.
Clean 2-piece out of Zyrax right there. The former TLE players. And Zyrax and Puedes putting in work right here as they've got 33 combined. And Legacy finding early entry right here as he looks to pick up some hard point time, but Cartels right through with an R9 to the face and shuts him down. King's doing his best to zone out the backside, but that's Legacy sliding through once again. For whatever reason, Cabo decided, hey, Switchblade's already good. Let's buff it again. Some extra range on that now, and that's why you're going to see that as definitely a staple on pretty much every mode that we're going to see. Ops pop for Undream, but it's Shisui coming through with a 3-piece just like that. Completely wipes the board, and Sybarites back to moving up the board with their 20-point lead right here.
You just had to mention the buff to the Switchblade. A 3-piece just happens to fall in a feed. Bobby, you can't write the scripts any better. We'll see. P1 reset. Second time around. Is it a better charm here for UD? They're going to need it. Down by about 30 rolling into it. Not as drastic as I thought it would be off the rip, but hey, all is fair in war and games. And right now, Sybarites trying to get onto this objective. Legacy playing point, man. I love to see this out of him. Put a line in the sand. You got to cross in before you go. Unravel says, hey, I got you, buddy. Shisui as well. They combined for a few in the feed. Going yellow, and Shane trying to end that. UD trying to get back on the objective.
They're going to be able to find some scrap here on P1. Obviously, the priority is on that setup toward P2, but small enough map, you don't need to rush it this early in the hard point. Sybarites back to increasing that lead. Cartel's maybe not as dominant of a start as we would expect to see out of him, especially with the way that he was looking toward the end of last season, but they've been able to hold on to lead regardless. King's making his way up to 26, top frag for the lobby, along with Puedes on the opposite side. And Undream start to fill up the feed right here with Shane in that top side position. Operator charge for him might be able to do some damage as he's able to spot out one right there. 3 ops charge for the opposition. We'll see what Sybarites can manage right here as they look to get pushed into new, and a big kill for Shisui.
Oh, Shisui leading the back, tip of the spear. Tempest out. Cartel's only able to find one. Not able to connect the shots on the backside. Nonetheless, the teammates are there. Cavalry in full force. Staircase locked down. Got to worry about the hit. It's going to be Shane who's going to be content with holding down for a moment. But hey, Cartel says, I'm not going to sit back. I want to take things into my own hands as well. With Unravel, who peeks through the window, does find one before he's done. Shane able to get the damage done with the War Machine. It's going to be good for one. Cartel's doing guard work on the objective. Is finally going to get taken down as Shane finally going to connect the shots. Mayo looking to fulfill the role as he has popped his as well. It's a back and forth affair, Bobby.
And Mauser gets shut down in the bottom side as a lot of ops pop for both sides. This time it's Undream dumping with only 10 seconds remaining right here. 2 ops come out. We'll see what type of value they can find on rotation right here. Zyrax going to be able to find 2, and that is big time value right there as they've been able to keep this lead in a very manageable position, only down 17. They find those kills on rotation, but it's still going to be Sybarites with the setup over here. Mausen shuts down one, and Cartels is there and set up. Apuede slides on through. That's going to be the Death Machine with the kill, but he's traded out. And just like that, Sybarites back on the hard point, locking in time. Legacy with equals pop. Big opportunity for him right here. What type of damage can he do? None. Shisui said mine are better.
Oh, Dakota says I'll one up you. 3 more in the feed. King's trying to get back into it. It's going to see a sea of blue on the objective. Legacy brought to you by Shane, who anchored up top, played his life to perfection, and enabled them to get that spawn momentarily. Is still now eventually going to get shut down. Lead still about 20 as we're getting geared up for the rotations. The news, still plenty of time to buy it off here in Cartels. R9 in hand. Doof doof. It's a nasty sound for a reason. The range on that thing is crazy. Needs to be nerfed. I know Bobby's already mentioned it once, but we'll continue to do so as long as we see it absolutely cracked.
Well, that lead stays in the 20-point category for the time being as we head back on over to P4. Legacy finds one. Had an opportunity, I think, on P3 where he could have, if he found 1 or 2 kills, done some big damage. They do take out that Tempest in the hand of Cartels, and once again, an opportunity for Undream to stack some time right here. Should have the read on the spawns, find the kills. And once again, cracking that 20-point mark in the lead is just a question of can they close the gap anymore. Sybarites have been relentless and not really giving away any more time than they have to, but we see it now down to 10 points, and Zyrex still with that Tempest in hand. Shots don't connect initially, but the kills go through, and just like that, we're going to have our first lead change of the game as Undream going toe-to-toe with the #1 seed in the North American region.
Oh, and they're holding the fort down too, Bobby. Things getting crazy. Cartels slide on through, able to find shots on one. Dakota getting shut down. A break is through. 6 seconds is the difference between both of these teams. Make it 4 and 3 as things are starting to come through. Zyrex on the outskirts now going to be antsy to hop on in. He's got one on the staircase. Gets a reload in the turn. Shisui, just another victim on the hit list. 46 through the first 2 sets of hills. Puedes and Zyrex setting the tone here in this hard point. Bobby, 162, 164. Another lead swift right back hands of Sybarites.
And we're still, what, less than 66% of the way done. I mean, Shisui and Zyrex are both pacing for 70 right now. Absolutely crazy pace out of those guys. Kings finds 2 with the Death Machine in hand before it's taken down. Another Sybarites op going to be wiped off the board as Shisui's taken off of his equalizer. So once again, Undream doing a really good job of countering out that utility, and they're going to be able to once again hop the point and look to get scrappy on P1 as Dakota has a big gunfight right here. Shisui's going to get the better of him. Trading scraps back and forth right here as Zyrex continues to just slip and slide across the map. And Undream now back in the lead as they look to fight toward that top side P2 control.
Oh, yeah, he's smooth with it, Bobby. An absolute criminal getting away with it. 186, 175 P2 setup, 3rd time around. Is it the charm? We're starting to see this UD team develop. Mal now trying to pop something here. Does find one with the War Machine. Gonna get some support there to the bottom. Kings is gonna get eliminated. Now he's gonna have to play aggressively on the staircase. Gets naded on through. No trophies. 3 in the feed. Shisui trying to get him back into it. It is gonna be a break. Unravel, try to do something at a distance. Back and forth they go, but the staircase has been just absolutely mixy.
Dumping ops right here, but that's 4 invested already for Undream and all taken down. Shane, now the last man standing, trying to see what he can find, but it's only 2 kills before he gets traded out. And Sybarites do a phenomenal job of dealing with all that utility, but Undream hold the hard point regardless. I guess it's really the outcome that matters most in that situation. Just 1 more player left on the backside, but it's Kings hopping through the window to find a big kill right there. Shisui already up to 54. Man has been an absolute monster, but it's not been enough to earn Sybarites the lead. Is now Undream up 17 points heading into P3. What can they do with this early control?
Not so good when the shoe's on the other foot. Sybarites gonna have to battle it out in the trenches. They do get the early rotation. They do get the early setup. Puedes, the lone man on this side of the map is dealt with, so all is fair in the spawns for the time being, but we all know COD spawns give it, they take it. Right now, Cartel's taking the lives as well with Unravel. They've got a good perimeter setup. They've got a great initial cushion for the hit. Puedes to the front, shutting down Unravels. Here it comes. Hits on. Will it be UD or will it be Sybarites? Kings shut down as well. Only a matter of time.
Cartels really need to get that Tempest kill. Isn't able to zone off the backside, and Undream find the break on in. It's been a great P3 for Sybarites so far, but they need to continue to stack time. And it looks like it's going to be a full break for Undream right here. Zyrax continuing to stack kills. Shisui's already made his way through to 60 plus. It continues to be a menace, but you've got to convert it into hardpoint time. Undream have taken this lead. Mausen on the top side has got to go big, and that's a big shot through the smoke to slow down that opening push, but it's Dakota there for the trade. Kings, what can he find with the death machine in hand? It's going to be his teammates picking up the kills right here and trying to clear off those last couple of players. Sybarites back on the hard point and stacking time.
They're fighting for their life, Bobby. Top of the staircase. Mausen going to be up there. War Machine's popped as he throws his shoulder at it. It is a perfect setup. The comeback is starting to come through. Sybarites have the time for it being only one person to deal with. It should be that 1v1 encounter and plenty of players there in blue. Could be enough to close it out as 3 ops are dumped. UD looking to shut it out. They might have done the work here as Unravel on the outskirts looking in. They can't even find anything through the smoke. Legacy gets the final shots. Game 1 in a nutshell. Bobby, that one was not expected. I was thinking Sybarites were going to come through and absolutely little bro these guys. Wrong. Did not happen.
I mean, I think that's just kind of the assumption across the board. The general sentiment that the COD Mobile community has expressed is if you haven't been playing CDM, you don't stand a chance. In Undream saying that is absolutely not the case. What a performance out of them. And they go crazy negative right there. We've got Shisui plus 20. We've got Mausen plus 7. We got Cartels plus 6. Bottom frag is -1. But they can't convert any of that hardpoint time or hardpoint kills into time. And what a masterclass out of Undream as they take the win on map number 1. If my math is correct, I think they went at least -30 right there, and they take the win regardless. Maybe not quite -30, but great contributions across the board. No one absolute masterclass, although Zyrax was just a demon on the map.
Brother, I mean, that's the name of the game. It's hardpoint. It's not team deathmatch. Guys, when you're playing rank with Bobby and you're clouding him all day long, if he's getting the kills, play the point. That's all you got to do to win the game. All right, it's that simple. That easy. Zyrax, he had the recipe there with 1:31 on the clock. Highest impact for a reason, dude. He was a walking 3-piece, Bobby. Anytime we spectated him, he was making high-impact plays, and he was doing it in and around the objective. That's what you need to do when you're slaying out. Even on a map like that, like the SMGs having that kind of presence, just ridiculous. As you mentioned, it was a masterclass, and that was for a reason. Great way of keeping stride, too. They never really let it get out of hand. It was, early where, we started to see the kill disparity, but they kept their wits about them and never let that lead get above 30.
Yeah, and once again, it's the elevate approach. It's what won them a world championship. You don't necessarily have to be the team that has the most kills. It's the chemistry that counts, and if you're manipulating the spawns, timing those operators properly, and finding the value when you need to find it, you're leveraging those things. That's going to give you an opportunity to win games where the shots might not be hitting the way that you expected them to. So now you head in to a search and destroy where you've got a little bit of momentum in a series where I think a lot of people probably counted them out. Heading into the Tunisia search and destroy, you're feeling good. You got some reps under you against probably a more competitive team in ARP than Sybarites face in their more recent matchup as well. So yeah, you got to be feeling good right now heading into this one, and you definitely want to capitalize on that momentum.
Oh, absolutely. You definitely want to ride that coattail all the way into that search and destroy Tunisia. Going to be interesting. We'll see how it's played out. It's going to be a battle of snipers. It's going to be a battle of wall bangs. It's going to be a battle of, let's be real, it's going to be the battle of the R9s. That thing is absolutely broken for a reason. You saw it in GSI, finals. I saw it today even in India, dude. It's disgusting. You can just absolutely, accidentally aim in the direction of the second doof and get a free kill. It's literally cheat codes at this point. But nonetheless, I wanted to take a second to address, the Kings performance. At one point he was bottom frag, and then he picked up his weight, and I don't know, maybe the SKS just isn't the gun of choice in a hard point like that. At what point do you think you should have made that change and changed, maybe gone to an AR? Do you stick to it even though you're just -1?
Yeah, I think that's something that we've talked about a lot in past tournaments as well, is players feeling like once they've committed to the SKS, committed to the Type 63, thinking that they have to stick with it for the entire map, and you need to have that flexibility to understand the different pace. And the way the Undream are playing it is just get on the point, get to the point as fast as you possibly can. That's why the Switchblade is as good as it is. It's not necessarily the fastest killing SMG in the game. It's the fastest pace and allows you to get back to the hard point as quickly as possible. And maybe we'll see some adjustments in the future out of Kings, and especially a map like that against a team like that that's playing the way that they are.
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. At some point, you got to figure out, is it worth it at this point? Obviously, it's broken. You can accidentally get one taps with that SKS. Not even ADSing. Just, oh man, there's a guy. Bam, free kill. Obviously, it's well fought and hard earned. That guy's a mastercraft when it comes to the SKS usage. We'll see either that or an AR here in this. I'm assuming it's going to be SKS just for viability. Snipers for this role. It's am I saying this right? Is it Malzahn?
Yeah, Malzahn.
Okay, Malzahn's going to be the guy to look to if you're looking for Sybarite Sniper.
Yeah, it's not Mayo.
Did I say Mayo?
You definitely said Mayo.
Oh, I'll continue to say it, guys, if you want me to.
Also, fun fact, we actually got a little bit of a lighting update on Tunisia in the recent update. So you can see a couple changes here and there. You'll definitely notice nice little quality of life change for a map that we're going to see countless times over the coming months. So we do get a first blood with a nade landing from Shane onto Shisui right there. That's going to slow down the opening push for Sybarites. Right now, Puedes looking to lock down the B side of the map. Sniper in hand, and unfortunate timing as two players cross. Not sure if he's going to expect this, and Malzahn shuts him down just like that. The lives equalize, and the B site completely open.
Free plant. Go ahead and stick it. Unravel says, hell yeah, let's go ahead and get it done, buddy. 40 seconds on the clock. 4v4 retake should be going down as nades over the top. Nothing's going to land. You got a 2-2 split for the defending site. Bomb's been down. 3 stacking through the spawn site, and you got 1 on a God tier wrap from Zyrex. Kings needs the timing. Here comes the lethal, the stun, rather. And he's got support over the top with cartels, and they just clean house.
R9 strikes again. Complete lockdown out of Sybarites over on the A side, on the B side, as they lock things up right there and take the opening round. Malzahn playing a big factor with the scope in hand. Even with the Tundra getting nerfed, it seems like the player's at least more comfortable with that in hand. Slower ADS now than the Locust with stopping power, so we may see some changes in the future, but for the time being, sticking with what they know best. No first blood off the bat right here. Looks like it's going to be another slow start to the round this time. Sybarites throwing a couple players toward top side of A. Trying to get some info. 3 players left to deal with on the opposite side.
So you're telling me there's not a chance we see the 3 line become meta? I know a little B probably be devastated by that, but
I saw somebody using the 3 line. I don't know if it was in India, if it was in NA, but I definitely saw it at one point. It wasn't somebody on a good team, but they were using it.
I love that confidence here now. Push on through cartels. Hello, you got to peek your corners, bud. So laser focused on what was going on in the middle of the map. Someone creeping and crawling through your bottom left side. Here comes the entrance on through. Puedes going to be forced to back down. He's one shot. You look at him, he's dead. He's going to be able to escape the Zyrex there to overlook. And guess what? Undream holding the fort down there on towards the site. Sybarites are going to be forced to back down. So what was going to be, a free B plant essentially, or at least site control, now you're going to have to earn every bit of that space back.
See what they can make of it. Only 30 seconds. You got to commit right here, and Sybarites just look lost, putting themselves in a terrible spot right here. They've got to be perfect on the retake here on the A side. And Kings get shut down immediately, so now Undream know exactly what's coming. Malazan trying to find something but the hit marker as Shane finds another onto Unravel. Shisui does some damage, but Zyrax on the flank slides on through. Double kill for him. And Undream find a way to respond here early as they tie things up at 1 round apiece.
I mean, in real time, you'd probably say, hey, dude, we do not like this. I'm spooked. We need to get back. This guy's here is holding it down. You know, we get the double back, but so much time had passed, they allowed Zyrax to get that back rapid. Just 2 free kills off the rip. Quick smash over towards the B side. Everything in the kitchen sink going over the top. Only one player to deal with. Oh, little old me Puedes. Forced to back down. Zyrax going to get first blooded. It's Malazan who is going to be able to provide yet again another avenue towards this B site. And while Cartels does find another 2, 3v5 is the case here as the bomb does finally go down. 40 seconds on the clock. Legacy's got to roll, dude. Hey, the map started, brother. You got to start shooting your gun.
I mean, especially when you get the flash to land on Cartels, you got to push off of that. He's going to make you pay every single time, and he does exactly that. King's doing the damage with the SKS as well. And Sybarite's getting back in the driver's seat right here is... I think CDM especially is going to be somewhere that you see the evolution of the S&D just because you play it so many times in a series, so many times in a season. We're definitely seeing that the way that Kings and Cartels are playing this. But Malazan absolutely bringing some great value so far in these early rounds as well. Seems like this team's going to be able to do some damage, but Zyrax shuts down Cartels early. Great timing onto the concuss, and they find an early man advantage.
I like how you said that like Kings never played Search and Destroy. I know Cartels was the guy.
He scrammed probably at some point. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, you're right.
I didn't want to call you out, but I was like, man, Bobby would totally call me out for that if I said that. We're not going to let that go unchecked, just like Undream. Don't let it go unchecked. Recipe
he played it in Champs and they did fine.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that.
He was probably at the VOD session or something.
100%, yeah, definitely. We're VOD now? Is that where? Nah, I'm not gonna start that. We're not gonna unravel anything. we're not gonna start anything. 2-2. The recipe for success for the boys in yellow. It's B-side hits, but right now the backside approach here is Malazan's looking for the trade. You're gonna get a tag, but it's Puedes who's gonna be able to live to see another day. Legacy finally gets his first kill. Let's go.
Back and forth we go. 3 lives apiece. Ooh, and Malazan makes Puedes pay once again. Winning that sniper battle early on for them. Only 2 kills on the board for Puedes, and opportunity for them to get the bomb down right here. Two players for the retake. Shane hoping for some timing, not through the mid-map. They're actually going to hold hands and look to play through the flank here. Dakota trying to find some timing. Needs to find that entry to give them any type of a chance, but Shisui is just going to be so difficult to deal with right here, and Dakota doesn't hit on the pre-fire. Kings finds the second. Sybarites deal with the push as they retake the lead once again.
Let's take notes here. 3 times you pushed B and got the bomb down, you've won the rounds. Anytime else, failure. All right, so if you're keeping track at home, Sybarites, keys to success, just go ahead and get the bomb down towards B side. Doesn't matter how you do it. Smash through the middle of the map, or maybe a little bit of a conservative push here as Ravel's getting a little bit antsy. Looking for the intel as everything's over the top. Looking to clear the middle of the map. Zyrax was there at one point. He's since dipped and relocated. No, he's still there lurking. He's got the Type 25 in hand, and Buddy's going to get eviscerated through the smoke. They're going to be able to clear the middle. Bobby, we got ourselves... Never mind. Just kidding.
That was either a great pre-fire or the world's fastest reaction time, because I don't know how he got that kill that fast.
Deleted.
That is, that's pretty much uncountable. Regardless, Undream have found the man advantage right here. Cartels completely whiffs with the R9. Unravel finds 1 in return, but it's still man advantage for Undream right here. Puedes can't find that opening frag, but got 1 player in the backside in Dakota to try to pinch right here, and all he has to do, play his life and wait for the collapse. But Kings finds 1, SKS in hand. Dakota slides through, trying to find the second kill. It's going to be Shane cleaning it up to tie up once again.
Oh, that's a great approach, man. That's what I'm saying. All that time that's lapsed, nobody's watching the backside. They're just getting away with highway robbery time in and time out. I said push B and you're successful. They pushed it. They just couldn't get the bomb down. So my claim still stands. You're able to get that bomb down on B. you'll find round success. Smashing. Here they go. Nades over the top again. Puedes, nobody home. No hits, no joy. Everybody's all over at that A site, and they're just going to be playing for a clean retake, it looks. No, they're going to be throwing nades too. Trophy's going to save the lives there. That last one kind of dwindled in the air. Bomb's going to go down nonetheless. Zyrex can have anything to say about it.
Zyrex gets aggressive. Puedes shuts down another. The bomb's down, but Mausen's got some work to do. He was on flank watch on the opposite side. Kills go through, and now it's all down to Sweet. Very quick 1v4 going to be forced right here, and Shane shuts him down. Undream are going to find their first lead here in the search and destroy. But we kind of figured Sybarites would have a bit of an edge right here, but Undream going toe-to-toe in the hard point and now causing issues in the search. Maybe not quite as much of a definitive #1 seed in North America as we thought.
Was that our tier list ranking #1, or was that ranking somewhere else where that's more?
I'm pretty sure they've done the best in like community tournaments and everything.
Okay.
I could be wrong on that, but
hey,
and from my understanding, they'd been kind of running things, and it's I don't know if it maybe some nerves for the newer players, but Undream doing a phenomenal job.
There they are. 4v5 here for the whole. Bloods come through. Kings first man out. That's tough. Wallbang's not landing on through. 30 seconds and this bomb goes boom. Legacy at the bottom. Hey, slow starter. Picking up the slack. Look at him creeping and crawling. Unravel's right around the corner. Wants to get a peek at him. Oh, can't hit his shots. Unravel shutting him down. Shane there for the trade on the flip side of things. Zyrex cleaning up the rear. Ladies and gentlemen, call him toilet paper. He's here. That was disgusting. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry, Chad.
And some teabagging as well. I don't know if that's his former. I'm assuming that's his former teammate in Sweet. Is Zyrex just putting in work?
They're all teammates. All once. Point. They've all.
Not
Not
Kings
really.
and Cartels never played with the TLE guys, did they?
Oh, but everybody else played together
yeah.
or played against each other. They're all on a team.
I need to get the loadout code for that Type 25 because that man is absolutely beaming, and he doesn't even have the mythic version. Like, imagine what you could do with the built-in red dot. I'm gonna have to give that a try my next stream. But Undream go into the half, go into the flip with the lead. Now up 5-3.
You see the uncertainties off the rips. Oh, like, dude, it got me thinking about toilet paper jokes, and you know we've already flipped. Kings, he's not thinking of thing in the past. Forward, the first blood. Any traction there? He said, "This stems all the way to man's land, and here side and two looking it." So great defensive hold. Zyrex, map, very, very focused on what is in that tunnel. Any roof here could be his demise, but he doesn't know anybody there around the corner, so he's good.
See what they can manage right here. Cartels. Surprised he's got the laser on in Search and Destroy. I can understand it in respawns, but give away a lot of information. Don't think it's going to matter here, though. Only one kill. Looks like he could have collided, but it's going to be Zyrex sliding through, doing damage once again. But King's going to be able to find two, and now Zyrex left all by his lonesome. Bomb's going to drop as well. Not a whole lot of time to work with. They've got the information on where he is. Should be able to hit the wrap through right here as he's going to be forced to retrieve the bomb. The frames. He's able to pick it up, but just no options to work with. Kings shuts him down. Sybarites get back to within one round.
Things I'm in Search and Destroy, and I just completely lose everything. It's shaky. The balls set him high, or playing on even playing fields. That's kind of what a fair, and obviously the outcome for Zyrex was very similar. He died like me every time. Slides. Still in but not finding very much success in that opening other than Intel. We'll see how they.
No first bloods yet. Take it back. But it says, I've got one for you. King shut down. Flash hits as well, but Unravel is ready for it. That PKM in hand absolutely rips through the slide out. Trying to find some more, but Shane's there to shut him down. That's going to be site control and man advantage for Undream. Quick bomb plant right here. Cartels, here's the hop up. Able to shut down one just like that. The lives are equalized. Dakota trying to zone off that entry point right here, and they're going to be forced back, tucked into these corners, but they've got a sniper to control the long angles. Malzahn shut down. 2v3 on the retake it goes.
Need to be swift.
Shisui going to make this first play. Sniper in hand. There's not really much that he can do right here unless he gets the slide through, but gets the timing. Unfortunately, another going to drop, and now it's going to be a 1v3. Not much time to make it happen, but another onto Dakota.
Oh my God.
One through right there, but Puedes picks up the AR and shuts him down.
Okay, Bobby, I thought we were about to witness a masterclass. A 1v3 coming through would have been absolutely epic. Fortunate. Puedes can't finish up. Or not Puedes, sorry. That was Shisui couldn't finish up that last kill. Puedes does get the better of it. And I'm trying to fix whatever is going on. Bobby, you hear me pretty clearly, right?
Yeah, you sound fine. Might want to reset VMix.
Yeah,
I don't know what the issue could be. We'll try to let Verdict get that situated as we progress once again through this one. Now 6-4, Undream holding on to this lead. And Zyrax has just been a menace. Been able to get so many of these forward positions that Sybarites have not been able to counter, and looking to make something happen once again. Undream playing a little bit more passive this time as they wait for an overaggression, and who else but Zyrax to find first blood once again.
Okay, well, so let me know if my audio is working as of yet. Shisui first blood on through, as Bobby mentioned. Hits looking like it might be buckling up for a B-side hit. Only one player to deal with. It's Cartels. He ain't been that lethal with the shotty, and of course he's going to get caught with his pants down. So very unfortunate. Could be a free plant. Only two players left to deal with alongside that. They're going to go ahead and stick it. Both players left on the right-hand side of the screen going to divide and conquer, and Ravel's already going to be spotted. This is, or Malzahn is actually going to be spotted. Might be a recipe for disaster. See if Unravel can make something happen here in the middle.
They force him back with the flash right there. Malzahn's going to be able to find one if you're Undream. No reason to push this. Force them to come to you. Make the play when Unravel strikes. What? Just like that, it's a 1v2, and he gets shut down. About as clean as can be if you are Sybarites in what looked like a potentially devastating round. They find a way to bring it back 2v4 into a 2v0. And that's exactly what you need if you want a chance at avoiding that 2-0 lead.
That, ridiculous. Illegal. Shouldn't happen. Unravel, you're a dog. Good entries. Good clutch, man. Let that thing unravel, too. Those PKM's wallbangs, absolutely crazy. Cartel's finally popping off. Finds a two-piece up top. He's pushing the agenda. He's got winery control. They are looking to continue on with their dominance. And that just flips the map completely on its head. They're going to give away B for free. They did it in a 2v4. Imagine what a 5v3 would look like.
Handling business once again. Full control over toward the A side. It looks like Undream can get the plant down if they want to, but really second guessing it right here and just making life more difficult because they don't really have much of an avenue over toward A. Might as well commit and play for the retake. They're finally going to get the bomb down. And Sybarite's very content to do the opposite right here. Is now the clock is ticking. Only 40 seconds remain. What type of damage can they do? Any util left on the table?
Two through the middle, two on the backside. You got one holding off the push on the back. If he can find two, it'd be great. We'll see if it happens. He's tucked away in the corner. First engagement. Doesn't get a thing. That is going to be a clean sweep. They played it patiently for a reason, Bobby. They wanted to make sure those numbers counted. And what lead Undream had originally has since disappeared. We're all tied up. It's 6 apiece, ladies and gentlemen. Keep spanning Bobby. Bobby, fix your internet, buddy. You're the reason why. It wasn't me, dude.
Bad.
They missed my epic toilet paper pawn. I'm pretty upset.
All right, 6-6 as back-to-back rounds go through for Sybarites. getting their bearings here on the defensive side, and Undream kind of scrambling a bit, giving up a flawless round right there, and kind of still heading back to that same default setup, just looking for picks across the map. Don't really seem to have a whole lot of a calculated approach right here. It's more praying that Sybarites make a mistake, and they have not been making mistakes. Gonna go ahead and group up, push through here onto the B side. Gonna need some utility to deal with Shisui here on the bottom side. We'll see if they read it as Legacy finds one, and the trades do go through. Perfect execution for Undream as they take the site. The question is, can they hold it down?
And you can thank Zyrex too for the backside control. Absolutely immaculate. Looking for the wrap. He has done the deed on both the attack and the defense here of this bomb plant. Puedes going ham too. Lead should be swapping back in the hands. It's rifle owners, pending an unravel catastrophe or masterclass. We'll find out now. 1v3. He's got plenty of bullets for this gunfight. Not going to be able to get any of them to land, unfortunately. And these guys said, to hell with pushing you. We're just going to let you run out of ammo and let you spend 30 seconds on, reloading this thing.
All right. Undream bounce back, retake the lead. And once again, when they're decisive, when they have a calculated push and the utility hits, they're able to convert on the rounds. It's just a question of if they're confident enough to do it, and it pays off right there. So even in the midst of Dakota only dropping 4 kills here through 13 rounds of the map, they've still been able to make something out of it. And as I say it, he finds one with the nade onto Mausen. That's the opening that they're looking for. Are they going to read this aggressive push out of Cartels, though? He's going to be able to shut down Zyrex and catches them off guard with a really far forward positioning. That is big time to equalize the lives.
Yeah, he's been here before. He just couldn't figure out where he wanted to put himself at and finds himself in a perfect position. He's been getting throttled through red. So, hey, let's get a little more aggressive and see if it pans out. Pays dividends. First Bloods come through. Hit over towards the A side we go. Puedes doing their due diligence. Shisui, he's on the boxes, buddy. On the flip side, you got someone watching through mid. That's Kings. He's rat-a-tatting there with his SKS. Big shots here for Shisui as he pounces. Here's the bomb plant. King's able to collapse and get 1-2. It is unraveling as it falls. A great bounce back round for the defense. Were too aggressive. Played their life to perfection. Waited at the perfect time and paid dividends, Bobby.
I would almost not be surprised to see Sybarites just completely give up B for free, because their retakes, anytime that they've not been at a massive man disadvantage, have looked so clean and have been nearly untouched. I'm surprised they're still throwing as much as they are over there. Obviously, Cartel's finding something early, but this time they make the adjustments right here. He's not going to have the opportunities to play the closer angles, so as I say that, he actually should find Legacy, but he slides through the boxing gloves connect, and Shane finds another, and that's the opening that you're looking for.
Oh, that couldn't have been worse timing. Life just seems to punch you right in the face. It happens. Unravel. Gonna be able to find one to kind of even things up, but as soon as I say that, he does fall. Shane able to get the trades on through. A-site's locked down, only 3. Or make it 4. They're so bundled up I can't even see it now. Look at the top left-hand side of the screen. Yeah, they're all there. 4 players, V2. We've seen clutches like this happen before. Kings in an ample position. Spots one, cannot hold his gunny. Does fall. Shisui now in a 1v4, Bobby. Looked undoable before. We've seen them clutch 2v4, so there was a possibility, but not this time around.
A great spot. I don't think they're going to expect him on that box, but there's only so much that you can do from that position. Now the bomb goes down, make it that much more difficult. Nade over the top, but it's a Semtex, so we can't really cook it to find any extra value there either. And with that smoke going down, that should allow them to know exactly where he's coming from. Still looking to convert the 1v4. Sees one up top, but just too many things had to go wrong for Undream there for him to have an opportunity, and unfortunately for him, they don't. Is Undream now push things to map point and an opportunity to go up 2-0 in the series.
What is it gonna be? Undream, map point. Sybarites takes to overtime. We'll find out now. Things starting to come through. Legacy, he's came through. Towards the B site they go. You said their retakes have been clinical. This is a time to test it now as they've given away this B side for free. The intel's there. The wrap's on the backside. You got 2 players in Cartels and Kings who are doing everything they can to clear everything out. Bomb's about to go down. 40 seconds. Here comes the hit.
You must be listening to broadcast because this is quite literally exactly what I said they should do. I'm curious if it works because I wouldn't take my advice if I was a team, but
Hey, man, what do we know,
I guess
right?
now's the time to figure out. 5v5 on the retake. Kings finds one onto Legacy. Shots
my
behind.
God.
It's Kings again. The retake is clean as can be. One more left to deal with, but
Whoa.
Cartels can't connect. Mausen is there to find another, but Zyrax with an opportunity to 1v2 can't make it happen. Sybarites give up the site for free, but the retake is there, and we're headed to OT.
I can just read the headlines now. Pro team listens to Bobby plays strats, wins a round of search and destroy, does it multiple times. Who would have thought? These guys, stop listening to the broadcast. I know you want to hear us say your names. I want to say your names. Overtime we go, OT, we love it. Rules of, or winning rule condition, you got to win 2 rounds in a row. That means you got to do an offense and defense. Off the rip, Puedes on the back lines here. Kings. He says, SKS in my hand, I will take down any man. Zyrex, the monster of the lobby, dealt with. That is a big first blow going in favor of the Sybarites. Let's see if they can capitalize on the man advantage.
They hit the wrap back toward the A side. One person on flank watch, but nobody there. Undream have fully reinforced on the A side. Cartel's got a big task ahead with the R9 up here. Obviously, it's capable, but you have got to be perfect on the shots. With Legacy locking down that bottom side position. A risky push out right here with no real angles to get an advantage. The flash is hit as well. That's going to slow down the push, and Legacy finds one onto Kings.
Big. Saw him kind of like stutter step earlier when he got a stun on him. Surely enough, he capitalized on it. Dakota and Unravel trading on through. Malzin Legacy out of the equation. 3v3. Shots through the top side of Winery. It's going to force one to back down. Cartels should have picked the other route. Very tough. Puedes makes him pay. Bomb's made its way over towards this B site, and, well, with 40 seconds left to go, it's only a matter of time before they discover that the hit is on. Surely enough, they'll get the indicator as we do right here. Bomb's down, 40 seconds. 2v3 in a dream. Can Shui and Unravel hold the fort down?
They make the read pretty quickly, so nobody's able to get topside control. 3 players can push through right here. And Shisui has got to be perfect on the reads. Puedes finds one onto Unravel. It's a 1v3. Slides through the top side. Connects for one. He's in such a tough position. There's nowhere he can go. Undream. Convert on the retake right here. And the defense has remained dominant through here on the Tunisia. Is Undream now with another opportunity to close this one out.
You said it. The defense has been dominant. Hey, let's see if they've really been listening, or was it just like in the moment advice that they were like, maybe we should try this. Well, they give away that A site. Only send one player there is huge. Trophies down in the middle of the map. Everything's being thrown there for the side of Undreamed. Cartels taking up plenty of space. Got rid of that green one and traded himself in for a red one that the enemies can't see. So, Bobby, I for sure think they're listening to you at this point.
Listen, it worked the first time. Might as well give it another try.
Hey, 60% of the time it works every time, right?
All right, waiting for that first blood to come through. One player on the B side, everybody else through the mid map. This is risky. One good push and they can all be shut down, but I don't know that Sybarites are going to read this, and I believe Mausen's still looking over the top side. He's still trying to get a feel of where they're coming from. Reads one, but can't connect on the snipe right there. They completely give things up, and Legacy's going to be there. Shuts him down. That gives them the man advantage. And that was kind of the contingency for those Sybarites retakes. It was whenever they were equal in the lives that they were able to do it so cleanly. So now they've got to really find a way to execute. They got one player that's on flank watch, and they got one player to deal with in the backside in Kings. They can take him down. This is absolutely massive. Should be able to convert for the round.
Oh, yeah, they're going to bully him here. 2 players there. Stuns out, too. This is absolutely toxic. Unravel, letting that thing go. LMG reigns superior. Finds a 2-piece. He doesn't have to reload,
Oh
Chad.
my.
Just keep on
Oh
pushing
my.
him. Keep on pushing him. What? A 4-piece. Bobby. Contingency or not, PKM is just better. I'm getting like godlike vibes. You remember that firing range that just was all over Twitter at one point? Somebody, they just stop pushing. Stop pushing the PKM.
Oh my gosh. What? I mean, that's a heck of a clip. I don't think he even got a quarter of the way through the magazine.
That's
either.
crazy.
He could have sprayed through 3 teams right there. 1 for 1 off the start right here. Zyrax strikes again. He's now up to 17 kills on the board. Unravel on the flip side, you don't see a whole lot of PKM top frags in Search and Destroy. Usually it's for info through walls. This man is slaying out with it. Sybarite staying in this one and pushing Undream to their limit.
Let him cook. Chad, don't try that at home. All right, you're in your ranked match. Just stick to what you know. PKM may not be for you. It may not be for everybody. Certainly be for me because I hate reloading. First blood does come through. Shisui out of the equation. Dakota's patience panned out perfectly. Got the job done. Is absolutely disappeared. Nobody, you hear that thumping in the background. A little bit of nightmares coming through from last round, but we'll see if Malzin can get the perfect timing now as he's trying to cut him through the middle of the map. Legacy gets red, but holy hell, we swapped so quick. I thought he was dead.
I thought for sure Malzin was going to go for the frag onto Dakota, but they don't need it. Unravel strikes again. 18 kills on the board, going absolute beast mode. Opportunity for a 1v3 for Shane right here. He's able to find one in the top side. Playing for the retake. Are they going to read this positioning? He's going to go for the top side push right here. Nobody tucked into a corner, so he's got the real estate to work with. They have the confidence to make the push. Looking for the hop up right here. They know exactly where he's going to be coming from, or at least it seems like. Oh, he saw one around the corner, but didn't have the trigger discipline to not take the shots, and now they've got the read on where he's coming from. They can hold that crossfire setup, Unravel, tucked away. King's going to be there for the shutdown, and now Sybarites with the opportunity to go on the offensive and shut down this map.
Brother, just when you think things have just like left the window and it's like no hope was found. Oh, hold up, my friend. Not so fast. Unravel just seems to reel it back in with that PKM rattling. I'm going to have nightmares tonight about that one. That and the doof doof. Those are not music to my ears. It is just, ugh. First blood's through. Cartels need it out. Not going to be a factor here with that that R9 rather. PKM still alive and thumping. Legacy got control there on the site. Shisui over the top, able to find one. Evens us up. Bomb's going to go down nonetheless. A minute 30 going to be erased now to 45 seconds. The hit is on. 4v4. Will the feed be clean? We'll find out now as the hit's coming through. It looks like the side of Sybarites are going to be buckling up for a one-dimensional approach here, it looks.
And it's usually been those B-side retakes that Sybarites have been so clinical on. So now, opportunity to prove a different approach. Legacy's going to be able to find one onto Malzin. Unravel looking to do some damage, but Zyrax is there, 2v2. Shisui finally counters Legacy 1v1. Can he win it? No, yes, he can. Legacy comes out on top. The man's got ice in his veins, and we've got more OT on the way.
Just when you thought we was done, we gonna go another round. That's right. More OT, ladies and gentlemen. 10-10 at this point. We'll be here till 10-10 tonight. It's 5:50 my time. Malzin opened up the first blood, rather. Kind of crazy sound out of the mouth, but nonetheless. Puedes. Battle of the Snipers ensues 16 v 13. Malzin getting the better of that trade this time around. They're going to stick to home base for the time being. Shane up top trying to find out where this hit's coming from. It's in the middle of the map. If you peek, I'm sure you will see at least 2 or 3.
Right now, Sybarites just got to commit to something. They've got that man advantage. Pick a side, send it. The retakes for Undream have not been particularly convincing. A couple strong ones here and there, but especially when you've got that man advantage, you want to capitalize, give an opportunity for Legacy to do some damage with that information through the smoke. Not going to over-aggress, so No opportunity for him to do anything, but the nade does connect. They get the information on the plant. Can they get in position to counter in time? Cartels with an opportunity to do big damage right here. Throwing shoulders, finds one. Looking to make it two, but Legacy says not today. Still an opportunity as Unravel strikes again, and now all down to Zyrex in the 1v3.
Well, you know, you had plans of holding off, but Unravel just taken two by storm. It's very difficult. Zyrex, he's been with the man with the plan on the backside reps all game long. If it's the person who's doing them or preventing them, does find the first, but still way too many to deal with. 1v4 up for grabs, 1v3 left at his hands. And you got a PKM that is just not missing. Headshots to go along with it. Upper hand, not to Undream, but Sybarites yet again on map point.
And they close it out. Unravel, 22 kills with the PKM. Somebody said you guys are talking about banning the R9 when we've got this. Listen, guys, I've been a proponent of banning LMGs for a while now. This is not anything
They don't want to hear that. That's not the conversation.
This is not anything new. This time we're getting aggressive on the defensive side. Two players pushing up. I don't think Undream are going to expect this. We have not seen a look like this so far in this one. I don't know what happened to the concuss right there. It looked like it went sideways out of his hand, but Cartels comes through.
Wow.
The aggressive defensive play pays off, and he finds two to open things up.
Aggression. High risk, high reward. Man gets paid out, brother. Pull out the bankroll. 5v1 here for the retake, or 2 for the retake. They were both stacked up against each other. Stun's going to hit. Dakota looking to clear it out. Malzahn just point blank hip fire him right there with the sniper. That was nasty work, brother. Stunned and still gunned. 12-10. That's it, chat. We're done.
My, oh my. What a comeback out of Sybarites right there. We're on the brink of going down 2-0 in the series, but 22 rounds of search and destroy. They find a way to tie things up and send us into the control in a tied series. This one looking like it is going to deliver on the hype.
Oh, absolutely. After that search and destroy, Bobby, I'm hyped. I've been up since like 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning. Let me just tell you, preparing for India Open Qualifier, dude, it was a blast. A little stally, you know, but it happens. Let's take a look at the post-action report. Where and who? Zyrex on the left-hand side of the screen went 19. As I said, he wrapped the rear more times than you can imagine. Better than Charmin, what some would say. Unravel, though, the story is here. We said the R9 was broken. We should ban all LMGs. I agree with that competitive play, but, bro, he make that look like it was a fun gun to use. Am I right? 23 and 15, bro.
Yep. Phenomenal performance out of him. That big-time 4K to clutch up on a crazy retake, and he played a huge role in their ability to come back in this one. A credit to everybody on Undream keeping it close, but unfortunately not going to be enough to close it out. And that's going to send us into a control with a little bit of momentum for this Sybarite squad, who we had a feeling was going to be a force to be reckoned with in this tournament. Last thing you want to see if you're Undream is that team feeling good about the way that they're playing.
It feels like we're in a tug-of-war matchup right now. You know, one team's got momentum, the other one just steals it. It's back and forth. Just waiting for someone to hit the dirt or the mud. I mean, it's been raining out here. I don't know about you, buddy, but it's that ground's pretty dang moist now as we take a look. It's going to be moist over at standoff. Control is where we're going to be heading here for game number 3. Hype and anticipation for this series for a reason. We're tied at the swing mode. Bobby, anything goes here in this one. It's an all-out gauntlet, a potential grand finals matchup too. We're getting it here early in day 2 of the or day 1 of what has been a great open qualifier so far.
Yep, absolutely has delivered on the hype. We are working on getting some of these lag issues fixed, so we're going to throw things to a quick break. We'll be back with you guys getting ready to head into map number 3, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys in a moment. gentlemen, we are back and ready to hop into the action. Shaders have preloaded and are good to go. Means we should be ready to seamlessly step into standoff control. For those of you who don't watch a lot of competitive COD Mobile esports, just know this is very, very defensive sided. So the onus on both of these teams is going to be to get as many captures as you possibly can, trying to set up for that final round with how competitive these two teams have been in the hardpoint and the search. Fully expecting that this control will go down to the wire as well.
Oh, absolutely. The way these games have been going back and forth, brothers, I mentioned, it's like it's been a tug of war. Both teams just finding momentum where they can get it and just really keeping themselves in this series through and through. A back and forth affair on the takeoff, the Tunisia back and forth, 4 rounds of overtime, 5, 6 rounds. It was crazy. Ultimately ended in a split decision here. So far, so good. 1-1. We're rolling into that standoff control, and you mentioned it, very defensive oriented for a reason. You control back alley and you have someone on that barrel side or the tank side, you have an automatic spawn trap. It is absolutely lethal. We'll see who is going to activate that first and who's going to do it better.
Definitely expect this is another one of those maps where we'll see the R9 dominate as well. Very, very close quarters. Lots of opportunities to manipulate those tighter angles. So we got everybody in here and good to go for map number 3 in the series. See what they've got in store for us right here is going to be a heavy backside push. It will be Undream starting on the defensive side here.
Ooh, Zyrax, good brief. I was in broadcast earlier, and I was like, dude, the flicks and everything, just when you're spectating this game, it can be a bit quick, and you could almost think these guys are doing the thing because how snappy they are with it. No, that's just how the gunplay is here in COD Mobile. Shane dealing damage to Kings now as the SKS is in his hand. He's cleared out this B site. All is fair now as everything's going to be reset back on through. First wave of players for the side of Sybarites have been shut down, looking for the map control too as well. They've done a great job of continuously getting out of that spawn trap and getting map control, but it just hasn't quite translated to any hill time as of right now.
Even in lives, good sign for Sybarites. Well, it was even in lives. Legacy trying to deal with some of that spawn pressure. I think he leads the one back alley. It's Quetis all the way pushed up. He's on a 5-3 right here, looking to earn himself a Pred missile. And once again, the onus on to Sybarites to get somebody onto the objective. They've not really made an attempt to do it so far, but they've kept the lives. Even if they can get that clock stopped, absolutely a chance that we could see them take an offensive round here as they now take 2 players down. We're tied at 13 lives apiece. Player onto the B side. Mausen finds 1 kill with the Switchblade in hand as well, and that Pred's been earned for Puedes on the opposition. See what type of damage he can do as he's going to look to clear off this objective. Dakota's going to be there, and it's a full blue feed. Big time plays out of Undream, but they've got to continue converting and keep players off the objective.
Yeah, they do. Undream doing God's work here, keeping them off so far so good. 7v6 now as they hold the line. Dakota, front man through. Gets split, Unravel, able to find another. Whoa! A 3-piece. Brother slides through in the bottom side. Absolutely manhandles them, and the defense falling firmly onto their face. Kills are going to be what separate this two, and it was 14 seconds in a dream. Holy hell. Sybarites strike quickly here on the offense.
Oh my gosh, from a, 6v6 into a 6v0, and that happening largely at the hands of Unravel right there. Big time plays for big time players. It's going to be Zyrax with the first blood via the nade, but they're now on the offensive side, and losing that opening offense just puts you in such a brutal position, especially here on standoff. We do see Zyrax taken down off the Tempest as well. Cartel's going to pull out a Tempest of his own, and that spawn pressure has arrived early as they already find themselves up 5 lives.
Yeah, they don't really have the spawn manipulation. As a matter of fact, you can see it kind of clueless to where they're going to be at. You push out all willy-nilly, and you lose your Tempest. You did find one before it went, so there was a bit of value. Sybarites have gained the lead there in the life kill, and Undream trying to take themselves out of a hole. And let me just tell you, it could be a spawn trap from hell if this claw continues to roll. It does drop. Shisui inserts himself in the equation too, he's going to be forced to back down as he still has a few shots left in his equalizers. Puedes now popping the Annie. Dude, didn't he just have the Tempest? This guy's on a Zyrax. Just kidding.
It's one with the Annie right there as Unravel drops. But once again, the pressure for them to stop the clock and down 9 lives. Not much of a chance that we see them do any type of damage on the objective. Sybarite should be in position to deal with any type of push that we see out of them, but Legacy finds one, Zyrax with another, and at least trying to get a couple ticks in right here to set themselves up for a final round if they can find a way through. But Cartels does the damage by his lonesome. That's 4 kills for him. Slides through and finds one more. Now 4v16, absolutely zero chance that Undream comes away with this one. Just kind of fighting for scraps at this point, and if you're Sybarites, you just want to sit back and let the clock run as long as it possibly can. It'll hit 0 right there, and that's a 2-0 lead. And looking a little bit more one-sided than any of the other maps we've seen so far.
Yeah, and this is one of those things, like one of the things I was talking about in the India broadcast, the more experienced teams or a team that, you know, who have been playing competitive for so long are usually going to have that advantage. Both these teams, I feel like, have had, you know, plenty of time to play, and they've had plenty of time to master their craft. It's just looking exceptionally different with the way that they've played things, and the operators have just been extremely on point for Sybarites. King's not going to pop his Annies along with it, and while the advantage is just going to continue to grow. Legacy trying to slow that down. Does find a 2-piece there as he has popped his equals. Looking to get back into the driver's seat. They have a lot of work to do. Need 3 rounds in a row to win it. Just need this round to extend it. We'll see if they can continue to push the agenda now as Cartel's going to be out. The hits coming through on towards that box side of the map. And, well, with 3 players funneling in on it, Legacy's just trying to divide and conquer. Is finally going to get shut down.
A little over aggressive, but we got a claw in the hands of Dakota, but he doesn't reach Shisui, tucked into the corner. And a big-time kill right there once again for Sybarites. In the midst of Kings only being on 8 kills right now, definitely underwhelming performance out of him. They've still been able to hold on to this lead, and they're trying to find their way onto an objective to get this 3-0 lead. Cartel's looking for one more on the bottom side. He's not going to be able to find it. That life lead getting closer and closer. 2 ops going to pop for Undream right here, trying to create some breathing room. And that's going to be Unravel sliding through to shut down the operator. What can Zyrax do with the Tempest in hand?
Ooh, there it goes. That's a 3-piece in. And what a better way to strike the bell. 7 seconds on the clock. Similar situation as the round 1. All Unravel's got to do is just play his life. Not a single mistake can be made. The contest is going to come through, but time's going to be halted. It's finally going to be dealt with. 0 strikes. And it's a 9-6 life lead. Doesn't matter. We've got ourselves a victory finally in favor of Undream. Able to close that one out before it even got down to the wire. Great way of dealing with the pressure here and holding on, staying alive here in this control.
See if they can find a way to reverse sweep. Shisui just putting on a masterclass of a series so far. 23 kills on the board now for him. Both teams trading off the bat here. Unravel, Claw Pop, staying alive, but Undream find the kills and find their way onto B. Don't usually see a whole lot of aggressive B hits, but they've made their way through the map. Unravel's looking to deal with it with the Claw in hand, but Zyrax is going to be able to find 2 more. And the progress continues to tick through right here as Undream now with an opportunity to strike on the offense.
Absolutely. Much needed. Now is the best time to do it. You haven't seen it all game yet. A quick strike over towards that B site. Only 1 player left to deal with. The damage has been done. 2 ticks. Looking for the 3rd. My man, Zyrax on an island. Shane gets the help there, too, along with it. Oh! And Zyrax holding on for dear life with a 3-piece of his own. Things going grim and awfully dark here for the boys over at Sybarites. They are getting griefed. Bobby, when's the last time we saw an Sybarite kill?
And when was the last time we saw an offensive round this dominant? My, oh my, Undream have flipped a switch and flipped this map on its head. It looks like they're going to get full capture here as well, which should put them in position. Not going to get full capture yet, but 17v4 seems like it's pretty likely. If you're Sybarites, you want to chuck as many bodies as you can at this point and just end the round as quickly as possible, because you do not want them to get that last tick of progress. You want, by any means possible, to have defense in that final round. 14v1. Chuck the lives at it. It ends right there. big question around who gets the defense right here, and it's gonna be Undream. They did what they needed, and now an opportunity to reverse sweep the control.
Okay. Just taking it one round by round. They've been able to extend it and have an opportunity to do the unthinkable. Reverse sweeps happen often here in Call of Duty Mobile. Here in the control, they are a lot harder said than done. Cyrax on a tear. He's got two with the gunny. Legacy looking to put them in the blender. Equals out. Two-piece there. Able to find another? No, it's going to get shut down. The three-piece going to be denied, but Cyrax going to insert himself in the equation. He's going to find three or two of his own. Shane's going to get three. They're getting griefed, Bobby.
Oh my gosh, what a turn of events. Undream have completely taken over this map. And now the struggles of Kings maybe showing up a little bit more as that lead completely evaporates. They've got 3 ops charged, still an opportunity for them to win this. Cartels needs to go big, and he's shut down. Kings, and he finds 2, but nothing more, and now down 8 lives. Dakota's Death Machine's not letting anything through right there. The Switchblade hits as well. And just nothing for Sybarites to work with right now. The Pred comes through for Shane as well. He's going to be able to take down King. Shisui with the equals, praying for a miracle.
Oh, miracle. Desperately needed. 18 seconds and 8 lives to go. Shisui giving him a little bit of pressure. Almost gets the turn there. Legacy able to shut them down. Down to 6. Time's going to be extended here one way or another. A takes a progress being solidified. The second locked in. 5 bodies standing. V14. We've seen crazy things in Call of Duty Mobile. Would be a miracle. Down the 2 we go. It should be finished. 18 seconds going to be increased to a minute and 18, Bobby. But a 2v9? Yeah, that ain't happening.
Wow. Reverse sweep out of Undream. Seemed like they had lost a little bit of their mojo, but they found it, and they found it quickly. They go up 2-1 in the series, and once again, they strike against the team that most people thought were going to be a shoo-in to win this tournament. Sybarites finding their bit of struggles there on the back end of the control, and they now head into a hard point that is an absolute must-win.
Yeah, you start that map, you go up, I mean, pretty aggressively, 2-0. It wasn't even remotely close in that second round. The first round, yeah, you could say, hey, it could have gone either way. Flip the script, though, and Undream just, I mean, playing each and every round solidly all the way up into the final 5th masterclass. Cyrax 31-17 again, leading the pack. Legacy right there, got that dog in him. Fabian, man, I love your brother. 26-25 as well. I'm sure he's got a plethora of objective kills to go along with that. Shane there, 28-25. On the flip side, thanks. Shisui 32 led the lobby with kills and a plus 14, but you lose, Bobby. You lose.
Yeah, Kings goes double negative right there, and I think you got to go back to what you were talking about after that first map. Having the flexibility where if the SKS is not hitting the same, hey, might not have the same hit, but play with the gun that's going to give you a little bit more flexibility and you might be a little bit more comfortable with, whether that's a DRH, whether it's an XM4. Kings can do it with any AR, and it just doesn't seem like he's finding that impact that he needs to have for them to be able to win these respawns with that SKS in hand. So curious if we maybe see some changes as we head into the hard point, but definitely it's something that you got to highlight, especially in the control where the lives are that much more important. He goes double negative, and they drop the map on the back of a reverse sweep. We're heading into a Hacienda hardpoint. To be honest, that's one of the maps where it's probably toughest to drop the SKS. The Hacienda and the Arsenal just so long-range oriented that maybe you're forced to stick with it right here, but a must-win map for Sybarites if they want to have a chance at advancing on in the upper bracket.
You know what? I think it's circumstantial. I think the SKS provides a lot of value in P1, but if you want to be truly masterful on this objective, you've got to be versatile. You've got to be making that switch to the XM4 when you get in those tighter angles. I know that the topside control for P3 and P4 are great, But when the time is necessary for you to step up and play the objective, you've got to have something in your hand that you can gun down people with. You can't just be reluctantly, hoping that the gunfights come across your screen. You got to be proactive on Hacienda. So I could see it working out, but I would not be surprised if he swaps over to the XM4. I'm hoping he swaps the XM4.
Yeah, I just think it provides so much more versatility, and especially with the way that COD Mobile Hardpoint works, in 2026, like, people understand you spawn so close to the hardpoint. Priority has got to be getting back to the hardpoint as quickly as possible, and I think that pacing is going to be a determining factor in whether or not they're going to be able to take this next hardpoint map.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can get the job done. Had victory in their, clinch their jaws, Bobby. They're in the control and let 3 rounds slide almost just like right in front of our faces. Very dominantly, too. Again, the tug of war has gone back and forth, even in this series and especially in the games. They've been pulling our heartstrings, and surely enough, as one goes to another, he came through, he said, hey, this series looks like it's a banger. You'd be right, buddy. We've got a banger on our hands.
Yep, very close all the way through the series. We thought we were going to have a blowout control. That was absolutely not the case. Undream putting in the work and putting Sybarites on their heels as we now get ready to head into the Hacienda. Should be a banger. It seems like Hacienda always ends up delivering, regardless of how close the teams are. So hopefully we continue to get those tight maps through and through on this series. Both of these teams looking like very valid contenders for that top spot in North America.
Absolutely. Staking their claim. Who's going to be able to strike quickly? You guys, if you're itching for more Call of Duty action here in the summer qualifiers, let me go ahead and tell you, we're going to be doing this 3 weekends out through the month for North America. We're going to be doing 3 weekends, and literally every weekend this month coming up, it's going to be Call of Duty mobile action after Call of Duty mobile action after Call of Duty mobile action. Sounds like we are getting the gameplay geared up. We're going to start yapping. We're going to get back to the action. Hacienda is certainly going to be an absolute catastrophe, if you allow it to be, but you said I'm hoping that this one can be close. We'll see if Undream can complete the 3-1, or will we see a game 5?
All right, well, King's trying to prove a point with the SKS. He gets 5 off the first life right there and only the first 20 seconds of the hard point, so doing damage and proving that he can bring some impact to the map. See if he can continue to do that throughout as Cartels makes his way onto the point, shuts down the only contest right there. Puedes, Dakota, they're in response, and Undream, very solid start once again. Even though you don't see a massive life lead right here, they've just been the better team when it comes to converting that hard point time into points, or converting those kills into points, rather. Now up 26 points off of P1 and looking to contest, but that is going to be Unravel first there, as he's going to be able to find 2.
Oh, yeah, dude, the kill efficiency, converting in the hard point time, catastrophe for Sybarites. They led the pack tremendously all throughout it and even had a lead 20-30 points at a time. Couldn't necessarily convert it and close it out here. They're going to go ahead and convert a lot of time here in the P2 objective. One of the hardest were in the break. Through the smoke we go. Unravel, he ain't missing a bullet, not missing a dime. Brother,
oh my,
is on a spree. Early pop there from the claws. Well, let him eat.
Oh my god, he knows he's hopped down as well. Teammates get the kill, clears off any contest. He is snapping onto everybody. The instant EMP right there flips the map on its head. Equal's gonna pop for Shisui as well. And Sybarites, just like that, into the driver's seat they go. Shisui tears through on rotation. And it's finally gonna be Legacy there to shut him down. But what a response out of Undream after the shaky start.
Questioning their abilities. Shame on us. Shame on us for Unravel, dude. What a just an absolute talent. Popped off in the search. Doing God's work here in the hard point as well. Does have that pocket EMP. Puedes trying to reel it back into the shots are crispy. Earned himself a death machine. Immediately gets dropped. Very disgusting timing. Nonetheless, his team's there to pick up the slack. Maybe we'll see now as Dakota's popped his claw too. He's going hammer time. Got some shots on the outskirts to go along with it. No, he's got all 4 in the feed. Brother is locking them in.
Undream chipping away at that lead. Sybarites find a way to break back on through. Still 2 ops at the ready for Undream. It's going to be Zyrax finding 2 more. Went absolute monster mode on that first hard point to get his team the map. See if he can do that again. As this time we're seeing a little bit more help on the objective for Sybarites. Legacy takes that top off his control. That's going to provide them some value on rotation right here, as that's a crucial choke point. We'll see if he can convert that to anything as Sybarites slide on through and they get early P3, or rather P4 time to get things started here as well.
Over to Rock we go. You know this one. Just like P2 is very difficult to break if you have a solid hole. Andreen says, hold my coke verdict. I got you, buddy. Shisui says, not so fast, my friend. Shane, now it's just an entendre of kills after kills after kills. We're trading back and forth. It's crazy here over at the P4 site. Shane going to be able to provide a little bit of a clean avenue towards it. Is going to be able to open up the floodgates. Stun's going to be able to give him some freebies. But it's Kings who gets the last laugh, who has picked up. Is he picked up by SMG, or is that... Or, no, that was just an AR. Just kidding. No, he's still got the SKS. He just picked up the SMG off the ground. Got it.
I'm not going to lie. You had me a little bit nervous with the hold my coke thing.
Oh, whoa. I'm from the South. The Coke is... It's a soda, but it's, you know... It could be any soda. It could be Sprite. It could be Dr. Pepper.
All right.
Cartel
is popping the Tempest at the top side. Early investment right here for Sybarites, as they're... probably trying to time these out to charge back as they head into P2, but Unravel just continues to shred with the claw. I think he's on pace for more than 70. I don't know what the pace is right now, but he is untouchable. I don't know how many times he's charged into those streaks or if he's just saving them for a rainy day, but he is raining down Pred missiles onto this squad. And even with all that, we only see an 11-point lead.
And that's what we were talking about, kill efficiency. You might be leading the lobby in kills, but how does that translate to hardpoint time? They're keeping them close by keeping them honest, and they're PTFOing, Bobby. That's what you guys need to do more in the ranked lobbies. All right, just play the objective. The code up top, he's done great in the objective. He's got 63 seconds. We're only through the first set of hills. 15 seconds left to go before we saddle up for new. Coda going to be very antsy to jump onto it. King's at a distance, going to be able to make it rain. SKS shots. He's going to be out of the equation, out of setup, looking for new cartels, sealing them up. That should be the rotation one. They have the spawns for the time being, and it's an all-out manhunt to see who can get kills first here on this objective. Garage looking like it might be a lockdown.
Cartels, Free Fire not going to connect right there, but spots out one water side. One more tucked into the corner. Puedes can't do anything. Kings pops the DM. He's going to get traded out instantly. Undream doing some damage right here in the midst of the investment for Sybarites. They find the breakthrough. Death Machine comes out for Undream as well, looking to find value. Shut down. Still two ops at the ready for Sybarites, but the claw shots come through, do a little bit of damage, and just like that, Undream find themselves back in the lead, but I've got a feeling we're going to see a whole lot of trades on this hard point. They've made their way back into the objective, and Cartels is locking it down.
Oh, brother. Score streak? Yeah, does get the kill. Gets taken down. The nade shot from where? I have no idea. Zyrex. He's no strangers to finding multiple kills there as Kings finds himself on the outskirts looking for some of those exit kills. Lead swap back in the hands of Undream. Back and forth we go. They're tugging on our hearts right now, Bobby. Cartels. He's pulling out the big guns. The Tempest at our hands is going to be able to find one, make it two. Shisui on the transitional kills. He's on the hunt for one. Does have some shots coming through from the well side. Is going to get tagged and done. Cartels, no dice with the shots from that Pred.
He's going to actually drop to a nade as well, so Undream hop back on the hard point. I don't know how many lead changes we've had in this one, but it has been back and forth since we got back to that first rotation. Zyrex, Tempest, looking for value, but the nade's over the top, going to shut him down, and that's now 0 ops charge for both teams. Shisui just now charging back into his, but both teams looking to go big on P4, so trying to get everything out while they can. Zyrex just continues to slip and slide across the map. He's a man on a mission, 30 kills on the board. And once again, I'm pretty sure that we're seeing Undream get outslayed and still controlling the map to perfection. They find themselves up by 25 points as we head back into P4.
I think we're pretty dead even. I mean, you got Malzahn who's slacking, but you also got Shane on the flip side of things. It's pretty dead even in that regard. Just Undreamer playing the objective 10 times better, brother. The efficiency with the kills, their team shooting. Can't account for Kings. He's made the switch, Bobby. He's put the SKS down. The games are all fun until he pulls out the XM4. Gonna need him to go hammer here in this P4 objective. She-Sweet does pop, finds 3, gets shut down. Dakota there for the trades.
I know Exile is spectating them. I'm curious if he's got the stream on in the background and is just feeding them everything.
Brother, that's, oh my God, W game, W game. Free coaching 101, Chad. Free coaching 101.
Oh, the death machine doesn't connect there, and that's going to be a full feed for Undream. That's now a 20-point lead once again, as they got 4 players on the objective. They said, forget map control. We're just stacking the point and winning our gunnies. Looks like maybe not. Sybarites find a way back on in. Puedes has to go massive, and he's just going to look to play contest for as long as he possibly can and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Beautiful job wasting time right there. Mausen, War Machine out, but instantly dropped. Once again, Undream have done a phenomenal job not only of controlling the map, but minimizing any type of opportunity that we've seen for those Sybarites operators. I think really barring the claw from Unravel, we have not seen a lot of big uses.
No, we haven't. Let's lock in. Third set should be perfection from both teams. Opening first few points going to go in favor of the team who's played the objective far better. Vastly superior so far. That's Undream, but a break does come through for Cartels and Crew, but still on the outskirts. Mausen's going to be forced to back or forced to push on up, and everyone's coming off the respawn. There should be another 3-second time. It's just tough whenever you're trying to come up off the respawn and there's like 4 people on the objective. Everything's going super fast through as the kills do come through. Sybarites now heavily focused on getting that objective and then pushing for the map control instead of having it vice versa. They're going to have to battle it out in the trenches here for the early rotation.
That's a big early feed for Sybarites. Only down 18 points. We see those operators come out. Cartels, Tempest can be able to hit for 1. Nobody spawning driveway side. Zyrex spawns out well, but they're all coming from water here. And Kings looking to shut down the push. Hunter Killer goes out, finds winning. Cartels cleans up the rest. Kings turns and burns. Pred has been earned and an opportunity for Sybarites to get back into the driver's seat here. That Pred's going to come on down, and it goes all yellow in the feed.
No, Puedes was like, I'm going to play my life here, guys. Insert the Pred. It's come through. The boys are here to play. They said, or Exile said, hey guys, you guys need to start playing the objective. They say you're kind of slacking. Hey, hello, they came to play, buddy. They have came. Puedes getting back into the swing of it. Lead swap yet again. Sybarites have come through and just absolutely blown us away. Legacy with a nasty 3-piece. Gets the break, but it's only for the scraps. Not enough to recover that deficit, but certainly put them in contention to get a big setup here for this P3 objective.
Sybarites do give away a lot of free scrap time right there. Zyrex shooting bodies. He's feeling himself, and that is his former teammate, She-Sweet, that he's trying to put a little extra oomph on it right there. Tie game headed back into P1. Looking like we're going to have another chaotic P4 finish. We've seen so many of those throughout the year. Looking like we could deliver once again as Undream now back in the lead. Back and forth, back and forth. Mausen looking to find something off that War Machine, just has not been able to find value off it. And Zyrex didn't realize he ran right past She-Sweet. He gets shut down right there. Mausen finally finds 1 on the back of the War Machine, make it 2. But can they convert it into any hardpoint time?
Oh, that was a massive last shot. Gets tags on 1. They're forced to push inside the warehouse. The contest still going to come through. 222 to 218. If you're Sybarites, you need to hold the line. If you're fans of Undream, get this break. Legacy, head first, dives at it, tip of the spear, shut down, break, looking like it might get shut down again. Zyrex running and gunning up top, is forced to hop. Unravel says, not today, my friend. Over to P4 we go. It is going to be a photo finish, Bobby.
And we're about to see a big op dump. 3 ops charge for Undream, but it's a full Sybarites feed. Not a whole lot of time to get into the point. And Cartels is on 60. They continue to fry. Can the ops arrive in time? Legacy spread gonna drop. All the ops come out. It's full control for Undream right here. How long are the ops gonna last? That's the question. King's there sliding on through. Switches to the XM4. He's on 50 plus as well. Undream trying to clear the point, but they're not gonna be able to find the last player. Zyrex is there, and they continue to move up.
Oh, they're gonna have to battle off the respawn. Take a look at it. Both sides is where it's coming from. 15 seconds is all that's needed. Undream can close this series out, or will they leave loose ends? Cartels shut down. She-Sweet gets the trade. Nobody there to contest. 5 seconds is all that is needed here for Undream to shut it out. Unravel finds one. The trades are through. Shane's on the objective. Nobody collecting time, and through the smoke, it's chaos. Undreams left standing all by their lonesome. Bobby, game 4 is where this one ends. 250 to 240. And an absolute banger. Man, we didn't get robbed of a game 5, but what a way to end that one.
Cartels 64 gone to waste. PTFO Undream come out on top, and they will advance on in the upper bracket. What a performance out of these guys. And once again, they had one guy go positive. They had one person going positive. They had Dakota minus 13. They had Shane minus 12. They went minus 25, and they take the map again. It's Elevate Junior over here. Undream. Absolute shocker up against Sybarites. And once again, the 64 from Cartels goes to waste as they drop the map and now drop down to lower bracket.
I'm just at a loss for words, Bobby. You said it, man. Elevate Junior, brother. You can't get it any better. When you needed it the most, you get the early break, the rotation of P4, you lock it down. You don't let them get an ounce of time off. You don't get them anything off of that P4 rotation. Absolutely crazy. They said it was going to be an absolute banger. I said, banger? I hardly know her, brother. What are you talking about? No. This one was an absolute deliverance, brother. We had everything we needed. Just game 5 would have been great. This is definitely going to be, one of those ones that we're going to see yet again. Possibly grand finals material, all right?
No, 100%. And having two teams in North America that it seems like are very much on the same level and going to be able to continue to challenge each other, to continue to force each other to improve is a great sign for the region. And hopefully we start to see more of these teams arrive as well. The newcomers have certainly put in the work, and Undream come out on top to advance on in the upper bracket. We're going to head to a break. I certainly need one after those couple of elite matches, but after that, we've got more Call of Duty mobile action coming at you guys, so make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll try to get you back in the action as quickly as possible.
Junior Mobile World Championship 2026 amateur hour, total amateur hour. It's all right though because I've got a total professional with me on the cast. It's Verdict. He's laughing at me, and he's absolutely right too because I'm an idiot.
The brother, I'm literally just laughing because I'm happy to be here with you in this particular moment, man. We're on Bobby Plays channel. You said professional to me, brother. I've been cracking jokes the whole time since I've been here, my guy. All right, if anybody's professional, it's you and Bobbert who held the fort down while I, took a little bit of a break. But we took a little bit of break. We're back, professional or not. Here it comes. Best 5 spread's going to be right up here on your screen here momentarily.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about the map set then. Going into our winners bracket semi-finals is where we're at right now in the series. At this point in the competition, I believe the maths on it is that these teams have guaranteed top 6, so they will be making it into day 2 or day 3 technically of the competition. So now you're just looking to get into the top 3 and the winners bracket finals. Team Dios versus Kaya Nation. That's where we're going next, and this is that map set that you were talking about. We will kick off this best of 5 on a summit hardpoint, fire and range search and destroy, raid control, take off hardpoint, and a coastal search and destroy to close this one out. I guess the question is, are we going to need 5 maps here, Verdict? Because we looked at the rosters, and obviously, look, the learning curve of these sort of tournaments is you never know who you're going to get with unknown names. Like maybe Team Dios can come out and fire on all cylinders, but Kaya Nation, they got some shooters on their roster.
No, they do, and I know some of those names resonate with me, you more in particular, because when you made your debut here in Call of Duty Mobile, they were a part of your first opening set here in North America. For me, I got the introduction to Call of Duty back in 2020, and let me tell you, some of the names that are hitting right now is Yuhi. Yuhi is the man. Brother has been around for centuries, it seems, here in this hemisphere, and he's slayed out from there until this particular point, and he's combined talents with Fabuloso, who is a known fragger too. One of the guys that you were talking about, though, Pildora, is he really that guy?
Yeah, I mean, he's been pretty good. I actually looked back at his Gamepedia history, or Liquipedia history, I should say, specifically. He was actually on that Mythic Dream roster that managed to get all the way to 2nd, back at, like, what effectively was Stage 4 last year. So Pildora's had some history behind him, for sure. He's obviously been kind of a player that's played around in some of the top Mexican squads, played alongside the likes of Puedes and Shisui on rosters, and crucially has had time playing alongside players on this team as well, like history with Fabuloso, history of Yuji and Pity. So I think that's the interesting thing here, is these aren't just good players, Verdicts. They are players that have history with one another and have a lot of chemistry. So that's really going to help Kaya Nation. Right now the names are flipped. We'll get that sorted for you guys. Kaya Nation's on the left side. Team Dios should be on the right, so we'll resolve that here in just a second. But the real test for me, I think, is just how Team Dios are going to do here in this winners bracket semi-final, because this Kaya roster, they're pretty damn good.
Both teams, just to be noted here, undefeated all the way up to this point. Now, who did you play before that? We don't quite know it, so we'll figure it out along the way. Right now, it's a back and forth affair. P1 gets about as spicy and dicey as it can all get out. Names will be flipped here momentarily as we'll have everything up to date. Pildora living up to his name. He's on the objective, and he's got the Odin at his disposal. Let me tell you, he ain't missing very many shots. Players done hopped on through. Seat, though, going to be sniffed out, shut down. Sucks. Sucks that you died to and done it, bud.
Yeah, some of these kills already starting to come through for Kaya Nation, and some of these players are already starting to really heat up early on in this game. Fabuloso finds himself with 3 kills. Team Dios are actually going to get a selection of kills for themselves here, so this is actually a pretty good opportunity for them to do so, but just like that, Pity comes through for 3. One more player goes for a jump shot and gets in the wrong place. So just as quickly as Team Dios, they get some kills together, they string something together. They're almost immediately removed from the hard point, and Kaya Nation now back in the driver's seat here for this game as we live towards the next hard point. They are on the right side of the map for P3.
Absolutely, they're in the right hemisphere. They know what they need to do. Kaya, on the other hand, right there reciprocating. Break is imminent. It is certainly going to be there as kills coming through checkerboard feed for the time being. Yuhi, he's got one of the most broken guns in the game, and is unfortunately not going to be able to get any of those kills. Team kills coming through, or team shots rather. And Kaya now in a little bit of despair as Prayer's the last man standing on this side of the map. A good break here onto the scaffolding. And the side of Kaya Nation are going to have to buckle up for a little bit of top clearance first. Wait, they got to get past Sucks first. That dude is shooting missiles.
Yeah, looking again, and I think that's the point right now is when we're looking at a roster like Team Dios, it's just about, okay, who is going to stand out on this roster and pull off some amazing plays? And for Team Dios, that might be Blast. They're in a position right now to flip those spawns. Kai Nation got to be really careful that that player doesn't disrupt things. They're just going to sit, waiting patiently to strike inside the hard point, finds one, but he's still all by his lonesome. And you look at Fabuloso on the minimap, they're going to be towards the back of the map. The Tempest pulled out, only going to find one, so you won't get a charge back on that one. Back spawns now, flip on the back of a couple of kills from Dios, though. So Team Dios, not in a bad position whatsoever here if they can follow up with more frags.
Thirds, brother. I see you, man. Blast, front line. Finally going to get shut down. Surge going to be able to find some kills through with the equalizers. Hello. Backlines pushed through. They're going to have to play this to the front. They've done it so far so good. Fabuloso cleaning up the middle of the map. Still one player to deal with on the objective. It's going to be some bank shots coming through, but it's not going to be enough for Cito to hold on for dear life as we do see the break. Again, you have those back lines. It's a lot easier to go ahead and get that break onto the objective with 20 seconds left to go. Kaya Nation back into the driver's seat. Had a little bit of a hiccup, but Team Dios, I mean, they might be coming out of nowhere, but they are certainly resonating here early on. I don't think we discount these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. A really good plays. I think individually what we're seeing out from Dios right now, they recognize what they need to do on hard points like that. You know, breaking those back spawns through. Good utilization of the specialists coming through as well, or the operators, excuse me. God, I need to get out of main lane mode, Verdict. I need to shift my brain back into CODM mode here, you know?
Oh, you got this, brother. It's not that hard. Specialist, operator, we know what you mean at the end of the day. Cito, backlines being held. Dios, Mio. Okay, we got ourselves a ball game. P4, not going to get chained this time around. Pedora. Got to go ahead and eviscerate one on the backlines. Could get the flip through as well, but it's one player still to deal with. On the inside of the objective, they've swarmed the hill. They've taken their bounty. They've got plenty to show for it. Kaya Nation, living up to their name so far.
Yeah, doing a really good job here. They haven't pushed out of the hard point, though, so Team Dios are actually going to get at least a look at this hill. Kills now start to come through for Kai Nation. There's 20 seconds left on the hard point, and you're seeing actually Kaya really start to push out. I mentioned that just very briefly there, that, you know, them not pushing out of the hard point is going to allow Team Dios to come in for a contest. That still is the case. You can see them kind of getting straggler players in towards the hard point, like Cito and Blast, but those players are very quickly dealt with. And off the back of those frags, now Kaya are starting to push out the hill, and for that, they will get the vast majority of the time. We move in towards the next hill. Kaya Nation have themselves a 40-point advantage. And we look towards who's having a great game so far. You look towards Kaya Nation, Amprayer and Pity are doing well. But for Team Dios, the namesake for the roster, the clear leader on the team, Dios at 23 kills, leading the lobby.
Oh, there we go. I was calling that guy Surge for a minute, and I was like, man, maybe he's got the mix-up. It's his team, brother. It's Team Dios for a reason. Dios leading the lobby there with 24 kills. And I'll correct my mistakes, and you gotta have to, you know, just afford me a little bit of, you know, a little bit of apologies for the mix-up. Nonetheless, second set of hills coming through. Still a lead in favor of Kaya Nation. They are heavily favored. Are they highly contested on Twitter's objective? Absolutely. Dios putting their money where their mouth is.
You're starting to see some of the investment coming out from operators right now. Equalizers doing Equalizers things. Pity finds 5 in a row. Finally, he gets cut down, but does enough to clear out the entirety of the middle of the map. Only one straggler remains, and that straggler was Cito. Cito is still alive, by the way, still being a nuisance. How much more damage can Cito do? It's, well, I don't know. How on earth Cito hasn't died? Finally, he does. He was, like, sat in the middle of the map for the longest time there. Finally gets cut down, but does enough that it keeps Dios in the conversation for new. Investment coming through from the health, the Predator Missile almost immediately from Dios. Doesn't really earn anything. That'll be a trophy system that catches that one. And in towards the next hard point we go. Kaya Nation have investments. Pildora's Tempest will run out, and his time in the hard point will run out as well as Dios are on their way to hit the hill.
Shake shots there at a blast. Able to find one with the hit fire, but it's not enough to find the second. In the corner they go. Cito, War Machine, destroyed. Blast, looking for that early rotation yet again. Hits the back line 30 seconds through. Gets sniffed out. Shots. Wow, brother. We're just going to pretend we didn't see that one, Fabuloso. Mistakes were made. We've all been there. We've all done that. I'll speak for myself. I've done that before.
Yeah, I can't say I've done that, mate.
Yeah,
I know the confines in which the map exists, right? And I stay around them, you know? It's just, it feels like a pretty simple thing to do. Apparently not, though. Sometimes this happens. Sometimes players fall off the map. it's okay. Kai Nation in a really good spot, though. I mean, this has been a pretty back-and-forth game thus far. Kai Nation now starting to really run away with this one. They've got a 50-point advantage. They're pushing themselves out of the next rotation, and they have said rotation on lock. Dios, you got to break this one fast.
Here it goes. Predators out through. Blast through the smoke's going to be able to find one. Backline still held down. Light up of feed blue and across it. Kaya holding the fort down through the first wave. Second wave looking like it might be the same case scenario. Two being chopped down in half. Death Machine's been destroyed. Cito enters, exits. See you next time. Sucks as well. Dios out, and this is just Kaya Nation running rampant. When was the last time we got a trade? Infinity, Brody. This one's getting ugly now. It was close, but it ain't close no more.
Yeah, finally, trade starting to come through for Team Dios here. They're trying to overwhelm me, get the front of the hard point. The issue is 15 seconds left. Do you really want that time? Because now you're going to need to sprint across the map. This is the biggest rotation you have to make here on Summit is from P3 to P4. And Kai Nation currently in control. They've got those back spawns locked down. Big gunfights here for Yui. Has the EMP ready to go. And I think you kind of want to use that to prevent those operators coming out. Yui, though, doesn't need the EMP. He finds 2 kills, make it 3, all by his lonesome. Will get cut down by the Tempest, and that's by way of the fact that the EMP wasn't brought down. So Dios are now able to use their operators now because the EMP is not in play. It is a lifeline they probably shouldn't have had.
No. No dice. Break finally comes through. Finding a little bit of breathing room on the objective. Hey, it's short-lived. Kills galore on this map. Backlines compromised for a time being. Kaya Nation are there. Break looking imminent. It is certainty. Snowside is where everyone's going to be traveling through. And, of course, across the middle of the map. It's left, right, front, center. Yuhi gets caught in the storage bin. Star killing you there as Pity's exited the equation. But the backline's still locked in blue. That means they should be able to get to the hill. And Yuhi says, absolutely, my friend. We should get there sometime.
Fabuloso now inside the hard point. On a spree, looking for kills here. Lot to do. Fabuloso looking for more, and he finds it. Fabuloso now on an 8 spree. And if we were wondering the question about, all right, cool, yeah, Team Dio is going to have anything more to say here in this game, it doesn't really feel like it because now they've got another EMP to contend with. So as they cycle back in towards their operators, that EMP is going to become more and more of an issue. They will get one out towards P1, and it is for a couple of kills. So Team Dios here in a particularly interesting spot. You've got to fight from the back foot, EMP now in play. What can you do when Fabuloso is on the prowl?
Man, it's just like they're taking turns at who's going to do the pummeling. Is it going to be Fabuloso or is it going to be Yuhi? Hey, Petty's been up there too. He's got 39. Fabuloso popping prayer as well. 24 seconds separating this team from game 1 victory. Blast getting a few shots on through, but it is certainty. We will see this one close out here sooner or later. Fabuloso not losing very many gunfights, but Dora there to add a little bit of support, but the break comes through. Star still alive and holding on by a thread.
Yeah, somehow Team Dios are still in this game. Somehow they still have something to say. Kai Nation will not be able to close things out here on P1. They will have to go towards another hard point. Scarkiller over here. What can he do? Only able to find one. It's mostly kills in favor of Kai Nation. Cito trying to hold the topside positioning. And his positioning alone is enough to keep Team Dios in the conversation. EMP will now expire. Dios, an opportunity. I say that. Another one comes straight down from Kai Nation. They have got utility upon utility upon utility. They have everything to work with here to close out this game. And yet somehow Team Dios is still alive.
Dude, it's because Dios is the man, brother. I don't know if you got the memo. In the notes, it said Team Dios is Dios for a reason because Dios is him. Of the year, brother, is cracked. 48 kills to his name. Kills don't equate to wins in hardpoint games. And if you go back and rewatch that matchup we just had a few moments ago, it'll tell you that story all over again. 250, 169. It got close until it wasn't. And Kaya Nation run away with it, and they really don't look back. You said it. You put me on game earlier on. He's like, Kaya Nation, I know these guys for a reason. Why? Because Yuhi and Fabuloso, and then you said Pildora, Pity, and all these other guys, and it all started to make sense. Those shots were crispy.
Yeah, just, some of those players really having an incredible game. Actually, if I'm honest, I mean, it's one player on the roster that kind of tops things off that I didn't really get a chance to talk much about, and that's Pity, because this is one of those rare performances, right, where you've got such a high impact. The impact is a nebulous number. Like, you never really know what the exact equation is that get a high impact in the game, but
you know, having 49 frags to your name, going 49 and 33 with almost 2 minutes inside the hard point. Yeah, that'll do it. Pity is just a player that I didn't really ever have a chance to talk about whenever we talk about the likes of these guys, right? I mean, it was always, yeah, we'll talk about Fabuloso, who is just incredible, and I think he's going to have some incredible impact in the Search and Destroy, Pildora and Yui, all of which have had their moments. But Pity, despite having the chance to cast him multiple times, I would never say he's been the pop-off player. He's proven me wrong that in game number 1, comes out with almost a 50 bomb with almost 2 minutes on the hard point. That is an incredible performance from him. That means Kai Nation now 1-0 up here in this best of 5, and we do go to that firing range Search and Destroy, and I think this is where we're going to start to see Fabuloso style on him as we get into this next one.
Yeah, he's going to be taking that marksman role. I was assuming he was going to be the sniper, but it is Pildora who's going to be taking the main the main ropes. On the flip side of things, we're going to be looking at Cito, of course, the main frag, top frag, the man himself. Well, no, that was Dios, sorry. Cito is going to be the sniper to look at. That was Dios who popped out for it. Come on, SMG AR role for that man. Be interested to see what they have up their sleeve here in the Search and Destroy. Wasn't a bad performance, as a matter of fact. If you count for just the amount of kill disparity, that game was a lot closer than it should have been, right?
Yeah. That's one of the interesting conversations, right? Is and I think we've had it about a few teams in the past in COD Mobile, is the value with the kills that you're getting, right? Efficiency, kill efficiency in respawns, because you can very often just get kills upon kills upon kills, but are those kills actually translating into dubs, like actually getting kill control? At only 1 point in the hard point would I say that was actually true verdict, which was, I think it was the rotation from P2 to P3 on the second set. That's when they actually started to get a real lead in the game, because up to that point it had been a pretty 50-50 game, and even past that point, past that P3, it was a 50-50 game. That was really the only couple of kills back to back where I could really say, hey, you're getting kills and you're actually doing something effective with it. So that is something that can be exploited here moving further into the series.
That's such a great analysis, man. I'm sitting here thinking, it's like, this guy, is he's trying to sneak this somebody? You can get all the kills you want, but that doesn't mean you're going to win the game. How impactful are those kills on the map? And, you know, as you mentioned, you just went into a complete breakdown of it. It just, you know, it'll slowly develop into where you can see this being progressed in the map, and that P3 to P4 transition. You just go ahead and hit it out right there. It was 180 to like 100 afterwards. So yeah, it did get out of hands. I wish we had like the little, when we had the CDL, you have the like score lines to show you, you know, graph it on out through. It'll show you exactly what you're talking about and how I remembered it vividly. So we'll pop on to the firing range, guys, as Kaya Nation take a lead here after a very great hard point. Sucks. First 2 bloods on through. Yuhi with, again, the most broken shotgun in the game is providing a lot of value here for the B side push.
Yeah, just Yuhi things, just shotgun things. The R9 is going to be pivotal. And just having it in this position around the site is crucial, right? Because if you're on the opposite side here, despite the fact that you've got the numbers, you don't want to peek anything, because you can very easily just get beamed by the R9. Pity might also beam here with the SKS, looking for the first blood. And, oh, never mind. He gets beamed himself. That leaves Yuhi in a terrible position, even if you've got the R9.
Okay. Oh, yeah. All right. I was thinking maybe he's going to sniff somebody out and then maybe push that backside, pick up the bomb. He's got this in a bag, right? He's the man. Wrong. Team Dio striking quickly here, standing firm. We'll talk about Search and Destroys too. The first 2 rounds, and I'll say it continuously. I don't care what happens. First 2 rounds of a Search and Destroy, you'll never really take it for what it's worth. It's, you know, kind of testing waters for most of these teams, see what they can get away with. You saw the quick smash over to B. It didn't pan out. Now you start to see a little bit more of those adaptations come through. Things start to slow down. Bombs being left in spawn. There's a little bit of thought to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting strategy whenever the bomb gets left in spawn, because I'm always like, is that intentional? Like, are you intentionally just making sure that it's in a safe place that you can pick it up later in the round? Obviously, you know, 2-minute Search and Destroy rounds, it's the elephant in the room we always talk about. You know, we don't want to talk about too much, but it gives you a lot of options. Yeah, it does. I don't know why. Listen, we're right. Okay, as casters, we know what we're talking about sometimes, and we don't need 2-minute Search and Destroy rounds. But that's besides the point, because stuff like this is going to happen, where Kai Nation don't do anything forever, and then they lose the first blood, and now they're kind of forced to go towards A, and you don't really have any control whatsoever. If you can deal with a blast, maybe you will, but you have to take blast out of trailer.
Yeah, you do got to give him out of trailer. We'll see if he goes out without a blast. Pity. PKM making his debut here in this Search and Destroy. It made numbers in the last one. Blast. Are you shooting Ghost? No, okay, never mind. There it is, a slide peek on through. He was anticipating the pre-fire shots. Does find one. Star killed you. Did it again. A numbers advantage here for the boys in blue. Team Dios standing firm, but Pildora able to find one through, and it makes it a little more doable here in the 2v2. However, they do not have the bomb.
Best will come through as a number one. And yeah, I mean, look, this is the thing. And I don't want to be mean about players, right? Although I am saying, I would describe myself as the cynic of all the casters in COD Mobile. I think I'm the most cynical.
Somebody's got to be that guy, though. You've got to be that guy.
Yeah, true.
If you're not going to do it, who else is going to do it? I'm not.
Exactly.
Gonna do it.
Sometimes we need a good villain, you know? And I'll be the guy that says, you just can't be slow on firing range. Like, you have to play fast sometimes, and it feels like Kaya were victim to that one. This is much, much faster. They somehow don't anticipate blast, but I think you kind of take that even if you don't have the numbers, because now you've got sight control. This isn't the end of the world. You have to win those fights towards trailer.
Ooh. Star finds one before he's gone. Bomb's been planted. Prayer and Pildora, 2v3 here for the clutch. Technically a 2v4 with those shots that came through. Pildora's still on the top side of the tin. Cito is going to clear out the trailer. Pildora's going to have to get hands on. Gets the shots, can't line them up. And, buddy, what a way to go. 2 and you're done. I mean, you thought he was going to get that first one wrong. I just don't know. The crosshairs look like they were lined up, and that's 3 rounds in a row for Dios.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where I think, you know, him actually pivoting away from the top tower position kind of got them in a bad position, is what I'll say, in that situation, because his teammate was kind of relying on that cross being watched. As soon as he moves away to a different position, yeah, it's great if your teammate wins the 1 versus 1, but if you don't, then you have to rush over towards the site and get some pot shots on, which aren't just going to go your way. So, not great positioning there out of Pildora with a sniper rifle. Either way, 1 for 1 early on in this one. Kai Nation have control of the site. Once again, it comes down to, can you take Blast out of this without losing anything? This time you do. You also take DS out for the 2 versus 1, and you have numbers now. This rock's going down.
Minute 30 reduced, 40 seconds here on the clock. 3 players left standing. They are all in trailer. Easy sucks. Does it look like he's... Okay, he's whiffing a few shots. One too many. Maybe the name does stick. No. He's got plenty of kills here. Star left in a 1v3 situation with... I mean, literally nothing to work with. Does take down 1. Crispy shots looks doable. There it is, Yuhi to clean up.
Dude, honestly, for a second there, you get that first one. I thought maybe he was going to carry that through just based off pure hype in towards the second. But finally, around the board here for Kai Nation. I think the difference there from that round is just them winning those opening trades on site, right? You take out Blast from that position, which has been a real pain in your backside throughout the entire first 3 rounds without losing anybody, and that is totally different. This time they're changing tact. They know that Team Dios will reinforce themselves over by A. That's exactly what happens. You'll take your 1 for 1, but you have to get rid of this player towards the back line. It's easy sucks. Can you get rid of Cito as well? Cito takes one down and goes into the gunfight. Weak does A, and Prayer Cito with a little quick scope. And how about this for a reversal of roles now? Only 1 player left alive, and they should know where he is.
He's got to reload that thing at some point. Point blank shots, though, from Cito. Crazy shots. He's already getting sniffed out. Pulls out the machine pistol. Can't even make it back in wood. 4-1. We thought the drought was over. 1 round was awarded, but Kai Nation back to their troublesomes here on towards this offensive approach. We got 3 more rounds to get their act together. Let's see if they can snag a few before they have to flip. Oof.
The enemy has the bomb.
Oh boy, Kaya. Dios.
God.
Able to get into the equation. That is going to be... Just as soon as I turn my head, I'm like, brother, I'm looking at something, and then the round's just completely over. You said the aggression would pan out, and brother, it did it.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I was muted that round.
That's all good.
Yeah, there was one where I was complete silence. I was just like, yeah, why is Verdict?
I was like, maybe this guy is trying to set up a great anticipated moment, and then just let the beat drop.
Sorry, I'm juggling a lot of balls right now. What can I say?
Hey, yo. Pause?
Right, no. We're not doing that. We're professionals here. Team Dios looking for the first blood in this round. They will find it. This is a total dominance in this round. Team Dios on the defense completely rolling over Kai Nation. Good luck, have fun, Pildora, because you are not 1v5ing. I'll be honest, Pildora has not been serving with that sniper rifle.
No, I wanted to say it, but then again, we're professionals. I wanted to, see if the game would progress. But, dude, there's just been times where he had lined up shots and just completely whiffed. I don't know if he's experiencing any difficulties or maybe... Brother, you're just not hitting shots. That's all I'll say. I'm not going to make any excuses with that. I'm going to be a little more cynic like you, brother. I'm just going to tell it how it is. You're not hitting shots. Come on, Phildor. Get your head in the game.
It does genuinely feel a little bit like this is a player that in the past has been very effective with the sniper rifle, and it just isn't there right now. So maybe if you can pick things up, that might be the key to winning this for Kai Nation, because right now, that is not happening. And maybe, look, in the past, Fabuloso has also run that sniper rifle, so maybe that's a role change that might happen. I know he's pretty good at the SKS. I don't know. That's maybe a conversation for after the game is done. Right now, it's Kai Nation trying to force a 3v2 effectively on towards a B site, and... well, you'll take a 1-for-1, but it doesn't actually earn you any further real estate towards the site itself. But it's worth saying, you do have time to play with, and you've got Pildora in position, but he's been found out, and now Kai Nation, they're sent packing away.
Yeah, that's the one that you definitely like to have back. Blast has just been on a demon hunt there. Star, he was the player that got away initially. You get that kill, maybe it's a little more doable, but now you're on an island, and Prayer is... a party of one with 1 kill. It's brutal. 3 kills is what he needs to find, or at least a bomb plant, and prayer for something better. 38 seconds. He's got bomb in hands, and well, Star's up top. And does he get the timing? Yeah, he does.
He knows.
He might be able to slip through. So he knows one's top wood. Where are the rest? That's the $1 million question.
I guess the question I have here is, surely Blast checks this. Okay, actually, no, nobody's in a position to check it, so this rock is going down. It's the post-plant positioning for Amprayer. The only real thing you can do here is get some timing on the flank. Obviously, you can't slide out here, you can't sprint because you can make some noise, and it might not matter because he's got some... God, no, he goes the other way! And they're going to know as well, because the only place they haven't checked it is towards that tin side. So Amprayer's just going to sit and wait. He's going to play for the audio cue. Player already on the defuse. The check comes through, and it comes through before the defuse does. Amprayer trying to get away, and you're not going to be able to. And one little change in the strategy completely totals that 1 versus 3, because if he follows through on that rat verdict, that's a 1 versus 1.
Brother, I was thinking he's got the god tier intuition. Just follow your heart. The timing was perfect. You get the rock down. You know that there's one in the top side of wood, so you're assuming they're coming from the alley side. You're just going to cut them right in the middle, and the intuition was right. However, he got, second-hand guessing himself. Happens. First blood comes through. Fabuloso adding value there with the SKS. Pity. Ooh, buddy. We've seen PKM action all night, and it is going to be the summer for it. Blast getting involved, too, as he finds Prayer in the middle of the map. 2-for-1 trades coming through. Player advantage in yellow this time around. Let's see if they can hold on to it. Oh, my God. PD is one shot. Does find sucks, though.
And if I'm Kai Nation, I don't... I was going to say, I don't get over-aggressive. I don't throw any chows we don't need to be throwing. And then almost immediately a chow comes through from a Kai player that doesn't need to be had. And now the entire round's been opened up here as Yushi does a little bit of parkour towards the middle of the map. Team Dios have a way into this round. They are trying to move forward here. I guess the issue is for them is that I think at the very least Fabuloso knows this rock is down. As soon as a bit of noise is made, they should be done for here with the positioning from Yuji. I think he knows that there's players around him. He's just got to make sure he actually finds the kill with the R9. And trust me, he is going to find the kill with the R9. If Pildora doesn't, Pildora wins the opening snipe now. And they probably should know where the last player is because, again, these guys in a 2v3 aren't going to be playing separately.
You called it. Pildora's contributions are desperately needed.
Oh!
Oh my God, gets plastered right there, but walks right into the snake skin. R9 doof. It's a lethal combination. You round a corner, bam, right in your face. And finally, we start to see this team come alive. Fabuloso on 5, Pildora on 4. We flip the scripts. They're able to ease their minds a little bit, maybe not have to be that aggressive, and it's paying dividends so far. It's only 1 round through. We'll see if it continues to pan out for them. Quick hit over towards the B site, though.
Yeah, this is going to be real fast from Team Dios, and Kai Nation is going to be real slow here. Big 1 versus 1. Pity's going to win it. Now numbers. Pity can just fire straight through the wall. Blast has to keep his head down for a very long period of time. You can't afford to get around the backside because Pity is just going to beam you. And he's weakening up. He's softening up a lot of players here for the cross that is being watched by Fabuloso and Pildora. And that's going to send Dios away. So great little play from Pity. One player is going to remain potential timing play. Tito knows he just has to sit in the one corner that Pity cannot shoot through. And all the while this flank is happening, Fabuloso now going to have a couple of players on his hands.
A lot of times disappeared off that clock. We still got a minute. It feels like it's been an eternity. Rock goes down. 40 seconds on the clock. Fabuloso right underneath his nose. Inside the trailer, they've gone. Cito able to take down Pity in the background. Leads us to a 3v2. Fabuloso anticipating where they at. Blast is in trailer. He's no stranger to it. Is able to win the gunfight. And it's all down to Pildora, a clutch and a dream. He's got 5 kills on his name, but I don't know. The shots haven't been there yet. This would be a great redemption tour for him.
He doesn't have the time. He's got to be quick. Pildora with the check. Can't beam the first. Needed to really get away with that cleanly, and there's no way out of that 1 versus 2 now. Team Dios, you play this so well. You make noise over by the B site. You make the transition towards A. You win that 2 versus 1 against Fabuloso. And Kai Nation, the last couple of players are so far away from the site, they just are not able to win it. So, Team Dios now, a couple of rounds away. If this was the 2025 rule set, this search and destroy would be over. We'd be loading into map number 3. But Kai Nation, by order of the COD gods, or the players that voted on the rule set, they still got a couple more to go to try and troll this one back.
I like to blame CDM, but hey, we've gotten some great things out of them. 9-round search and destroys, I'm okay with it. Wall bangs from that PKM, I'm also okay with it. Bobby said get LMGs out of here. I say give the people what they want. Blast wants to find that kill, and he certainly does. Fabuloso,
Oh
hello.
God.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Yeah, Fabuloso just like, yeah, I want to try and survive here. This round is completely falling apart, the seams of Kai Nation.
Yeah.
This is horrendous to watch. And a lot of it is just down to the SMG presence. I mean, look at between Blast and Star killed you. Just incredible. 24 combined, excuse me, for those 2 players. I've genuinely had awful at maps at the moment. Ampreya, who has also had a pretty slow search and destroy with 2 kills to his name. Now for the 1v4, finds the first, does get out, but needs to hit time for the reset.
Has a little bit of time to work with. Middle of the map's wide open. Blast spots you. Does he? No, he doesn't. He's been spotted. However, Prayer on a hope and a whim through the window like a thief in the night. Except for these homeowners, they were ready. They were packed and loaded. They were not having it. That is going to get shut down. Dios taking the bag. They're on map point. They might be able to tie us up here in the search and destroy.
Yeah, it looks like that's the game plan. Team Dios have been a phenomenal search and destroy team. Kai Nation have had really nothing to say whatsoever. So much of it has come down to the fights inside the trailer. Ampreya comes out with a huge double.
No!
Oh, make it 3 for Ampreya. He is flying. He heard us criticize him. 2 kills last round. Now he's on 6.
Good call outs, good comms. Man came out with a mission. Felt some kind of way. Couldn't clutch a 1v2 earlier. Couldn't clutch the 1v3 there. No, it's technically a 1v4, which is a much greater ask, but Dios not really having the performance he'd like to have here in this search and destroy so far. No fear, your team has literally put you on their back. When you put up the work in the hard point, your teammates reflecting what they can do here in the search and destroy, and it's paid dividends so far. 8-3 scoreline. Only need 1 to close it out. Dios finding the first of his 1v3 journey. This would be absolutely critical to close this series or this game out.
If you're to lose to 1v4, if this is the way this goes in the final round, I'd be furious if I'm Kai Nation. These players are split as well. There's a chance, and now they're going to get together. Yep, coming in towards the trailer will be Fabuloso, sending them away, and that's just time that Dios didn't really want to burn. Oh no! Fabuloso looks through the window, and Dios completely burns him from a 1v4 down to a 1 versus 1. To close out the search and destroy, Dios has chosen his site of attack. Yui, did he just see him on that cross?
No, he did. Oh, maybe he did. He's wrapping that. Okay, all right, dude. I was about to say, brother. When he got that kill through window, I was like, man, come on. We've all wanted to do it. That nosy neighbor just keeps on not minding their business. But, brother, this is a game, and he did not play. Yuhi shut down the 1v4 excursion. Man, we are seeing crazy things here in the Search and Destroy. An extension of time now being brought to you by Kaya's ability to deny that clutch. I'll allow it.
We get a little bit more of this Search and Destroy now off the back of that. But the fact that Dios got that close, man, that is
Brother, right?
rattling. Yeah, I mean, he should not have gotten anywhere, especially that
No.
kill against Fabuloso. That's just something that really Kaya Nation need to be a little bit more careful of. I will say, it seems to have shaken Dios a little bit here that Kaya aren't done. I mean, they're playing significantly more slow. Blast really feels like the tip of the spear, though, for Dios. He's been the playmaker. And if he can carve some space out by B, Kaya Nation, they might be in trouble.
Gotta find a way to take that pesky PKM player out. That guy's been doing damage, catches him on the reload, immediately wants to take the next gunfight, and, well, somebody's shouldering over there. Yuhi, able to play his life, smokes on through. Blast, his journey continues through. He's cleared the path to success over towards the B site. They've got the blood that they needed. Prayers are answered here for the boys in blue. Can they get the job done? Dios putting some shots in. Pedora able to clear the path, but he's one shot. Can't reach in, and it's down to 2, or make it 3, rather.
Yeah, 3 versus 4 now for Kaya Nation. All of them coming more or less from the same side of the map here, so they've got to be quick about this. Re-entry coming through. Fabuloso down by way of nade. Yui finds one on the initial. Gets the double up. Nuki not done. Ampre going to take down Sito. All of a sudden, this now comes down to a 2 versus 1. Star killed you. 11 kills to his name. Just needs to defend the site. Good for the first. Good for the second. Star killed you with a double to close out the Search and Destroy. Team Dios. How about that?
Woo. Here I was thinking that we was going to get a clean 3-0 in our sights. And then we started reading chat, and I'm like, whoa, to be fair, Kaya's not really a Search and Destroy team. Or is it a Team Dios are? And they did it very well. I mean, I didn't see anything bad out of the side of Kaya. Just maybe you didn't win a few gunfights that you probably should have. It didn't help that your sniper wasn't hitting the way it should have been. You saw some of the shots early on. They were very shaky. 7 and 12 for Peldora, the right-hand side. The Blast, you said tip of the spear, brother, providing tremendous value when it was necessary. Cito right underneath them, 12 and 7. Impact on the map for both of those guys, crazy. Sucks also. Doesn't suck. That guy's a monster. And then the 1v2, of course, to close out. 13 and 7 for Star. He did kill you.
Yeah. I mean, you said it right there. It really feels like, I mean, obviously, so often we'll talk about these stats and we'll say something obvious, like Blast was the guy to watch, right? I mean, that's pretty obvious just looking at the stats alone. 15 and 8. He was very clearly a big reason why Team Dios had as much success in that Search and Destroy as they did. But actually, those stats don't tell the story of what Blast was actually doing, I think, on the offense. The amount of space that guy was clearing by B, round after round, like he was successfully able to penetrate that site and find 1 kill, and then I think put damage at the very least, or find more than 1 kill into a second player. I think that was the problem that Kaya Nation faced on that B defense. I'll say, I think that speaks not just to how good of a player Blast is, but also how shallow the defense was there for Kaya Nation and Search and Destroy. Like, if you're constantly being kind of chowed out by Blast and he's doing it over and over again, I think you need to change your strategy a little bit, or be a little bit more aware that that player is coming at you. And it's those kind of changes that in a World Championship setting you need to be making, because it does mean that Team Dios are now able to tie our series up here versus Kaya Nation 1-2-1 as we go into the swing game in this series. We're going back to raid for control, and look, Team Dios clearly a great Search and Destroy team. Maybe they're also good at control.
Hey, it does translate. Those skills are, very comparable. Granted, the hardpoint, may not have been there. So it's a combination of the two. You see it. You're hoping for the better. I'm hoping that this one's, a closer matchup. We don't want blowouts. We want to see close bangers, right? We're tied up for a reason. These guys are holding our weight. Surely we'll see if it's true or not. As this series progresses, as you get to this swing game mode, this is where teams that are newer or who clearly haven't been playing in the competitive environment for very long get exposed. Control is 1000% a very objective based game, as well as just keeping guys out of your spawn. And we know the notorious spawn traps here as we get geared up for the lovely Hollywood Hills of California. Raid is one of the most devastating ones. That chokehold in the garage, we'll see if they can sniff it out here early on.
All right, well, we'll see. Our Kaya Nation going to be able to find a way back into this series is the question. They're currently 1-1 versus Team Dios, and that search and destroy was concerning, to say the least. It also kind of paints a picture, right, that if we do go to a Game 5, Team Dios could win this. It kind of makes it look like Kai Nation needs to win the respawns, and it's been a relatively good start so far. They win the trades out, they get some presence over by the B control zone, and they deal with that one flanking player. So that first tick is going to be quick and fast, and if you're a team on the defense, don't be surprised if you've seen Team Dios just give this one up, because you do not want to be allowing the players to transition straight in towards A.
Yep, you don't want to see them give too many lives away. Maybe they reserve themselves over towards that much harder objective to maintain, as this one has gone by quickly. Literally, the rounds are 1:30. They have captured within the first 10 seconds of the game being started. So 2 minutes and 15 on the clock. You got the life lead. You got a lot of map control there onto the laundry site. All you need to do now is just clear out this kitchen site and force those spawns back over towards laundry, and you're in business.
All right, 5 life advantage. It doesn't feel like that much very often in control. You can very easily come back from it, but equally, these players can find themselves in a deeper hole if they don't find their way out of it, and that hole continues to grow deeper here. We're now at 8. Now make it 9 life advantage as Pity finds 3 in the feed. Kai Nation really starting to put the screws in here towards Dios. They are being bullied in towards their spawn. Kai Nation think, yeah, you know, at this point, we don't even really need the tick advantage. We can just push forward. And in a 19 versus 9, it starts to feel very concerning for Team Dios, especially as those streaks and those operators start to come into play.
Oh, yeah, you got Pity who's sitting on 10 to go along with it. This is getting ugly real quickly here. I'm starting to say, I was like, why are they continuing to... They're not worried about spawns. They're just absolutely running through them. You can see a 4 in the spree there for Yuhi. He's got a Predator missile. He's got a Tempest. Of course, he's not going to use it. It's pocket change here, but only one player left to deal with. And surely they'll just let this one expire. Suck's going to try and find a few kills before he's done. He's going to get taken care of. And, man, that's pretty much 30 up, 30 down. Very quick, brief, very, very fast and efficient from the side of Kaya. And that's what I'm saying when I mentioned it earlier. Dios kind of getting exposed. You can tell they haven't had very many reps here in the control.
Yeah, it's always interesting, right? I mean, here's the thing, right? Is it that Team Dios don't have reps in control, or is it that Kai Nation don't have reps in search and destroy, right? I mean, that's always the interesting dynamic between these teams, where you can see one team is very good at one mode and the other is very good at another, and there's just such a massive discrepancy between the two. It does feel like Team Dios are out of their depth here, even 2 rounds in towards this control. It's also worth saying, Kai Nation haven't invested that much into this round as well, right? They've still got their 4 operators. Not a single one has come out so far for Kaya. They've only invested, I believe, 1 Predator missile. And even still with that, they have a 5 life advantage. Yuhi now gets the EMP, so that's ready to go for when Team Dios do inevitably get their own operators. And Kai Nation decide, yeah, now's the time to pull out 1. And the question becomes, how much damage can you do? You only find 1 with those equalizers. One of the more powerful operators we have here in Call of Duty Mobile, and you only get 1 for it. You're happy with that if you're Dios.
Oh, absolutely. You count your blessings when you can. Star counting his as well as he finds a 2-piece there in the kitchen site. Gonna go ahead and hop out for a little bit of map control. I love this. Okay, maybe they were hiding strats. No, I just think they got a little overwhelmed off the rip. Certainly started to get their wits about them. Blast, the man from the S&D. He is here in full flash. Pity. Making it look light as he does absolutely eliminate him now. There's only 1 player left standing on that side of the map. Open up a lane there onto the B site. Looks like it's going to be given away for free for the time being. Sucks. Oh my God, can't get the kill there in the pool site. Very tough op pool. Completely gone to waste.
Yeah, it's not been great in terms of operator utilization, I think, from either side, really, so far. You can see in the feed, Cito's got the Annihilator out and it's about to run out. It's finding some value with it, though. Down to an 11v13. That Annihilator will now fall by the wayside, and Kai Nation now starting to really move forward. Pildora with a sniper rifle out for a couple of kills. Team Dios pushed all the way back deep into their spawn. They're on the hunt for Ampreya, who will inevitably fall, and that's some pressure for them to map. This is not a horrendous place for Dios to be, and that's why you're starting to see them invest in towards the operators, but the Death Machine comes out, only 1 for it. It's not great.
Not great. They got great map control, though. If Pity could blow it up, sneaks into money, finds 1. They can live off trades if they have this life lead. And it looks like Dios, Blast in a corner, needs to get a little more active here with this Tempest, as things are starting to disappear very quickly. Time and lives. 45 make it 2 lives. Doesn't matter about the time, nonetheless. Could have made something happen. It was certainly doable. But they've invested pretty much the long haul and don't really have anything to show for it, Brody.
Yeah, this is not looking good, Brev, for Team Dios. The last thing that I want to see is Dios pull out his operator. Okay, look, we've seen some crazy things before in COD Mobile, especially in NA COD Mobile. I don't know what it is. Those guys like to waste their ops whenever they get them. But no, Dios decides to hold it. The issue is here, you're 2-0 down. The ops from Dios, generally speaking, if you're in a position like that, right, if you're down and around, you don't see those ops being used. The problem for Dios is that they were never that far behind, so they kind of always felt like, hey, they could chase things with the operators and use them. And this is in the position where now we're going into the third and potentially final round. Kaya has a ton of utility compared to just the one operator for Team Dios. And right off the start, Kaya Nation continuing to pull out their ops here, continuing to pull out the kills. Dios is going to pull out his equalizers in a desperate effort to try and keep this one even.
Hey, desperate time calls for desperate measures. Finds 4 in the feed, but finally going to get shut down. Teammates starting to pick up the slack. Blast! Okay, those hip fire shots were a bit dicey to call, but nonetheless, you win the gunfight. Pity pushing the agenda on the court side. He is the only man on this side of the court. May not matter, though. He's just going to continue on the manhunt. Pildora getting out of spawn as well. Predator at his ready. Pity going to go ahead and pop it. Where are they coming from? Nope, he's not looking for intel. He's looking for kills. And he is going to neglect the player that's coming from the laundry site. Doesn't matter. He's going to get the comms or the call out there from the jump movement on across the backside. Does win the gunfight there. And he's going to continue his journey now as he's picking up the slack too on the left lane.
5 life advantage for Kaya Nation. They've got the utility to close this one out. One of those utilities is going to be the Tempest in the hands of Yui, looking for more kills. Not going to find it through kitchen side, but a 6 life disadvantage here. Pildora going to go down, and that's actually a couple of ops that fall by the wayside here. Team Dios, though, 25 seconds on the clock. They can survive this by time if Kaya Nation don't buck their ideas up. They need a concerted effort towards one of these positions right now, or they could just do it by kills. They certainly do still need to top the time, though. You can't just win this on kills. You have to get on the time.
And Pity sees it. He's going to go ahead and pop it right there on the objective, park it, put it in neutral. Never mind. I'm just going to shut my mouth. They win it by kills. They extend the game 3-0. And, I don't want to be the guy who toots his own horn, so I won't be it. But I will say, you started to see that game get worse and worse and worse for Dios. You said it. They were chasing their tails in that second round. They never really had anything to show for the op kills. Like, maybe I can make it turn around here. We can live off the despair. We can turn things around with the ops. The ops came through. Nothing to show for it. It just got worse and worse and worse. And then it led us to that demise there in the round 3. A very quick and much different, game that we've seen so far in this series.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much, I think, of control, generally speaking, is down to the operator efficiency, right? It's always about the operator economy, the back and forth tug and pull of, you kind of expect a team to do well in round number 1, and then in round number 2, they're going to have their ops, and they're more likely they're not going to pull them out to kind of dominate round number 2. And you expect a team in round number 2, if you're getting dominated, to not use the ops. I think I kind of mentioned it in the middle of the game, right? And you just kind of referred to it there. It's kind of like, at no point did it feel like Team Dios were actually being dominated, right? They were always in the conversation. They always kind of felt like they could chase the tail a little bit of Kaya Nation. And I think that feeling pushed them into, I can use an op here to close the deficit. And they kept doing that over and over again. And so if you're talking big picture operator economy in the game, you're always going to be behind on that. And that always felt like the case. We always saw 1 or 2 individual op pools coming out from Team Dios. And that led to a situation where they never had anything when they were up against it. Against Kaya Nation. No clutch ability there for Team Dios as they get dominated, and that has been the case in the respawns for this series so far. It's not looking good, is it, if you're not a respawn team, because what comes before a Game 5 Search and Destroy? Another respawn. Our next one is going to be coming up here. Let's remind you guys of how the series has gone so far and where we are in this series, because our map number 4 is coming up here, and we're going back to Hardpoint for takeoff. Kaya Nation, I would say, it did feel like they didn't dominate map number 1, but they were consistently in the driver's seat, and if they can solve that kill efficiency problem that we were talking about, Team Dios, man, you're in trouble.
Yeah, they definitely maintained control throughout the entirety of that game. It was close, but you could feel them with the game in their grasp, right? It was, never let go. The Search and Destroy, though, as you mentioned, wasn't relatively close at all. It's it came down to the wire towards the end, but ultimately, Kai Nation couldn't clutch it up. Dios did, and then the Ray control never really ever considerably close. But we're gonna go ahead and jump into the takeoff. Close or not, here it comes. Game 4 guaranteed. Will we see Game 5? If you do, you're definitely going to be worried for the side of Kai Nation, just based off what we saw in the firing range alone. Let's see if they can close this series out 3-1 style, or will we see that map 5 here for what could be the first time of this summer split?
All right, well, we'll see. Will Team Dios force us into a Game 5 for the first time? That's the question. Right now, it doesn't look good off the start of this game as Kai Nation starting things off with the kills in their favor. They've got control of this hard point, and they've got a player in towards the control center as well. That player does go down. Fabuloso being taken down. That's going to be a good start to Team Dios getting back into this hill.
Oh, yeah. Cito lead the charge on the point. XM4 in his hand. Finally gets beamed there, even though he had the heady pity is on one. Fabuloso there's for the trades. As Stark Gilju starting to ramp things up too. Perimeter control's looking solid. Don't really have a lot of power positions control, but it's an all-out war in the middle of the map, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, this hill is always a mixy one for sure. It's all about kind of making sure you've got control of the big launch center to hold on towards the rotation. Currently, it is Team Dios towards those back spawns as they continue to filter players through the middle of the map. But I like this. They're starting to extend themselves into the next hill. Pity opens things up with a couple of kills. Kai Nation now looking for a flanking play. Big play by Amprayer here. Yuhi hitting the front of the hard point. Amprayer is red. That's going to lead to Yuhi needing to find more frags, and that's exactly what's happening. Yuhi on a couple of kills. He's starting to heat up.
Yeah, the bad thing is they're going to go ahead and spawn right there onto the objective, and you see the quick break right back into it. Yuhi can only do so much. Need the cavalry to come through for Kaya. Fabuloso on the back lines needs to get a little bit more antsy. The questions about what kind of utilization you're going to get out of an SKS player. We questioned Kings earlier. He's a pro. He's been there, done that. When do you make that change? Obviously, the SKS is working for Fabuloso at the moment, but as far as like the hard point goes and playing the objective, it's a little more difficult to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just tough, right? I think just making sure you find kills in and around the objective is just such an important thing to be doing. You don't want to be getting kills and then being useless, I think is the big thing for me. So, yeah, just it's so important to be getting these kills. Yuhi is on a tear right now, by the way. And I love this investment coming through with the Predator Missile.
Huge.
On a map like this, there's not a lot of space where you can actually use a Predator Missile and it be effective. So I think just getting that Predator Missile down, not just for kills, but also to keep these guys in positions where they can't be useful towards the hard point and to get information as where those players are. That's a great Predator Missile. But does it actually get you any kills? Because Team Dios, they're still in control here for the moment.
They weren't able to sniff out blasts as he done at Pity with the quick pop. Finds one, is dropped. Yuhi pops his two and finds two with it. Death Machine out of the equation, but it's enough for the break, and Fabuloso add an insult to injury. They have let everything out here as the third does come through, but he is going to get traded on out. Feed is yellow and blue. Star killed you, last man standing. Oh, he's plenty. He's done this work. Yuhi chopped in half too. Connection over to P4 is going to be needed, but that's 15 seconds away. That's years from now.
Yeah, this is a real close hard point right now. A lot of investment coming out from both teams here in towards this game. Kai Nation currently just about in the lead. I'll say Team Dios doing a really good job at keeping things competitive in towards this game. And this is run to rotation. Obviously, you know, this map, mode combination, takeoff hardpoint was a map mode that kind of was in the rotation as Ampress spins on towards Star Killed and then, you know, it kind of came back in after a period from out of the rotation. When this map was in the first time around, one of the big set of rotations here was P3 to P4, and it's the rotation that Team Dios get time on, and they've got that P4 rotation. You can get a lot of time on this one. Investment coming through from Easy Sucks, but he doesn't even need it. The kills are going Dios' way.
Oh, absolutely. They're getting chained right now. Kai Nation need to figure something out. As Dios, they have found the recipe for success here early on. Getting this transition has been masterful. Dios himself leading the pack there with the equalizer at hand, getting a bunch of help from his teammates too. Pity slides on through, back to the spot he goes. And it's a desperate time. They're pushing it one by one, need a collective effort. And there is Yuhi Also with a slide. And coming off the respawn, they have not found any luck on getting the break here in the P4 site.
Yeah, this has been a phenomenal hardpoint from Team Dios, and it's been such a wave of gunfights as well, and we always talk about that snowball effect that exists in COD Mobile. You get closer towards your operators, and you get streaks. You can see 3 on hand for Dios, Star Killed You, and Easy Sucks. Star Killed You going to fire that Hunter Killer drone in towards the air. Easy Sucks still has the EMP ready to go, and Dios has a Predator missile that will act as that get-out-of-jail-free card if Team Dios need it. And we asked the question, Verdict, are Team Dios going to force us to a Game 5? This has been so much better of a performance out of them in this hardpoint. They have looked phenomenal, and they're now starting to use their utility here to extend their lead even further. Kaya Nation are in trouble.
Job's not done yet. First set of hills down is great and dusted. We're getting geared up for a second hill, second time around. As this game's progressed, you start to see things turn brighter for that side of Team Dios, and it's a reason. They chained from P3 to P4. They've done miracles here on P1 as well. Yuhi trying to put his self in the equation as well. Pildora around the objective. They're doing everything they can, but the objective is just being played multitudes better from the side of Dios as we get geared up for the stair side of things. Pildora on the bottom side here of the scaffolding, able to get some shots on one. Huge transitional kills. We'll see the respawns here coming from the bottom side of the map. They are going to have to pass Pildora if they're going to go ahead and get past here on the contest. And, well, for the time being, Dios and crew trying to battle their way back into this nuclear site.
Team Dios now got that operators that they earned off the back of the last couple of hills here. This is where you're going to start to see them in the lead ever so slightly in terms of the utility game. Star Killed You will fall in the middle of the map, and for all the operator investment that we just saw from Team Dios, it doesn't really feel like they garnered that much out of it. As a matter of fact, 3 ops came out. I don't think they got a single frag between them. If they did, it was led to absolutely nothing. Kaya Nation now in control, and now Amprayer can find some kills at the core. Finally goes down, even with these players in position. That's a lot of trades that are going in favor of Dios.
Oh, Dios winning the battle of the trades, winning the battle of the hill as well. Will they be the king of it after this one? Break finally coming back through for Kaya Nation. Someone needs to get on the objective. Precious scrap time is being lost. Finally, they do hop it, but 2 players there to contest in blue. This is not a good sign as the transitional kills are being made as well as the setup. Easy Sucks looking to spoil it. 1 player left to deal with. Where's the comms? He's got plenty of time. He's got plenty of kills. The shots for Sucks. Oh my God, bought his team a lifeline. Will it go in vain?
A lot of kills here. So to speak of, Kaya Nation looking to try and garner control. It is going to be a wave of gunfights in their favor. Trades now starting to go down. Blast and Cito going to be responsible for it. Pity's going to have to back away here for the moment. A little bit of a route around being made, but it's read perfectly by Dios. Kaya Nation, these spawns are readable. If you're spawning towards the backside of this hard point, Dios know exactly where Kaya Nation are going to come from. You're going to be happy with the positioning right now. Cito, excuse me, watching the flanking play, but as he falls now, Dios isolated towards the time, but Dios are holding strong here. Kaya Nation, you're in a horrendous spot with 15 seconds left. This is that rotation that hurt them previously. The same thing can't happen again, and Star Killed You invest that machine. He's going to go down. 3 kills now starting to come through. Kaya Nation have a great shot at breaking the rotation.
Oh, this is perfect. You get the flood on through from old, and now you just got to connect it over to new. 3 players to deal with, 1 playing cutoff. What a spawn there from player 5. Sucks. Right there in front of Fabuloso. Blast doing God's work. Finds a 4-piece. They are split all over the map. They are starting to panic. Things are getting grim here for the boys in yellow. Kaya Nation not really holding their weight here in this takeoff. And Dios putting them in the blender. Let's see if they can get the job done.
Let's see what they can do here. Kaya Nation now investing in towards this time. Pity, what do you got for us? Kills the equalizers. Can only find 1. There is going to be a bit of streakage going on for Pity off the back of the respawn, but not before Star Killed You gets towards a hard point. How much time can he mess? No, nothing more than that. 20 seconds now towards this old time, and Dios are getting split spawn. Cito going to invest his. Not going to happen. There's that Hellstorm missile coming down from Pity. Going to find a couple of kills here. Kaya Nation are just 20 seconds away. Will not be able to do it on this hard point from tying up this game.
Okay, battling it out in the trenches. Tied game it could be here as 16 points separating the 2. Kaya Nation closing the gap hill after hill. Done work there in the break for the P4 rotation. Need to do God's work here onto this open objective. And I have to say, it's a lot harder said than done. Cito, the last man standing here. It's a roundabout they go, chasing that one kill. Certainly gets the job done. Lead dwindled down to 7, and man, Kaya might be able to do it. A plethora of kills come through on the left-hand side of your screen, and they say hold the phone, pump your brakes. Verdict. Things not changing here just yet.
Team Dio still keeping the lead here for the moment. Talk about utility. It's just going to be one operator versus a couple for Kaya Nation. Team Dio seem to have got this rotation on lock last time around. They can certainly do the same thing again, and so much of it's down to the SMG presence of Blast and Star Killdew. 39 kills and 39 kills respectively. These guys are beaming. Star Killdew hits the 40 bomb, and with 10 seconds left, we start to look towards the next hard. When Amprayer has the claw out, he's got to use it.
Oh, he's got to use it. Dropped. Doesn't find any value. That's the third time in a row I've spectated. We've seen him just immediately get canned. It's very unfortunate. Call there for Sucks. He's not missing. Brother is providing plenty of avenues here for his team to be successful. As soon as I say that, he's finding one, and then he's dead. Star shut down as well. It's a contest at the top side of the staircase. And, buddy, don't trip, don't fall. We'll be here to hold you. The staircase with one heady on it. You've got 2 players there to deal with. And, oh, man, there's more than that. Just kidding.
Oh, fabuloso! Oh, goodness gracious. Flanking play being made from Pity here, investing the equals to do this. Does he get anything? No. Trade it out, but Yuhi, with the Death Machine will do so. That's 4 in a row, and these spawns are predictable as hell. They were chasing one player through the middle of the map, but they should know that Dios will continue to spawn there. The Hunter Killer Drone going to find 2 kills. Kaya Nation now in control of this game, and they look like they've got the rotation as well. Yuhi continues on his reign of terror, finally gets cut down, and even this 10 seconds verdict is crucial for Dios.
It's instrumental here. Who will be able to close it out? P3 rotation. 3rd time's a charm, it seems, for the side of Kaya Nation. They have yet to be early and saddle up for this hill. Will it pay off finally? Star Kill just shut down, or Blastar Sucks also shut Pildora, solidifying this rotation, but the spawns might not be locked in just yet. Hill's open for business. The first 15 has been cleaned so far from Kaya.
Fabuloso investing, doesn't really find anything, keeps them at bay here momentarily. You've got a Hellstorm, Predator Missile, excuse me, if you need it. Starkildew coming through the inside though, and that 2-piece might well break Dios in for the time. It has done exactly that. Kaya Nation now spawning out towards the back.
They can't win it here. Kaya can. Plenty of time for them to do so. They're lighting up the feed. They're lighting up the objective. 3 players instantly pushed through. Cito shut down. Denied. 14 seconds in a dream here. Blast is involved. Is going to be able to extend this one. Time can't close out here. Kaya only can hope to get to this P4 objective sooner than later, as we'll see this one certainly go down and in there.
Yeah, this is it. This is the rotation right here. Predator Missile coming down. That's going to stop the reinforcements coming in. So Easy Sucks needs to try and hold his life for as long as humanly possible. Does do so. Big 1 versus 1 against Amprayer. Team Dios, they will be the first one to touch despite the utility coming through from Kaya.
Blast Tempest could go huge. 20 seconds now is the win condition for them. Only 9. If you are a Dios fan, they got to hold the line. Blast providing huge value out of that Tempest. It's going to get shut down. Sucks has been the difference maker with his claw, but he's finally going to get shut down. It's Pity. They're pouncing. Only 3 seconds needed. Brody, this might be it.
Kaya Nation just need 3 seconds. Team Dios desperately trying to hold on through the other side. Amplayer, can he do anything? No. Pildora for a couple of kills now. Cito down. Dios down. And Dios as a team are down as well. Kaya Nation take the series 3-1.
Ooh, man, that got a bit more dicey than I expected. What a way to close that series out. 3-1 fashion. Obviously, Kaya Nation getting the job done, but man, I mean, that was a much better hardpoint out of Dios. It looked like they were in their element. We'll take a look at the post-act report, kind of see what happened. Pity with 63. That was the difference, brother, with the kills as far as that goes, but Fabuloso providing a lot of value, too, with 59 on the flip side of that. Blast, he was the point man from beginning to end, dude. I mean, it came down to that last rotation. Operators going to waste for both sides, so you can't really say it was a pivotal moment. But hey, when it mattered the most, Kaya pulled it out.
Yeah, phenomenal performance. And shout out to Pity because he is a player, I think, across both hardpoints had a consistent performance. Just a massive, massive shout out to him for really showing up on this team. Loving what I'm seeing from this new Kai Nation roster. They're going to be one to watch here as they move forward into the next stage of the competition, which will be the winners bracket finals. They play Undream tomorrow in that matchup as they have guaranteed top 3 in this tournament. On the other side, I do want to give some love to Blast because we talked a little bit coming into this one about, hey, this is a team that we don't really know that much about. At least I hadn't heard of any of these players coming into this matchup. So we're really looking to learn a little bit about this roster. I've learned that I really enjoy watching the SMGs on this team play. I think especially Blast, we have to give him a lot of love. He was performing very well in that Search and Destroy, was pretty much the biggest reason why they won that one. And even in that final game verdict, he was keeping them in the conversation. He had them in the lead for a really long time.
Oh, dude, it looked like they were going to take the bag and, extend it to that map 5 and potentially even pull off an upset against a team that you've been casting ever since you came into Call of Duty Mobile. So I say that like it's been 10 years or something like that. But you guys get the sentiment of it, especially in the hard point. 10 seconds can be an eternity at times. So don't let anybody tell you what amount of time is, too much or not. But that's third series in a nutshell. You booked your tickets to the winners finals. Kaya Nation and Undream, certainly going to be about to watch tomorrow night.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got 2 teams there in towards the next day of the competition, the first Sunday of the 2026 Call of Duty Mobile season. We're going to send to a break. On the other side of this break, folks, we have our final match of the night. We're sending it to the lower bracket to send some teams home. All right. Call of Duty Mobile World Championships North American qualifiers for 2026. This is just week 1 of action and everything has been awesome to watch so far. We are very deep into our 16-team double elimination bracket now, and we're about to send our final teams into championships. I don't know if we can call it championships. I know for NA qualifiers, but it's a Sunday and there's $500 on the line. So yeah, there will be a champion of this tournament. So there is a championship. We have 2 teams up in the upper bracket. We just saw Kaya Nation beat against Team Dios to earn their place in that winners bracket final against Undream. That will take place tomorrow. So we now look towards the lower bracket, Bobby. And I chose to look at a couple of teams that we haven't seen play so far. And really just a couple of teams I think that, you know, kind of like in Team Dios in a way, it's like we're looking for new names in NA to talk about a little bit more, because that's partially what this tournament is about, is finding some of that new talent to come through. So these are teams that, at least for myself, I know zero about. I know nothing about these teams, yet they've made it pretty deep into the tournament.
Yeah, definitely a lot of new names. I personally don't think that I've casted any of these players before, so it'll be a learning experience, and I believe you said that they have actually faced off already in the tournament, so hopefully an opportunity for both of these teams to learn as well and try to make some improvements on the maps that they played the first time around.
Yeah, that's the big thing here, is that these guys have played before, and it was 4KT that won it 3-2 over Zero Main, putting Zero Main into the lower bracket. And you asked the question, are we going to see some of the same maps from that first best of 5? The answer is unequivocally yes. We're actually going to see 4 of the same maps. Crossroad Strike, Search and Destroy. I don't think... Is that... That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Okay. Yeah, this map set is incorrect. Neither is Combine Search and Destroy. All right, we'll fix this for you guys. We'll sort it out. I believe that it is going to be a Summit hardpoint. I believe it's going to be a No, hang on. What's the hardpoint here? Combine hardpoint.
I think it's the right maps, just none of them are in the right order. So whatever the remaining stuff is.
Yeah, so it's a Summit hardpoint, it's a Combine hardpoint, it's a Slums Search and Destroy, a Tunisia Search and Destroy, and a Crossroads Strike Control. That's the whatever order that is in, I don't know. But going back to the point about which maps are going to be returning from the last series, the answer to that question is Combine hardpoint was played in the first series. That was an FPX victory, albeit we don't know the scoreline. Crossroads Strike, that was a FPX victory in Control, and then Summit and Slums were also both played. That was a Summit victory for Zero Main and a Slums victory for FPX. So really the only map that's been switched out here is Coastal. Was on the board. Zero Main could have picked it and they didn't. Instead, we have that Tunisia in this series. I don't know if that's significant or not, but it is something worth noting as we get further in towards this one. We will start, though, the one thing that was true from that best of 5 on a Summit hardpoint. Man, there's been a lot of Summit today, Bobby.
There has. These guys seem to really love it. You know, it's been in the map pool for so long that I feel like most of these teams probably feel pretty confident in their ability to play it in some capacity or another. So we'll see it once again right here. And interestingly enough, the KRM coming out. Seen a lot of R9 today, but a little switch up right here as we got FPX. No surprises, going crazy on P1. He's going to be able to find 4 to open up a little bit of real estate on the point. Not 4, 2, but progress nonetheless. Oh, yeah, 4. I was looking at the wrong side.
Yeah, it's a good start for no surprises. We're looking for some surprises for these players, right? Again, I mean, this is part of the conversation point, I think, for these teams. Just like we saw from Team Dios, it's like, look, you know, we're looking for players that are going to come out and really surprise us here in NA, because what does NA need? It needs fresh blood. It needs something special, and, well, no surprises, fresh blood for Team Zero, for Team FPX. FPX Abrams is going crazy. 7 spree for him. He's already earned that Predator missile, and that's going to help FPX get back into the hard point. But for how long? That is an immediate usage of that Predator missile coming out from Abrams. They're wasting no time.
Yup, they are come out guns blazing. Trying to see what they can make of this closing scrap time here on P1. Obviously, control of the spawn is going to be crucial heading toward P2, but we can see 2, 3, 4 flips before that happens. You want to keep it mixy and keep control where you can early on. The Pred dropping quickly. My gosh, we're seeing a couple of crazy sprees out of both of these teams so far. FPX just can't seem to... Well, it's actually no surprises on another spree. He does not need an R9. KRM will get the job done. Make it 11. Can he do 12? Not quite able to convert through the movement right there, but Hardpoint time has delivered regardless.
Yeah, he was spending forever just reloading that thing. Just like, just trying to dance around the gunfight to get the kill with the KRM. This early spree coming through from Zero Main means that No Surprises is already going to have the claw out, and he's going to be spraying and praying with it for all the frags. More kills now starting to come through as well as his reign of terror continues with the KRM. Bags one player, but won't actually bag the player. And Zero Main now looking for the remainder of this time. Looking towards that new hardpoint, FPX, they're trying to get players through, but not a lot of it successful. And it feels a tad individual so far from FPX as they look to get those spawn breaks through. It's not happening. This is a big moment here for Zero Main.
Yeah, how the freak am I supposed to say the name? If W can get one Tempest shot through the front of the hardpoint, it would be absolutely massive to zone things out. They got a War Machine in hand as well. Choco delivers on the opposite side, but if it's not getting you any hardpoint spawn control, then it's probably not going to do a whole lot. Rebranded doing everything he can to punch a hole in the front side. I believe that was 3 with the Death Machine right there. Now got him in a bit of an inverted spawn trap. Looking to hold down as much hardpoint time as he possibly can, but without that spawn control, it's only a matter of time. They're actually going to be able to hold from the front side for a little bit, but the Tempest shut down. And that should be the final kill right there, as Zero will get the rest of the scrap time right here. And FPX set licking their wounds over to P4.
I suppose the saving grace right now for FPX is, even though you didn't really do that much damage on that hard point, is that you kind of drew out a couple of operators. That's something positive to talk about. One of those operators is actually transitioning into the next hard point. Pibble is finding value with it. And even that split will open the door for the rest of his teammates to come through. Crisito might be able to do something. No, going to get shut down. This is an opportunity now as we get towards the next hardpoint for FPX to really pick things up. Abrams has slowed down. The rest of the subs in the lineup, Kaya and Rebranded, they have picked things up. FPX now, opportunity to try and tie things up.
Yeah, they've really cleaned things up despite that tough P3 where they couldn't quite hold the spawn control. Zero's going to be able to break back on through, and once again, no surprises, just a menace with that KRM in hand. Sometimes comfort's a little bit more important than firepower, and he's showing it right there. 20 kills in the first set of rotations. He's gone absolutely beast mode and kept Zero in this lead for as long as they have. The movement's clean there too. FPX do find a way to break on through and should be able to find some scrap time right here. Not really worth an attempt at the break if you are Zero. Looks like FPX is going to be able to make their way up around that 80-point mark as we head back on into P1. Rebranded finds himself on a 6 spree and could potentially cycle his way into an EMP, but is shut down.
Yeah, and I do want to give a little bit of love to FPX here because, you know, we talked about them kind of being in a hole a little bit after P2. Feels like, or P3, excuse me, the rotation towards P4, that is exactly the same kind of hard point they needed to really get back in towards this game. We also talk about kind of kill efficiencies, conversation we had about a team earlier on Summit today. Zero Main, at least from just raw numbers looking at it, it kind of feels like they're outslaying FPX by a fair margin, and they only have a 40-point lead to talk of because of it. So they need to get a little bit more efficiency out of their kills, and this game will really start to run away from FPX.
Yep. W popping the Tempest right there, only going to be able to find one. Been nice to find more value, but once again, you're in a 50-point lead. Not necessarily anywhere close to desperation point. No surprises, finds one more on the point there as well, and just keeping things nice and scrappy. Topside gets shut down as well, but seems like despite how chaotic this one's been so far, Zero doing a good job of maintaining what they need to as far as the map control, as far as the hardpoint control, and they're going to come away from P1 with a 60-point lead as a result. No surprises, really dictating the pace of this game and controlling the hardpoint more than anything, just not making anything easy. Death Machine does come through. We do get a full FPX flip right there and a full FPX feed. This could be a massive play for them to try to get back into this one.
Yeah, that is a great usage of the... Oh, goodness gracious Christ. I was just about to send so much love to Rebranded. Great usage of the Death Machine. You flip up the spawns, and then you get turned on. But nonetheless, I mean, the aforementioned fact still remains true. You have now got the spawns in your favor for the rotation towards P3, and you're starting to get time on P2. Big stoppage of the equalizers coming through there as now more kills starting to come through for FPX on the whole, and they are really starting to resurge back into the game. The problem for them now at 20 seconds is they are laser focused on this hard point. They've allowed a couple of players in behind enemy lines. FPX now realize it. Can they deal with those players? Yes, they can. Both Suho and whatever that name is do go down, and FPX will now hold those spawns. This has been a massive moment for them here in this game.
And this map is completely turned on its head. A beauty of a P2 right there, and now full spawn control toward P3. Maybe a little bit of a lack of discipline for Zero as they get a little bit too much caught in the mix. FPX filling up the feed. The Pred drops, equals connect. The Claw, absolutely zero value at the hands of no surprises, and things continue to go from bad to worse for Zero. Got that War Machine on the front side of the hard point, trying to see what he can do with it, but ends up taking himself out. Now FPX should be able to flip that lead for the first time this game. Abrams on the front side, going to be able to find one. Pre-fire, doesn't connect for the kill, but damage is done. Wards them off for the time being, and they continue to lock things down. That's going to be rebranded, earning a Pred missile. Reads one of the back lines as well, and there it is, the EMP. No surprises, breaks in for a couple of seconds, but not enough to find any manageable amount of time. They're going to be left back on P4 and need to find some big time hardpoint time, as they have bled badly over these past couple of hardpoints.
It can't be understated how great of a game Rebranded has had over the last couple of hardpoints, right? I mean, he had that phenomenal spree with the Death Machine to ascertain P2 control and the P3 spawns for FPX, and now he's just been on a big spree inside the hardpoint for control. FPX completely turning around this game. Zero now looking to stare glitch inside, and COD Mobile, no surprises, looking for kills here. Can he actually find him is the question. Yes, he can. He is holding down the fort for Zero main, but not for long. FPX with those back spawns, it's inevitable that they're going to be able to overwhelm. This has been a phenomenal kill after kill after kill for FPX, and now they've got some investments to speak of.
Momentum has completely swung in this one. Zero doing everything they can to stop the bleeding, but it's not meant to be. The operator's going to pop once again, and the EMP going to slow down any type of progress Zero could make back into this one. K got a Pred missile to work with as well, locking down the top side, and that Pred's going to drop. Clears off everything remaining from that firepower right there, and FPX now find themselves at a 40-point lead after what was, at least a 60-point deficit.
Yeah, this has been huge. FPX now, I mean, what a reversal this was. What was it, like 140 to like 90, maybe? I think it was, as we got into the second set, something to that effect. For FPX, and I think particularly for Rebranded, this has just been a total changing of the guard here in this game. Things going from bad to worse as Abrams going to find more damage through the middle of the map. It's been SMG domination with the Switchblade for FPX, and the reign of terror continues. FPX now starting to bring the equals into play as well. Every bit of utility from FPX has been pitch perfect, and Kaya now looking for more with these equals.
Just absolutely relentless on the hard point. They have not let off the gas one bit. Abrams going to be able to slide back onto the point. He's up to 40 right now. Same for Rebranded, and FPX not giving anything away. Crycito doing everything he can to try to lock in time. We get the Tempest pop for EXO right here, and could do some more damage. There's not really a whole lot that they have to do to close this one out. It would take a pretty crazy choke for them to not get the win, as they head into P2 right here, up 80 points, only in need of 10 more. FPX has put on an absolute statement ever since that second set of rotation started. Equals gonna pop for Pibble. He's trying to clear things out on the bottom side. Zero looking to pull off a miracle, but FPX breaks on in once again. Exa is there, no surprises. Had a fantastic start, but not the best finish. FPX comes away with the 80-point win.
Jesus.
And they come out with an absolute punch to the mouth there on map 1.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I mean, we talked about it, right? It was 140 to 90, something to that effect at the end of the first set of rotations. Summit is one of those maps that we talked about it being like, how is it kind of still in the rotation, because it can feel a little bit too mixy at times, but there is still somewhat of a method to the madness, and FPX kind of proved it there, where it's just like, yeah, in terms of doing everything you need to, they did that, right? I mean, fundamentally speaking, towards the end, obviously it kind of came down to a massive spree from Rebranded, not once but twice on that second set of rotations. But still, you know, as far as, all right, you need to flip the spawns as you go into P2 because you want to inevitably keep them for P3. Rebranded did that, right? And then FPX held for the entirety of P3. You get to P3 itself, or excuse me, for P2. You get to P3 itself, and then Rebranded goes on that big spree. You see the investment of those operators coming out from FPX that result in control. And then, crucially, you flip the spawns out in the last 10 to 15 seconds of P3 to make sure you are the ones in control of the P4 rotation, excuse me. If you do those things, I mean, it kind of feels like a dream way to play Summit in a way. Like, that's the perfect sequence of events that you want, but that's exactly what FPX did. And that is a massive map coming through from FPX, because you go back to the first series that we saw, or rather didn't see, but we know about from Winners Round 1, and that's a map that Zero Main won. So massive start of the series for FPX.
Yeah, and that potentially paves the road to a 3-0, like you said. Taking a map that you lost the first time around, you've fixed some of your mistakes, identified what you need to do, be able to convert some of those hard points into bigger points, and now you head into a slum search and destroy that, once again, you expect to be very, very mixy. I'm curious how much VOD these teams have watched, because we've seen some crazy cheese spots in CDM as far as the slum search and destroy goes. A lot of interesting LMG strategies, and I'm curious if those are going to end up carrying over into the North American region, as I don't think, for the matches that I've casted so far today, I've seen any slum search and destroy. This is one that can get very interesting very quickly.
Yeah, and I will say, I don't think there's a lot of variety on Slum Search and Destroy. I think it's pretty much a bang-out map, I think, especially if you're on the offense, right? You kind of have to beat the defense to the punch, particularly by the B site, and even particularly by A, right? I mean, for both of the sides, just like, can you get to bricks before the other team can? Can you get in towards blue and win some of those fights? Like, just so much of it is determined by those opening duels that Slum Search and Destroy. It's an interesting one that it got back into the map set, considering I think the first time around it lacked an element of, I guess, strategy that some of the other maps in COD Mobile do provide. Either way, we shall see how FPX and Zero Main get on here. This was a map that we saw in the first best of 5, and it was a map that FPX were to take away. So you talked about it being now an opportunity to 3-0 in this series. They have a couple of maps ahead that they won versus Zero Main the first time around. It is going to be FPX to kick things off here. On the offense, opening util out. It keeps Zero Main away, and it gives them a chance at planting rock.
All right, nades out, trying to ward things off. Rocking the PK or the KRM on Slum Search is definitely not what I would have expected to see. I can understand it for Summit, especially if it's a comfort weapon, but definitely outside the meta. It's actually going to be WK finding a couple with the Switchblade off the star right there, and my oh my, FPX, that's not the star that you were looking for. Exa gonna slide the corner, but that's just not a realistic approach at the clutch. Not that he had much of an opportunity to make one happen there anyway. Gonna need to make some changes right there if you're FPX, because that was a lackluster start to say the least.
It kind of just breaks all the rules of what Slum Search and Destroy is supposed to be, which is you know, get B control, you plant the bomb and you win it, and they just didn't plant the bomb when they had control over the site. Maybe they will this time around. Abrams, they're going to move forward. Maybe he can grab a frag before they get this rock down. Feels like they should be planting it sooner or later. I think maybe it's the lack of a trophy system here. One finally going to be pushed forward. It will get cut down, and now they will plant. Look at the long flank coming through, though, from Pibble. If you're a Zero Main, you're just waiting for this player to activate.
The thing about these pushes from FPX is they've been a bit one-dimensional. You send all 5 players forward and don't have anybody on flank watch for anything like this. As a result, you get completely picked apart on the retake. You can't be so hyper-focused on getting the bomb down that you just completely ignore every other element of the map. And they have not looked particularly strong here to get things started on the slums. We do see a lot of teams that are very one-sided in Slum Search and Destroy as well. So it's typically a defensive-sided map, and you want to be able to convert whenever you got the strong side, but you got to find ways to make it happen on weak side as well.
Just hearing the PKM shots is so funny for the audio. It's like, yeah, someone's shooting the PKM. It's Pibble, unsurprisingly. So ain't nobody getting through blue side. FPX seem to have chilled a little bit, I'll say here, right? I mean, they're not as aggressive in this round. You cannot let that kill go through from Suho. That's insane. Suho, surely not another one. Oh my goodness gracious. How much more damage can Suho do here on the defense? Surely not. Number 3! Yeah, never mind. It's just SKS things. FPX down to the last couple of players here. Good luck with this one, because the one thing that everyone knows about Slums is if you don't get in on the initial, you ain't getting in after it.
I was listening, I was like, that's a weird sounding PKM, and then I realized he's actually using the Raw MG. So a new weapon in the meta. Oh my, wait, rebranded. He's just brought a 1v3 down into a 1v1. He's got 5 kills on the board, an opportunity to clutch this. The bomb's down right there, and Pibble's kind of a mile away. This could be easy plant if he wants to commit on it. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him opt for a wrap over to B, but this plant's free as can be, and now an opportunity to clutch up. Don't throw the Hunter Killer. Wait. Can't remember if the Hunter Killer's banding
No,
champs.
I don't think it is, right?
I don't think that it is, but
I think you
I
just
can't
don't see
remember.
it. I think you just don't see it anyway. That's why. Although he's not using it, so I assume maybe he knows something. We don't. Never
he
mind.
doesn't need it.
Never mind. You don't even need the Hunter Killer drone, so you're gonna save it. I would actually like to know if it's banned or not. I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, you don't get to save it. It goes away.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking actually. But like that might be why you never see it in Search and Destroy, because obviously streaks just go away from round to round. I would like to know. Someone in chat tell us, is it banned in Champs Rule set? I don't think it is, because you do see it every so often. Either way, opening snipe, rebranded. He might well have just clutched up in that round. No Hunter Killer drone needed. This round, though, he goes away almost immediately.
Let's see. Raw MG. The one thing about the Raw MG, I was kind of curious if we would ever see this, because the Raw MG actually is an LMG, and then it also, I believe, has a wallbang either magazine or barrel. So it basically does like full damage through walls, which is absolutely bonkers, and which is why it makes sense for somebody to use it on slums with the amount of wallbang that you see. Zero's going to be able to find one onto Exa right there. Trades back and forth. No surprises. Getting aggressive right there. Has picked up a snipe as well, but he's going to get shut down. And that's back-to-back rounds going through for FPX.
Yeah, FPX are now starting to put this one together a little bit. And there are starting to be kills that maybe you're like, hey, FPX shouldn't be getting these ones. But they're getting a lot better, I think, at kind of pushing Zero Main's buttons, recognizing where a lot of the pressure is coming, throwing on the defensive side. And every single round that you can grasp on an offense on Slums is crazy. Like, it is so difficult to win offensive rounds here on Slums S&D. And FPX, they know it. So they'll be very happy to even take a couple of rounds away at the moment. They will be slow here on the start. Zero Main starting to push all the way up to the middle of the map. And Rebranded has just got an incredible snipe off against Suho. That's a hell of a way to start the offensive round here for FPX.
He has been an absolute menace for them. As I say that, Crysito's able to take him down right there. To equalize into a 3v3. Still a sniper alive for the side of Zero. And FPX going to be forced back right here. No map control. Not really any information to work with. Just the bomb in hand and hoping for an opportunity. But there's Shako with a Raw MG. Connects onto No Surprises. Presumably through the wall, because I don't think I've actually seen him point that gun at a person yet. But he's able to do what he needs to do to get that man advantage. See what they do to try to capitalize right here. They're going to have to deal with Crysito, and he nearly finds the kill by hit markers through the wall.
Complete flip of the scripts. Flanking play being made here. Oh, it's red. Pibble could well have flipped it entirely. But as he gets red, I guess Zero Main might as well just try it again. WKX, whatever, the entire alphabet in the 1v4. And this has been perfectly read. Choker's in a position. Even if Choker doesn't find that kill, he's going to get reacted on by the last couple of players. Man, some of these opening snipes, I think, from Rebranded, who I want to say is sitting at 7 or 8 kills right now. Yeah, it's 7 kills. Have been so crucial to FPX's a complete change of strategy here. He wasn't really finding them in the first couple of rounds. And I'll say on the other side, I feel like Zero Main have calmed down a little bit too much. Like, I think through the first couple of rounds, W was pushing up the middle of the map, being a proper nuisance. He's slowed down so much, playing so much more defensively. It's just, there's no way to trade out these kills when you're so far back.
Rebranded hits another snipe right there. They have had no response for him. And No Surprises, forced to switch off of the KRM as he's made his way over. Back and forth from the LMG spray and pray to the LMG spray and pray. That is Slums Search and Destroy in a nutshell. That is actually one of the COD Mobile Esports revisions I requested, is that you make the the slums walls slightly less made of paper. Maybe if we could upgrade to like wood or something.
Or brick, maybe? I don't know, just a thought, you know, so just a solid material of some kind where bullets just can't get through everything. I don't know, maybe just a thought. Either way, this Brock's going down. No surprise with the double. Actually, should be able to turn this round on its head. Yeah, Abrams now left up here in a 2v2 alongside Choco. He actually should be able to take Pibble down. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Pibble wasn't reacted there. Abrams able to kind of come through. Brings us down to a 1 versus 1 though, because W has taken his teammate down.
Definitely should have known right there. W with an opportunity to clip. I don't know what we're shooting the trophy out for, brother.
Just in case, bro. Just in case.
I mean, I guess on the off chance that he's been holding that nade for a minute and a half, and he's just really looking to chuck it, trying to clutch up right here. Bomb's down. You got to make a move, and obviously W knows that right now. It looks like Abrams going to go ahead and plant right here. Surprised W has not looked to peek onto Bomb yet. He's going to let him get it down, and now wraps out to where he knows he was last, but he gets an opportunity at the gun. He's not able to convert, though. W, much needed clutch right there as Zero felt like they were starting to see this one slip away, avoid the 4th straight round going out.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised there. Did W get seen at all where he went on the other side of the map? Because I could have sworn these guys like at least had one interaction there in a 1v1 before.
Yeah, I thought that they
reset
did.
On the play. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So I'm kind of surprised that there was so much, I guess, aggression coming out there from the 1 versus 1 or on FPX's side of things, because you know more or less the players on that side of the map, so I'd be a little bit more tentative, especially with the way that you planted the bomb for as well. I don't know, I just feel like maybe you could have played that 1 versus 1 a tad better. Either way, it means that we're now 3 for 3 here. First blood going in the way of Suho. Although if I'm FPX, I would just get rebranded in a position where he can snipe off, because it feels like that's where so much of the value for FPX in these rounds has come from. It's just rebranded getting these wacky, zany snipes off.
Yep. Just such a high impact player for what he's been able to do for them so far. FPX do lose a player early, but once again, Choco able to convert, presumably through the wall right there, and curious if maybe he starts a little bit of a meta change, especially when it comes to the slum search and destroy, just because the damage that thing is able to do through walls. And oh my gosh, rebranded strikes again. Didn't think he was gonna have the positioning for that, but converts, no surprises, slides on through, and seems like the switch to the switchblade has absolutely suited him. 1 kill up to 5 in the span of a couple rounds. Man advantage to side 0 once again.
It's the fact that Rebrand's still alive here in this 2 versus 3, or now 2 versus 2, that's kind of terrifying. Oh my god, rebranded. I know it's the Tundra, it's kind of built like that, but it's just the way that it looks so smooth in the hand of rebranded. No surprise, this has a Tundra of his own though. Can he do anything? Switches to Switchblade. No, and I'll be perfectly honest, I know the Switchblade is good for that situation. I feel like sometimes the Tundra's better. Maybe it would have been a good idea to keep it out.
Yeah, probably not the worst idea right there. Sometimes you just gotta stick with your gut, even if your gut leads you astray. Nade's going out. 0 desperately trying not to go in the half at a deficit, especially when you've been on the defensive side and that typically considered to be the strong side. Suho looking to lock down the B side. Once again, relatively passive approach for FPX. So much of what they've done has just been contingent on Choco hitting an early wall bang or a snipe coming out of rebranded. So we'll see if Choco can convert something right here. He once again looks to be a menace through the walls, and he sees one. Has a good feeling, and it's actually going to be Exa finding one onto Chrysito.
First blood has been traded out now. Zero Men don't have any reason to get over aggressive here. Like, it is ultimately FPX that need to make the first move forward. And I like that Zero Men aren't doing that. I like that they're not being over aggressive here. They're not doing anything too silly here in the middle of the map. They're just going to hold their irons here for the moment. And they're going to pick up the first blood as well on that initial. But trade outs now starting to come through from FPX. That's going to give them an opportunity to move forward. W inside the smoke, trying to be all sneaky. Like, is he able to activate? 4, it does get tagged up, weakened up. Pre-fire here. Just play your life. Get away from the play through the smoke. Not going to happen. It's now numbers back in favor of FPX. And they know that this player loves a flank.
2v1. Tibble Looking for an opportunity. What exit route do they take? They pick the right one. Sniper connects, and now a 2-round lead coming out of the offensive side. FPX, we're down 0-2. They go 5-1 after that. Absolutely beautiful bounce back out of these boys to take the lead and head into a strong side that you got to be feeling pretty confident with the way that you were able to string things together. But as I say that, Chrysito hits the collet. Exa not quite able to connect for the proper response.
Yeah, this has been a phenomenal start from Zero Main. Exactly what we needed from them to prove that they can win offensive rounds. And Chrysito comes out to wipe Rebranded's head clean off inside the cafe. That's a big round for Zero Main. And that is exactly the kind of round that they really need to have here. You know, you can't just be passive in these offensive efforts. You have to be as aggressive as possible because so much of these offensive rounds are predicated on these first blood. So if you can overwhelm the players that they have to split on the defense, that is the way in. They do that perfectly. First blood, once again, going by way of Chrysito, who has been so deadly here with the sniper rifle. This round is so heavily in favor of Zero Main now. Maybe Abrams to stop it. No. Trade's pretty good, though, for FPX, but only for so long. It's now down to Rebranded. He's been a phenomenal sniper for FPX. Has to 1 versus 3.
Seen him 1v3 before. Looking for an angle, not quite able to connect on that first shot, and them getting information is going to make it just exponentially more difficult to try to clutch up right here. Looking for one player on the flank. He's got nothing. Just way too many angles that he's going to have to check. Does pick up Switchblade right here. Maybe an opportunity to make something happen, but really need to find that first kill. They know exactly what they're looking at. And the shot's not going to connect for the snipe. No surprise, it slides on through. We thought that switch to the offensive side was going to hamper the map for Zero, but it has been the complete opposite so far.
I'll say this much as well. I mean, shout out to Chrysito because he's had a phenomenal couple of rounds. But it feels like FPX's problems right now come down to the fact that they have, like, not enough investment into this B site on defense. You know, as a matter of fact, they're playing this one really passively. Like, everything here is down to Abrams, effectively. They've given up full blue control as well. So now Pibble's in a position where he can be a proper nuisance, even though he's only got 3 kills to his name. This is a very peculiar defensive setup coming out from FPX, but it does somehow work out. Siho goes out towards the open, and Exa's like, well, yeah, I guess I'll take that freebie for sure. Now, man advantage here for FPX. Zero in a position they haven't been in so far, and you take people out of blue. This is going staggeringly well for FPX.
And Chaco finds another, presumably through the wall, especially based on the position where you see that kill over on the blue side. So. Or garage side. Nope, blue side. Exa trying to find some. Wards off a couple, and Chaco just continues to terrorize with the raw MG. I am genuinely curious what percentage of his kills have come onto people that he can't see, because my gosh, I don't think he ever stops spraying, but you can't knock it if it works.
It's so interesting looking at the difference in the positioning for the role, right? Because we saw Pibble with it, I think it was, right, on the defensive side for Zero Main. He was the one that was basically continually to sit inside blue. He was the sole player blocking off that lane. So much of FPX's offense had to go through B side. Choco is using it by B pretty consistently. He is being such a nuisance to Zero Main. It's going to filter them into one position they ideally don't want to be in. Not ready for Kai, but will actually survive the fight. Will W. How on earth is W still alive? He's down to the smallest sliver of HP. Kai inevitably closes out that round. And shout out to Choco, because without him, FPX ain't winning that one.
Yep. And that's first defensive round that we see go through for FPX. So question, is it a little bit of first side momentum that Zero takes and then it starts to filter away, or will they find a way to retake the momentum here in this one? Abrams getting real aggressive through the middle of the map. No surprises. Kind of stuck back with the KRM in hand, and very strong mid-map control right here. Really, map control just across for FPX, and they've left that A side relatively open, but once again, Chaco just going to constantly keep players guessing, and Rebranded's going to be able to find first blood onto Chrysito.
Yeah, this gets worse as well. Rebranded is still taking pot shots through the wall. That's another player down. He's going to force plays in. What the hell is happening? Rebranded is treating this entire map like paper mache at the moment. It's just snipe after snipe through the wall. nowhere are Zero Main safe. However, that reposition from Rebranded is actually going to give Zero Main a little bit more space to work with. But your wide peak Rebranded, he's looking, I feel like it might be for the ace here in this round, will be denied, but no surprises, will go down no matter what happens. There is just nowhere safe on the map right now for Zero Main.
No, absolutely not. They are once again scrambling, now only 2 rounds away from FPX, making their way up to a 2-0 lead. Rebranded leading the way, no question. It's, you know, you said we're looking for up-and-coming players. I don't know if FPX are going to contend for a championship, but he's going to be contending for one of the top sniper spots in North America because he has been putting on a clinic. It gets mixy right here. Not a lot of opportunities for sniping, but they find the kills regardless. 2 players now down for each team. And Chrysito looking to counter right here is Brandon looking over the top side, and the Raw MG connects through the bottom of the bomb site to take down, no surprises. That's going to be FPX man advantage once again.
And this is what the Brits call a piss take, I think is the phraseology I'll use here, because you just nothing you can do about Choco right now. That's a scary thing, right? Because Zero Main have control of the site. You just need to find the kills. Chrysito does that for the first. Now needs to 1 versus 2 here. Gets the initial shots in towards Rebranded. That's going to send him away. But Chrysito needs to back up because he's going to get chowed by Kaya, and he knows it. So what looked like a position where maybe he could have brought it down to a 1 versus 1 successfully does Kaya move away. And now we'll hit the reset here. 40 seconds to the clock. Kaya and Rebranded, they put themselves in a perfect position where they can react to wherever Chrysito goes. And with 35 seconds, Chrysito is going to have to pick up about it. This is like literally the whitest of flags coming out right now for FPX. They have moved all the way back. They're giving Chrysito so much space. And the thing is, Chrysito is not going to be aware of this play at all.
No. About as far back in the map as you can go, and they set up for the retake right here. Actually going to split up. I kind of thought that they would opt to hold hands right here. Chrysito's going to spot him out. Not going to matter. Shut down immediately by Kai. And some body shots through right here. As now FPX going to be 1 round away from closing this one out and going up 2-0 in the series. Maybe a little mini timeout in the team comms. Something that we see happen every once in a while in CDM. Honestly, I think they're just talking crap, but they'll take it regardless.
Nothing like a bit of body shotting going on right now. FPX have dominated this game. It felt like Zero Main at the start of this half were just as good at offensive rounds as FPX were, but ever since then it has been total domination from FPX. Massive shout out to Rebranded and Choco, combined 29 frags between them here in S&D. Good start coming through from Zero Main. You take a 2-for-1 trade, you now have site control, but just as quickly as you earn it, it quickly falls away. Rebranded and Choco still alive. It's worst case scenario for Zero Main.
3v3. Retake is on. FPX with an opportunity to shut things down right here. You're Rebranded. You just want to keep doing your thing. Look for an opportunity. Zero have backed up, trying their best not to give anything away. K's going to look to clear something out in the mid-map. 1 player left to be dealt with. The switch over to the SMG, not going to connect. Pibble finds 1. Trades are there as Choco pops the Renetti. W's going to be able to hit a pinch right here with Suho finding 1. This should be a round through, and Zero stays alive for the time being.
Finally, something to talk about here for FPX, and that's good little, I think, maneuvers coming through from all the players on Zero Main there. Even the kind of that little 2v1, right, to have a player on the backup ready for the rechow is just really good place from Zero Main, and a lot of trust in one another in those initial situations. So Zero Main live to see another round, but for how long? Chrysito kicking things off, as he was at the beginning as well. I think he's been significantly more quiet since those first couple of rounds. Looking for another one through the smoke. Gonna whiff. Suho gonna try the trades out, though, for 2-for-1. So now down to a 2 versus 4 here. Now making it a 1v4. Choco's done for. There's absolutely no way.
No, especially with a Raw MG, it's one thing to try to contribute in a 4v4 or 5v5, but trying to 1v4 with this thing just could not be any more difficult. Chrysito's going to go ahead and make the read, and now 1 round away from forcing OT right here. Can FPX lock in and avoid that? or will the momentum continue to slip? Rebranded, haven't seen any kills out of him in the last couple of rounds. Not that I'm blaming him by any means. 18 kills, absolute masterclass, but feels like they've gotten the majority of their rounds as a result of what he's done, and he finds one, but the trade. They take each other out as the nade connects. And now the 4 remaining players on each side going to be left to battle it out.
I think you're okay with that if you're FPX, right? Yeah, you've lost Rebranded the play, but Choco has also been equally good here on the defense. For Zero Main, it feels like so many of their offensive wins have come down from Chrysito. So you've lost a player who's been great on these entries. What do you do now? Because your opening snipes have been everything here for Zero Main. And you're getting peppered up through the wall. Choco almost has Pibble dead to right. He can't seem to find him. Pibble hits the regen and survives his brush with death. Zero Main now starting to juggle how they want to play the remainder of this round. They're poking and prodding at the defensive side. That stun and nade will actually land just past Exit. So that doesn't connect for the information that they desire. FPX just going to sit here, ready for it. You can still hear the roll. You can still hear it through the wall. Pebble out of the play, and there goes another one here for Zero Main.
Exa looking for one. I can't believe no surprises. Peaked that so wide. Just an egregious chow right there, and that's going to put them in an even more dire position. The Raw MG continues to just give nightmares to these 0 players, and now 2v4, only 30 seconds left. Choco's going to shut one down across the mid-map. It's Pebble all alone. Finds one right there. He's got to retrieve that bomb, get it down, or get 3 kills. Neither of those options looking particularly enticing with mid-map completely locked down. They get the information right there, and seeming like it's only a matter of time. I don't really know what play he's going for right here. You just don't really have any opportunity to do anything. I respect the attempt. FPX, take the map and go up in the series. Now 2-0.
Yeah, I had no idea what he was doing there. It's just like, yeah, 20 seconds. I just got to try and pad the stats a little bit. There's no way I'm winning this 1v3. He did well to get the kill against Choco, I'll say that much. But everything after that was a bit of a fail. Either way, phenomenal search and destroy for FPX. Maybe not as squeaky clean as they would have liked, especially towards the end with a couple of rounds clawed back from Zero Main. But Rebranded and Choco did so damn much in that search and destroy. Just so many kills through the wall, be it with the Tundra or the Roll. Everything was going super well for them. And that shows out in the stats as well. 19 kills for Rebrand, 15 kills for Choco. Those guys having a field day on Slums. Very, very happy with their performance.
Yeah, and you got players like Abrams who were really, really solid on map number 1, really struggling right there at 4 and 12. But Rebranded and Choco just had such big impact. And once again, shows the power of a good sniper on Slums and shows the power of just an LMG on Slums. Just absolutely terrorizing the opposing team, constantly getting information. The fact that he was able to get as many kills as he was through the walls was that much more impressive, because especially when most of the times in that situation, you're just playing to try to get information, that makes it that much more difficult to counter.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is in a situation now where FPX were kind of expected to win that map in a way. Slum Search and Destroy was a map they beat Zero Main on in the first time these teams faced off back in Winners Round 1. And it means now that they're 2-0 up in this series, going into another map that they won the first time around. Crossroads Strike Control is coming up here. And it does kind of feel a little bit here as we look over towards our map set. Like that Summit Hardpoint feels almost like an inflection point in this series, right? It's like Zero Main should have won that, like unequivocally, and they were up by a massive margin in that map. It felt like they were going to win it. They were up by like 40 to 50 points or so, and FPX then just strung 3 hills back to back for control. It just completely turned the tables on this series. Zero Main, they're up against it. This is for elimination. You go out here in top 6 or top 8, I think we might be at right now. You're done for this tournament. Qualifier number 1, that's where you finish up. Not the finish I think that this team would have won.
No, definitely not. It's win or go home, and they really need to find a way to bounce back in this one. They obviously have the gunny. We saw them on that Summit Hardpoint take a pretty substantial lead. It was just a question of whether or not they're able to convert on the later rounds, and it felt like once the momentum started to slip, they had a really difficult time executing on the things that they wanted to do on the map. So we'll see what they can do here heading into the Crossroads Strike, but Yeah, that search and destroy, not ugly. The summit, not ugly, but you got to find ways to close those tight maps.
Yeah, 100%. It does feel like somewhat of a kind of fine margin in a way, right? And this is the thing. I always want to try and give some kind of credit to the team that's losing in the situation, because they're obviously not getting totally destroyed in these games. You know, you talk about kind of these situations they find themselves in. Just close these out. You know, like, again, you were up by 40 or 50 points in Summit Hardpoint, and you kind of let FPX back into the game in a way. Like, you weren't being as reactive as you probably should have been to the things that FPX were bringing to you in that Summit Hardpoint. And I think certainly in that Slum Search and Destroy, I think specifically looking towards the defensive side that they had there, on Slums, I mean, we kind of talked about it a little bit. Slums is such a defensively sided map that really it's, you know, letting any offensive rounds go away towards the team that you're against it's so bad. And I think, you know, just tightening things up a little bit for future tournaments is something that Zero Main probably want to be looking at. I'm excited to see what their Crossroads strike control looks like, though. Crossroads is one of my maps, you know, back when I first started casting COD Mobile, that I really enjoyed watching it. And, you know, we'll see how good both of these two teams are on it. FBX, you know, are they going to be able to get those kind of spawn trap situations into effect? You can definitely do it here on Crossroads Strike. So we'll see whether or not this team is able to get it done. But a reminder, folks, as to where we are right now in the tournament. FPX win one more map. They make it into day 2 of the competition. This is the final series of the day. Tomorrow, we have our top 6, Bobby. We already have that upper bracket final ready to go. Undream versus Kaya Nation. That's going to be a real fun one to see who takes that one away.
Yeah, Kaya looked very, very solid. That being said, probably some work to be done on their search and destroy, but on the respawns, they looked absolutely nasty, and they were flying across the map. So I'm curious to see what they're going to be able to do and how they stack up. It is kind of tough to tell just because it is an open bracket tournament, so it's tough to evaluate some of these teams, especially that haven't gone against the tier 1 teams. Are you actually that good, or do you look good because of the teams that you're playing against? That's going to be a real proving point for them.
Yeah, for sure. I think the game might have started without us in the lobby, which is not good for a 3-0. So we're gonna figure this out. Okay, I think the best thing to do here, I don't know if Prod's listening to me, is probably just go to a break, because if not, we're gonna be rambling through a game that we don't have right now. So we're gonna send it to a break. I don't know if Prod's listening to me. I hope that they are listening to me. When it is listening, it's all good. We're gonna send it to a break. On the other side of the break, we might have a game 4 if FPX don't 3-0 this. If they do 3-0 it, you'll see our faces again, but for a significantly shorter time. See you in a moment. Nobody likes an anticlimax, but sometimes you just have to deal with one. Welcome back here to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships at North American Qualifiers. We did just have map number 3, and our final series of the day happened off screen. Unfortunately, we were not able to get our observer in the lobby in time due to a game crash. The map did go on, and Bobby, we have a winner in this series.
We do. FPX come out on top 3-0 after what was a very close matchup the last time these two teams played. Obviously fixed a lot of the mistakes and figured out what they needed to do, as they will be moving on in our tournament. Zero will be headed home. This is double elimination. We're in the lower bracket. FPX, they will keep an opportunity to prove themselves tomorrow, as we only have a few teams remaining. As you guys can see, they take the win there on the Crossroads strike.
Yeah, massive shout out to FPX. It was a 3-2 victory for them. So, again, pretty close. And, we've got to give Zero Main some kind of love here, because for the most part, they did keep that series close versus FPX. Really only the Summit Hardpoint did it feel like FPX actually started to run away with it. The Slum section of it was a 7-9, I want to say, in favor of FPX. And obviously, we just talked about how we went to round 5 in Crossroads Strike Control. So, Zero Main looking like a good team. Excited to see more of them moving forward. Again, I think going into this matchup, we talked a little bit about how we wanted it to be something where we look at new talent. I think for FPX, loving what I'm seeing from Rebranded and Choco in particular. I can't wait to see more of them tomorrow, and that is going to be the case. We will be seeing more of them tomorrow, because they do make it through towards Losers Round 4. They will be playing New Heaven. I'm not entirely sure who's on that New Heaven roster, but that is the team they will be playing. And the other side as well, to give you an update on what was happening with the other Losers Round 3 matchup, Cyberites 3-0'd ARP Gaming to nobody's surprise. They will be moving forward to playing Team Dios in Losers Round 3. That's going to be a great matchup to watch tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, we are now at the end of our day. We have 6 teams remaining in the competition, and we're whittling that down to our champion of the first NA qualifier tomorrow. Before we go, Bobby, any final thoughts of the day?
Definitely pleasantly surprised by the level of competition that we saw. I think seeing Cyberites drop down to the lower bracket early is something nobody expected to see. So Undream, the team to beat so far in this one. Also keep in mind, heading into tomorrow, only 4 teams walk away with the prize pool. Anything outside of that, you are going home empty-handed. So that battle for the top 4 spots will be extra interesting. Obviously, every win counts in that it contributes toward your World Championship point system qualifier. I can't remember the exact name of the abbreviation, but everything matters toward the World Championship, so you guys are not going to want to miss any of the action tomorrow.
Those good old WCPs is what we're looking for tomorrow. World Championship points for all teams involved. You've already got the top 6. You've already got some, but you want to increase the amount that you get, because all of this matters in terms of qualification for the Summer Major here at the end of our qualifying stage. For now, though, thank everybody for tuning in for day number 1, technically day number 2 of action for the North American qualifiers. We're back tomorrow at the same time. We've got 6 teams remaining as we look to crown our first champion of the 2026 season.